1984. The College Board, promoters of the Scholastic Aptitude Test, reports that the average SAT scores for blacks has risen 22 points since 1976. The College Board, promoters of the Scholastic Aptitude Test, reported that the average SAT scores for blacks had risen 22 points since 1976. While the national SAT verbal average decreased 6 points between 1976 and 1983, the average for blacks increased by 7 points verbally and 15 points in mathematics during the period. The report said that the black SAT score increases had occurred in all regions of the country. But among black students who took the SAT in 1983, those enrolled in private schools had average scores 43 points higher in verbal and 24 points higher in mathematics than those in public schools. The new results of black SAT scores, overall, represented a reversal of a trend of falling test performances. The new statistics on black SAT performances were included in a report entitled, Profiles, College-Bound Seniors, published by the College Board in New York City. 1984. Benjamin Elijah Mays, educator and civil rights spokesperson, dies of heart failure in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 89. Benjamin Elijah Mays, educator and civil rights spokesperson, died of heart failure in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 89. Mays was born August 1, 1894, in Epworth, South Carolina, the youngest of 8 children of Hezekiah and Lovenia Carter Mays, former slaves and tenant farmers. After graduating as valedictorian from the high school department of South Carolina State College in Orangeburg, he entered Virginia Union College in Richmond, where he earned an A average. A year later Mays transferred to Bates College in Lewiston, Maine, from which he graduated with honors in 1920. While a graduate student at the University of Chicago, Mays taught mathematics at Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. He completed a doctorate degree at Chicago in 1935. In the interval, Mays had also pastored the Shiloh Baptist Church in Atlanta, taught English at South Carolina State College, served as executive secretary of the Tampa, Florida, Urban League, served as national student secretary of the Young Men's Christian Association, directed a study of black churches under the auspices of the Institute of Social and Religious Research, and began a career as dean of the School of Religion at Howard University in Washington, D.C. In 1940, Mays was elected president of Morehouse College, which was faltering in a weakened Depression economy and which had lost much of its student body to wartime employment. One of his earliest students was young Martin Luther King, Jr., who came to the school in 1944 from the 11th grade of high school. King soon became a protege of the college president. Through his skills as an orator and a fundraiser, Mays restored the viability and prestige of Morehouse College, and when he retired in 1967, the school had just been awarded a chapter of Phi Beta Kappa, the country's oldest and most prestigious academic honors society. Only 2 other black institutions of higher education in the nation, Fisk and Howard Universities, had previously earned such a distinction. Following his retirement as president of Morehouse, Mays won a seat on the Atlanta Board of Education in 1969. The next year he was elected the first black president of the city's school board and was subsequently re-elected 6 times over the next 12 years. During Mays' tenure as head of the school board, a group of black and white leaders adopted the so-called Atlanta Compromise Plan for school desegregation. With the approval of federal court judges, the blacks agreed to abandon pressures for crosstown and cross-jurisdictional busing to achieve further school desegregation, while whites consented to black administrative control of the school system. As a result of the pact, Alonzo Krim became the first black superintendent of the Atlanta public schools in 1973. Mays began his civil rights activities as early as 1942 when he filed a successful suit challenging separate black and white dining cars on railroads. Between 1950 and 1970, he wrote hundreds of essays in magazines and newspapers, scholarly articles, and books denouncing segregation and discrimination and pleading for racial justice and racial harmony. Among these were A Gospel for the Social Awakening, Seeking to be Christian in Race Relations, Disturbed About Man, and his autobiography, Born to Rebel. He gave an invocation and remarks at the historic March on Washington in 1963 and preached the principal eulogy at the funeral of Martin Luther King, Jr., in 1968. During that sermon Mays said, "God called the grandson of slaves and said to him, Martin Luther, speak to America about war and peace, speak to America about social justice, speak to America about racial discrimination, about its obligation to the poor." In commenting on Mays' death, Charlie Moreland, president of the Morehouse College Alumni Association, remembered one of Mays's favorite quotations, "It must be borne in mind that not reaching your goal is not tragic. The tragedy lies in not having a goal to reach." 1984. Def Jam Records is founded. Def Jam Records, created by hip-hop entrepreneur Russell Simmons, is one of the most successful black-owned record labels in the history of the United States. Its success and influence on music and popular culture are paralleled only by Motown Records in the 1960s and 1970s. Russell Simmons founded a production company called Rush Productions in the early 1980s which housed Run DMC and Curtis Blow. In 1984 Simmons met Rick Rubin, a rap and rock producer who was then attending New York University. The two met in Rubin's dormitory room where Def Jam Records was born. The first single released by Def Jam was I Need a Beat by teenage rapper LL Cool J. This single was shortly followed by another single, Rock Hard by the Beastie Boys. The success of these two singles earned Def Jam a distribution deal with CBS Records which dramatically raised the profile of the young company in the music industry. Def Jam early artists such as Public Enemy were aggressive and confrontational and their music reflected that style. Def Jam increased its appeal to young music listeners and found new audiences by incorporating heavy metal and rock music into rap music. Def Jam also expanded into motion pictures when it released the semi-biographical film Crush Groove in 1985 and the Run DMC film Tougher Than Leather in 1986. When Rick Rubin left Def Jam in 1988 to form his own label, Russell Simmons became the head of the company. Def Jam continued to expand in the early 1990s, attracting a new generation of rap artists such as West Coast producer/rapper Warren G. In 1999 Simmons sold his controlling interest in Def Jam to Universal Music for $100 million. 1984. John Robert Thompson, Jr., head basketball coach at Georgetown University, becomes first black coach to win a NCAA basketball title. John Robert Thompson, Jr., head basketball coach at Georgetown University, became the first black American to coach a team to the National Collegiate Athletic Association basketball title. 1984. William Count Basie, black American band leader, dies of cancer in Hollywood, Florida, at the age of 79. William Count Basie, black American band leader, died of cancer in Hollywood, Florida, at the age of 79. Basie grew up in Red Bank, New Jersey, and began taking 25-cent music lessons at age 8. Despite his protests, Basie's mother insisted that he was going to learn how to play the piano if it kills you. Basie began playing professionally with Walter Page's Blue Devils group in Kansas City, Missouri, in the late 1920s and later joined Benny Moten's band in 1929. When Moten died 6 years later, Basie took over and began the Count Basie Band. The group was not really discovered until 1935 when John Hammond, a jazz impresario who had brought Billie Holiday to prominence, saw Basie's 10-piece band in Kansas City. He was so impressed that he urged Basie to increase the size of his ensemble and booked its first national tour. It was also in Kansas City that Basie acquired the famous nickname Count. A radio announcer discussing the royal family of jazz, which included Duke of Ellington and King of Oliver, struck upon the idea of a Count of Basie, yet Basie never really liked the title. He said in 1982, "I wanted to be called Buck or Hoot or even Arkansas Fats, all silent film heroes." By 1936, Basie and his band had garnered a reputation far beyond Kansas City and it traveled widely throughout the country, with its residency at the Roseland Ballroom in New York City. It delivered several seminal improvisers to the world of jazz. Most notable were Buck Clayton, Herschel Evans, and Lester Young, whose logical flow of melody became the standard for horn players of subsequent generations. The Basie Band began recording in 1937, and such tunes as 1 O'Clock Jump became studies in call-and-response phrasing, in which the saxophones often trade simple blues riffs with the brass. The group's early albums included Basie's Back in Town, Blues by Basie, and Super Chief. The Basie Band began to pare down in the 1950s, collaborating with blues singer Big Joe Williams in what was widely considered a creative peak for both Basie and Williams. The demeanor of Basie, who was influenced by the legendary Fats Waller, was perhaps best described by Whitney Belayet, a jazz critic, in his book Night Creature. Belayet said the band leader pilots his ship from the keyboard with an occasional raised finger, an almost imperceptible nod, a sudden widely opened eye, a left-hand chord, a lifted chin, a smile, and plays background and solo piano that is the quintessence of swinging and taste and good cheer, even when almost nothing happens around it. Basie's last performance was on March 19, 1984, at the Hollywood Palladium in California. He was completing more than 50 years as a jazz artist. In commenting on Basie's death, blues singer Joe Williams said, "We have just lost a national treasure, but the happiness that his music gave us will live." 1984. The Center for the Study of Social Policy, a Washington, D.C., research group, released a study that reveals that the gap between the average incomes of whites and blacks is as wide in 1984 as it was in 1960. The Center for the Study of Social Policy, a Washington, D.C., research group, released a study that revealed that the gap between the average incomes of whites and blacks was as wide in 1984 as it was in 1960. The group blamed the disparity on the increase in the proportion of black families headed by females, from 1/5 to nearly 1/2, and a sharp drop in the number of jobs held by black men. In 1984, 14% of white families with children were headed by women, whereas 47% of black families fell in that category, an increase of 8% since 1950 and 21% since 1960. In 1984, only 55% of black men over the age of 16 were employed, compared to 74% in 1960. As a consequence, the center's study disclosed the median income of black families in 1981 was 56% of the whites' median, compared to 51% in 1960, but the difference of 1 percentage point is statistically insignificant. The report concluded, despite the fact that black Americans have made some gains since the civil rights movement, the economic gap between blacks and whites remains wide and is not diminishing. On measures of income, poverty, and unemployment, wide disparities between blacks and whites have not lessened or have even worsened since 1960. 1984. C.L. Franklin, minister and civil rights leader, dies in Detroit, Michigan, at the age of 69. C.L. Franklin, minister and civil rights leader, died in Detroit, Michigan, at the age of 69. Franklin, who was the father of soul singer Aretha Franklin, had been in a coma for 5 years after having been shot by robbers in his home. Franklin was pastor of the New Bethel Baptist Church in Detroit for 38 years and recorded more than 20 albums of his sermons, including The Eagle Stirred Its Nest. On some of his recordings, he was joined by the New Bethel Baptist Church Choir and his daughter Aretha. Just months before the famous March on Washington in 1963, Franklin led a civil rights march in Detroit that attracted thousands of people. Jesse Jackson, one of the nation's most prominent civil rights leaders and also a minister, eulogized Franklin as the high priest of soul preaching. 1984. At the Summer Olympic Games held in Los Angeles, California, several black American athletes win gold medals, indicating first-place finishes. At the Summer Olympic Games held in Los Angeles, California, several black American athletes captured the coveted gold medal, indicating first-place finishes. On August 4, Carl Lewis won the finals of the prestigious 100-meter dash in track and field. Lewis defeated Sam Grady by finishing in 9.99 seconds. Grady won the silver medal for his second-place finish in 10.19 seconds. Lewis' winning margin of 0.2 of a second was the largest in Olympic history for the event. It was also the first gold medal in track and field for the United States in the 1984 Olympics and the first for the United States in the 100 meter since 1968, when Jim Hines set a world record of 9.95 in the high altitude of Mexico City. Still, Lewis' 9.99 represented the fastest 100 meters ever run at sea level in the Olympics. On August 5, Evelyn Ashford set an Olympic record of 10.97 seconds while winning the women's 100-meter finals, and Edwin Moses won the 400-meter intermediate hurdles in 49.75 seconds. On August 11, Carl Lewis completed his sweep of 4 gold medals by running the last leg of the U.S. 400-meter relay team. He went 100 meters in 8.94 seconds, enabling the Americans to set the first track and field record of the 1984 Games, 37.83 seconds. Earlier, Lewis had won gold medals in the 100-meter dash, the 200-meter dash, and the long jump. Lewis' feats in the 1984 Olympics equaled those of Jesse Owens, the black American who won 4 gold medals in the same events in the 1936 Olympics in Berlin, Germany. Of his achievements, Lewis told news reporters, "It is an honor. 2 years ago, everyone in the world said it couldn't be done. Even a year ago, I said I couldn't do it." He added, "I was looking for Ruth Owens. Jessie has been such an inspiration to me. I wanted to dedicate one medal to her." 1984 to 1992. The Cosby Show. The Cosby Show was the most popular series on American television in the late 1980s. The situation comedy, which ran on NBC from September 1984 to April 1992, was based on the stand-up comedy routine of its star, Bill Cosby. The show focused on an affluent black family without presenting racial stereotypes or standard one-line jokes to generate audience loyalty. The series was not initially expected to survive against its competitor Magnum P.I., a drama airing on CBS in the same time slot, but it quickly moved to the top of the ratings and revived a dying sitcom genre. The Cosby Show inspired other successful sitcoms including Seinfeld, Everybody Loves Raymond, and Roseanne, which were also based on stand-up comedy routines. Bill Cosby played the role of the affable Dr. Heathcliff Cliff Huxtable, an obstetrician/gynecologist who, along with his wife, Claire, a successful attorney, headed an upper-middle-class black American family in Brooklyn, New York. They lived in a brownstone at 10 Stigwood Avenue where they raised 5 children: Sandra, Denise, Theodore, Vanessa, and Rudy. Most stories revolved around Mr. Cosby's observations on raising kids. His fear that the children would never leave the house, once grown, was a running theme in the situation comedy, as was Claire's wit and diligence in the ongoing effort to keeping her husband's unhealthy eating habits under control. The show was conceived by executive producers Marcy Carsey and Tom Werner, who left the ABC network to start their own production company. Carsey and Werner had produced earlier sitcom hits Three's Company and Mork and Mindy. Nonetheless, a comedy based on the lives of an upper-middle-class black family was new territory for the producers. They hired noted black psychiatrist Alvin Toussaint as a consultant to help The Cosby Show exude a strong yet subtle racial pride based solid middle-class values. Still, the show drew criticism from whites and blacks alike who accused the Huxtables of being a black family in whiteface. That criticism opened an important national conversation about race and class 2 decades after the civil rights movement challenged the place of black Americans in U.S. society. Mostly devoid of overtly racial themes, the show was able to present a storyline revolving around the trials and travails of a middle-class family that happened to be black American. Many leading entertainment figures, such as Lena Horne and Stevie Wonder, made guest appearances, while jazz and blues music either sweetened the soundtrack or were integrated into the storylines. Claire was often seen reading a book by a noted black author, while paintings and other artworks by black American artists were displayed on the set. The show often embraced serious subjects, such as teen pregnancy and dyslexia, the latter inspired by the experiences of Cosby's real-life son, Ennis. After an 8-season run, which included more than 200 episodes, The Cosby Show ended in 1992. During its run, the show garnered a number of honors, including the Emmy, Golden Globe, and NAACP Image Awards. The show's significance was indicated with its last episode. When Los Angeles, California erupted on April 29, 1992 over a non-guilty verdict following the brutal police beating of Rodney King, the finale was slated to be preempted. Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley, however, convinced NBC to air the series finale on April 30, 1992 in hopes that it would symbolize the ability of the nation to move beyond its racial divisions. 1984. Ronald Reagan is re-elected as President of the United States after alleged insensitivity toward black issues during his first term and only receiving 20% of the black American vote. Ronald Reagan was re-elected President of the United States by the biggest margin in recent history. Reagan captured at least 58% of the more than 50 million votes cast, while his Democratic challenger, former Vice President Walter Mondale, received approximately 41%. Reagan's landslide victory was comparable to that of Franklin D. Roosevelt's over Alf Landon in 1936, Lyndon B. Johnson's defeat of Barry Goldwater in 1964, and Richard Nixon's defeat of George McGovern in 1972. Reagan, who was frequently attacked by civil rights leaders during his first term for alleged insensitivity toward black issues, received only 20% of the black American vote by most estimates, including media exit polls. 1984. Martin Luther King, Sr., minister, civil rights activist, and father of slain civil rights leader, Martin Luther King, Jr., dies following a heart attack in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 84. Martin Luther King, Sr., minister, civil rights activist, and father of slain civil rights leader, Martin Luther King, Jr., died following a heart attack in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 84. King, Sr., was born Michael Luther King to a sharecropper and cleaning woman in Stockbridge, Georgia, on December 19, 1899. He changed his name to honor the famous German theologian Martin Luther in 1934. King moved to Atlanta and became a minister at age 17. He also attended Morehouse College, from which he graduated in 1930. A year later King succeeded his deceased father-in-law, the Reverend Adam Daniel Williams, as pastor of the Ebenezer Baptist Church, one of Atlanta's largest black congregations. He remained as pastor or co-pastor of the church until 1975. Even before King assumed the pastorate at Ebenezer Baptist Church, he had become active in political and racial affairs in Atlanta. He was one of the black leaders who successfully lobbied for the construction of the Booker T. Washington High School, the first secondary school for blacks in the city, in 1924. In 1936, King was a leader in a voting rights march to Atlanta City Hall and participated in protests against segregated cafeterias in the city and helped negotiate an agreement for their desegregation in 1961. The elder King accumulated considerable wealth as well as political and social influence. He was a director of Citizens Trust Company, the city's black bank, and a member of the board of directors or trustees of SCLC, Morehouse College, the Morehouse School of Religion, and the Carrie Steele Pitts Orphans Home. In 1972, he was named Clergyman of the Year by the Atlanta chapter of the National Conference of Christians and Jews. A year before his death, King was awarded the Martin Luther King, Jr., Nonviolent Peace Prize. Although King lost his famous son to an assassin's bullet in 1968 and his wife to another assassin in 1974, he continued to insist, "I don't hate. There is no time for that, and no reason either. Nothing that a man does takes him lower than when he allows himself to fall so low as to hate anyone." In commenting on King's death, Marvin Arrington, the black president of the Atlanta City Council, remarked, "We've lost one of our patriarchs." 1984. The Wonder Woman Foundation presented its first Eleanor Roosevelt Woman of Courage Award to Rosa Parks, the black woman who sparked the famous Montgomery, Alabama, bus boycott in 1955. The Wonder Woman Foundation presented its first Eleanor Roosevelt Woman of Courage Award to Rosa Parks, the black woman who sparked the famous Montgomery, Alabama, bus boycott in 1955. Parks, age 71, recalled her experience in accepting the award in New York. She said, "I am not going to move," when a bus driver told her to give up her seat to a white man. Parks added, "I stand before you full of new courage and determination not to retire, as long as I feel I can be of some assistance to troubled people." The Wonder Woman Awards were established in 1981 to highlight the 40th anniversary of Wonder Woman, the comic book heroine created by William Moulton Marston. 1984. Miles Davis, black American jazz trumpeter, is awarded the Sonning Prize for Musical Excellence in Copenhagen, Denmark. Miles Davis, the 58-year-old black American jazz trumpeter, was awarded the Sonning Prize for Musical Excellence in Copenhagen, Denmark. He was also presented with $9,000 in cash. Davis has played a major role in the transition from the hard, aggressive stance of bop to a softer, more subtle sound in jazz. In 1956, success came to the performer with the release of his first record, Miles Ahead. Other landmark recordings included Porgy and Bess and Sketches of Spain. By the late 1960s, Davis's musical explorations took him into the realm of electronic instruments, a sound that can be heard in the album Bitches Brew. In decades to follow, Davis' rhythmic and harmonic experimentation served to diversify the musician's audience and increase his popularity. 1984. The United Negro College Fund raises more than $14 million in pledges during a national telethon. The United Negro College Fund, a coordinating fundraising organization for most of the nation's private black colleges and universities, announced that it had raised more than $14.1 million in pledges during a national telethon. The event, the first of its kind carried on national television, was hosted by singer Lou Rawls and had a goal of $15 million. 1985. Octavia E. Butler wins science fiction's highest literary honors. Octavia E. Butler, a graduate of Pasadena City College, won the Nebula Award, the Hugo Award, and the Locus Award for her novella, Blood Child. Butler, a member of Science Fiction Writers of America, had served as a contributor for several science fiction journals and had attended numerous workshops. She was the 1995 recipient of the MacArthur Foundation's Genius Grant. Her writing focused on the impact of race and gender on future societies. Other works by the author include Pattern Master, Mind of My Soul, and Kindred. 1985. The United States Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, upholds the use of affirmative action plans by states that grant special employment preferences to minorities. The United States Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, upheld the use of affirmative action plans by states that grant special employment preferences to minorities. The court rejected arguments by 15 prison guards in New York who contended that their chances of being promoted to captain were unlawfully diminished when state officials added points to promotion test scores of blacks and Hispanics. The guards sued the New York Civil Service Commission in 1982 after 8 minority guards, whose promotion test scores had been upgraded, were added to a list of candidates for the rank of captain. At the time, there were no minority officers holding permanent positions as captain in any prison in the state of New York. 1985. Lou Brock, black American outfielder for the St. Louis Cardinals, is elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Lou Brock, black American outfielder for the St. Louis Cardinals of the National Baseball League, was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame at Cooperstown, New York. Brock received 315 of the 395 ballots cast by members of the Baseball Writers Association of America. He was only the 15th ball player to be elected in his first year of eligibility. Brock played in the major leagues from 1961 until 1975. He began his career with the Chicago Cubs, but spent most of it with the St. Louis Cardinals. At the time of his election to the Hall of Fame, Brock still led all players in the number of bases stolen with 938, held the National League record of 118 bases stolen in one season, and held the highest batting average for World Series games in 21 games. 1985. Reuben V. Anderson becomes the first black person appointed to the Mississippi Supreme Court. Reuben V. Anderson was appointed to the Mississippi Supreme Court, becoming the first black person ever to sit on the bench of that state's highest court. Anderson, who was previously a state circuit court judge, was named to the court by Mississippi Governor Bill Allain to fill the unexpired term of Justice Francis S. Bowling, who retired on January 1. Bowling's term ran to the fall of 1986. Anderson, an attorney practicing in Mississippi starting in 1967, recalled that he never thought of the possibility of sitting on Mississippi's highest court. "When I first started practicing law," Anderson said, "I had to take my diploma with me wherever I went. Judges would not allow black lawyers to practice in a lot of courts in the state. Back then many courthouses had separate facilities for blacks and whites. It makes you proud, so proud that Mississippi has come so far." 1985. The National Urban League assesses 1984 in their 11th annual State of Black America report. The National Urban League said that 1984 was a year of survival and hope for black Americans, despite attempts by the administration of President Ronald Reagan to be a Rambo-like destroyer of civil rights gains. In 1984, the Null reported that most black children lived in poverty. Black unemployment had declined to 15% but was still 3 points above the black average since 1975 and more than double the white rate, and although black family incomes rose, the gap between black and white incomes had grown wider for every type of family except those with two earners. The statistics and observations were included in the Null's 11th annual State of Black America report. In commenting on the report, John Jacob, president of the Null, said that President Ronald Reagan's citation of Martin Luther King, Jr.'s call for a colorblind society in 1963 was obscene and used as a justification for trimming measures like affirmative action move us toward a racially neutral society by opening opportunities that help black people enter the mainstream. 1985. Several black American entertainers receive awards during the presentations of the 1984 Grammys, the highest honors for recording artists. Several black American entertainers received awards during the presentations of the 1984 Grammys, the highest honors for recording artists. Tina Turner, the Queen of Rhythm and Blues, won 3 Grammys, including Record of the Year and Song of the Year for What's Love Got to Do with It? 3 Grammys also went to Prince for Best Rock Performance by a Group and Best Original Film Score for Purple Rain. For his songwriter efforts, Prince won Best New Rhythm and Blues Song for I Feel For You. Lionel Richie's Can't Slow Down was named Album of the Year. Jazz trumpeter Wynton Marsalis, the Pointer Sisters, and Shirley Caesar also won 2 Grammys each. Marsalis won in the jazz and classical categories, the Pointer Sisters in pop, and Caesar in gospel. Michael Jackson won an award for his video making Michael Jackson's Thriller, and the late Count Basie was awarded a Grammy for his orchestra's 88, Basie Street. 1985. The Joint Center for Political Studies reports that the 1984 elections increased the number of black mayors serving in the United States to 286. The Joint Center for Political Studies, a Washington, D.C., research firm, reported that the 1984 elections increased the number of black mayors serving in the United States to 286. 31 new black mayors were elected in 1984 in such cities as Battle Creek, Michigan, Gainesville, Georgia, Union Springs, Alabama, Pasco, Washington, Peekskill, New York, and Portsmouth and South Boston, Virginia. The increases in black mayors during 1984 was the largest one-year increase yet recorded. Since 1975, the number of black mayors in the country had more than doubled from 135 to 286. 1985. The historic Apollo Theater in the Harlem section of New York City reopens to celebrate its 50th anniversary. The historic Apollo Theater in the Harlem section of New York City reopened to celebrate its 50th anniversary. The theater, which was once the premier showplace for America's black entertainers, had been closed for 15 months and had undergone more than $10 million in refurbishments. More than 1,500 people attended the reopening celebrations while another 2,000 stood outside. The Apollo opened on 125th Street in Harlem in 1916 as an unnamed storefront and began offering showcase talent in 1935. Its earliest performers included comedians Jackie Moms Mabley and Pigmeat Markham. At the reopening ceremonies, many of the biggest names in black entertainment returned for an appearance, including comedian Bill Cosby and singers and dancers Patti LaBelle, Gregory Hines, Wilson Pickett, Little Richard, Stevie Wonder, and the Four Tops. During the ceremonies, Percy Sutton, the chairman of the Inner City Broadcasting Company who was the prime mover behind the renovation, said, "This theater is legendary to the thousands of performers who appeared on its stage, to the millions of people who attended its shows, and to the entertainment industry, which has been influenced by the innovations that occurred on the stage for 5 decades." 1985. The U.S. General Accounting Office agrees to pay $3.5 million in back pay to about 300 present and former black employees who were denied promotions because of racial discrimination. The United States General Accounting Office agreed to pay $3.5 million in back pay to about 300 present and former black employees who were denied promotions because of racial discrimination. Under the terms of the arrangement, 32 black evaluators would be promoted immediately and the GAO would then change its competitive selection programs, including the preparation of an affirmative action plan to increase the percentage of minority people in upper-level positions. The settlement resulted from class action suits filed by 2 GAO employees from Washington, D.C., and San Francisco, California, in 1980 and 1983, respectively, which claimed that whites were favored over blacks in promotion to supervisory positions from 1976 through 1983. In 1984, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission found that the GAO's use of 2 different promotion systems had, indeed, resulted in racial discrimination against many of its black employees. 1985. The Bureau of the Census reports that the number of black-owned businesses in the United States had increased 47% over a 5-year period. The Bureau of the Census reported that the number of black-owned businesses in the United States had increased 47% over a 5-year period. In 1982, there were 339,231 black-owned firms, compared to 231,203 in 1977. The majority of black-owned companies were service and retail businesses with gross receipts totaling $12.4 billion in 1982. That was an increase of nearly 44% from $8.6 billion 5 years earlier. The largest segment of black firms were miscellaneous retail businesses, 53,981, with total receipts in 1982 of $993 million. Black automotive dealers and service stations accounted for the largest dollar volume, however, $1.3 billion for 3,448 firms in 1982. Small, sole proprietorships firms totaling 322,975 accounted for more than 95% of all black businesses in 1982, while corporations made up only 1.8%. 1985. Veteran black American actor Lincoln Theodore Andrew Perry, better known as Spin Fetchit, dies of pneumonia and congestive heart failure in Woodland Hills, California. Veteran black American actor Lincoln Theodore Andrew Perry, better known as Spin Fetchit, died of pneumonia and congestive heart failure in Woodland Hills, California. He was 83 years old. Perry, a native of Key West, Florida, began his acting career in the 1930s, appearing in such films as Steamboat Round the Bend, and was best known for his roles as a shuffling, head-scratching servant. He took his stage name from a racehorse on which he had won some money in Oklahoma before leaving for Hollywood in the 1920s. Perry was the first black performer to appear on film with such movie stars as Will Rogers and Shirley Temple. Perry's film characters were viewed by many blacks as negative stereotypes of their race, but Perry himself often bristled at such criticism and defended his contributions. He once said that when I came into motion picture, it was as an individual. I had no manager, and no one had the idea of making a Negro a star. I became the first Negro entertainer to become a millionaire. All the things that Bill Cosby and Sidney Poitier have done wouldn't be possible if I hadn't broken that law. I set up thrones for them to come and sit on. After the CBS television documentary entitled Of Black America characterized him as a stupid, lazy, eye-rolling stereotype in the 1960s, Perry sued the network for $3 million, alleging that he had been held up to hatred, contempt, and ridicule. A federal judge dismissed the suit in 1974. 1986. A bronze bust of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., is placed in the United States Capitol building, becoming the first of any black American to stand in the halls of Congress. A bronze bust of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., was placed in the United States Capitol building. The statue was the first of any black American to stand in the halls of Congress. The bust, which depicts King in a meditative mood with a slightly bowed head, was created by John Wilson, a black artist at Boston University. After being displayed in the rotunda of the Capitol building for 6 months, the bust was to be moved to Statuary Hall to stand beside the statues of other famous Americans on display there. The bust was unveiled by King's widow, Coretta Scott King. Among those who spoke at the ceremonies were Senator Charles Mathias from Maryland, who said, "Today, Martin Luther King, Jr., takes his rightful place among the heroes of this nation." Representative Mary Rose Okar from Ohio added, "No other American of my generation affected the course of American history more than Dr. King." 1986. A group of whites march in downtown Raleigh, North Carolina, to honor the birthday of Confederate General Robert E. Lee and to protest the first federal holiday honoring Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. A group of whites marched in downtown Raleigh, North Carolina, to honor the birthday of Confederate General Robert E. Lee and to protest the first federal holiday honoring Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Glenn Miller, leader of the White Patriots Party and a former Ku Klux Klansman, said that he was nauseated and sickened by the national tribute to King. Miller added, "We're down here to tell the world that we will never accept a birthday honoring a black communist. Never." The Raleigh demonstration was one of several protests and acts of vandalism directed at the first annual King holiday. During the week, vandals in Buffalo, New York, painted a bust of King displayed in a city park white, while several municipalities and states refused to recognize the holiday altogether. 1986. The nation celebrates the first national holiday in honor of slain civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. The nation celebrated the first national holiday in honor of slain civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. In Atlanta, Georgia, Vice President George Bush attended a wreath-laying ceremony at King's Crypt and an ecumenical service at Ebenezer Baptist Church, where King pastored at the time of his death. Other political leaders attending the services were Senators Bill Bradley from New Jersey, Bob Dole from Kansas, and Mac Mattingly and Sam Nunn, both from Georgia. Housing and Urban Development Secretary Samuel Pearce, Representative Newt Gingrich from Georgia, and Georgia Governor Joe Frank Harris were also in the audience, as was Rosa Parks, whose refusal to give up her bus seat to a white man sparked the famous Montgomery, Alabama, bus boycott in 1955. The celebrations also included the first national Martin Luther King, Jr., holiday parade held in Atlanta. Atlanta Police Chief Morris Redding stated that the parade yielded probably the largest turnout we've ever had for such an event in the city. The Martin Luther King, Jr., national holiday was the first such honor ever extended to a black American in United States history. 1986. Bishop Desmond Tutu is awarded the 1986 Martin Luther King, Jr., Nonviolent Peace Prize for his leadership in the struggle against apartheid in South Africa. The 1986 Martin Luther King, Jr., Nonviolent Peace Prize was awarded to Bishop Desmond Tutu, a leader in the struggle against apartheid in South Africa. The award was presented on behalf of the King Center for Nonviolent Social Change by its president and King's widow, Coretta Scott King. She said that Tutu, like King, possessed faith that dissipates despair. Also, like King, Tutu repeatedly encouraged those who are denied fundamental human, civil, and political rights never to doubt that they will one day be free. In his acceptance speech, Tutu, winner of the 1984 Nobel Peace Prize, said he trembled as he stood in the shadow of so great a person as King. He added, "I receive the award on behalf of those languishing in jail, sentenced to terms of life imprisonment because they have the audacity to say, 'All we want for ourselves is what white people want for themselves.'" 1986. Ronald McNair, a black American astronaut, dies aboard the Challenger space shuttle shortly after its liftoff from Cape Canaveral, Florida. Ronald McNair, a black American astronaut, died aboard the Challenger space shuttle shortly after its liftoff from Cape Canaveral, Florida. McNair, a 35-year-old physicist, was the nation's second black astronaut. He was one of a crew of 7 aboard the Challenger when it exploded in the skies. In one of the eulogies for McNair, actress Cicely Tyson remarked, "Ron and his crewmates touched us. They touched the other side of the sky for us." 1986. Lorimer Douglas Milton, one of the nation's leading black bankers, dies in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 87. Lorimer Douglas Milton, one of the nation's leading black bankers, died in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 87. Milton was born on September 3, 1898, in Prince William County, Virginia, to Samuel Douglas and Samuela Anderson Milton. He was raised in Washington, D.C., and attended Brown University in Massachusetts on an ROTC scholarship. After receiving bachelor's and master's degrees in business from Brown in the 1920s, he began a long teaching career at Morehouse College and Atlanta University in Georgia. He retired as director of the Graduate School of Business Administration at Atlanta University in 1955. In 1921 Milton began working in the Citizens Trust Bank of Atlanta, one of the nation's oldest and largest black financial institutions. He was elected president of the bank in 1930 and served in that position until 1971. At the time of Milton's retirement, Citizens Trust Bank had assets totaling $30 million and had established a reputation for having opened the doors of the credit market to blacks. Milton had served on a number of federal banking committees, including the advisory board of the Commodity Credit Corporation, which had responsibility for financing the government's farm price support program. He also served on the President's Committee for the White House Conference on Education in 1955, the Federal Advisory Council's Social Security Board, and the National Commission of Economic Development in 1963. In addition, Milton was a former chairman of the Board of Trustees of Howard University. 1986. City Councilman Sidney Barthélemy defeats State Senator William Jefferson to become the second black mayor of New Orleans, Louisiana. City Councilman Sidney Barthélemy defeated State Senator William Jefferson to become the second black mayor of New Orleans, Louisiana. Barthélemy garnered 93,054 votes to Jefferson's 67,668 votes to succeed Ernest Dutch Morial, New Orleans's first black mayor. Barthélemy, age 43, told his supporters after his victory, "This is like a dream. Let us close ranks and fight the real problems." In the New Orleans municipal elections held on March 2, 2 black Americans were also elected to the city council, giving blacks a majority on the 7-member body for the first time in that city's history. 1986. A U.S. Department of Defense survey reveals that more than 400,000 black Americans were serving in the armed services during 1986. A U.S. Department of Defense survey revealed that more than 400,000 Black Americans were serving in the armed services during 1986. 1986. The United States Supreme Court, in two separate rulings, upholds affirmative action programs in hiring and promotions. The United States Supreme Court, in two separate rulings, upheld affirmative action programs in hiring and promotions. In one case, the justices approved by a vote of 6-3 a plan from Cleveland, Ohio, that reserved about half of the promotions in its fire department for qualified minority candidates. In the other ruling, the court declared by a margin of 5-4 that a union representing sheet metal workers in New York State and New Jersey must double its non-white membership. In the majority opinion, Justice William Brennan wrote, "We hold that does not prohibit a court from ordering in appropriate circumstances, affirmative race-conscious relief as a remedy for past discrimination." 1986. Edward Perkins, a veteran diplomat, is named United States Ambassador to the Republic of South Africa, becoming the first Black American ever to serve in that position. Edward Perkins, a veteran diplomat, was named United States Ambassador to the Republic of South Africa, becoming the first Black American ever to serve in that position. At the time of the appointment, the U.S. Senate was considering whether or not to override President Ronald Reagan's veto of harsh economic sanctions against the white minority government of South Africa. However, a senior White House official told news reporters that the nomination was not made with the expectation of winning any converts in the Senate. Perkins was currently serving as United States Ambassador to Liberia when President Reagan appointed him to the South African post. 1986. President Ronald Reagan's approval rating among blacks triples between 1984 and 1986. A special Gallup poll commissioned by the Joint Center for Political Studies in Washington, D.C., revealed that President Ronald Reagan's approval rating among blacks tripled between 1984 and 1986. The approval rate climbed from only 8% in 1984 to 25% in 1986. In 1984, 82% of Black Americans polled disapproved of the president's performance. By 1986, however, the negative rating had dropped to 66%. The highest approval rates for Reagan came from blacks who were male, blue-collar workers, political independents, urban Southerners, and individuals younger than 30 years of age. The poll was based on a national survey of 868 blacks. 1986. The NAACP, one of the oldest and most prominent of the nation's civil rights organizations, dedicates its new national headquarters in Baltimore, Maryland. The NAACP, one of the oldest and most prominent of the nation's civil rights organizations, dedicated its new national headquarters in Baltimore, Maryland. The group, which was founded in 1909 to fight discrimination and injustice, moved to Baltimore from its original headquarters in New York City, partially because it could not afford the high rent and taxes. Baltimore was chosen for the new headquarters largely because of its majority black population and long history in promoting civil rights. 1986. White students dressed in Ku Klux Klan type attire broke into the room of Kevin Nesmith, a black cadet at the Citadel in South Carolina, leaving a charred paper cross in his room. 5 white students dressed in Ku Klux Klan type attire broke into the room of Kevin Nesmith, a black cadet at the Citadel in South Carolina. The 5 students taunted Nesmith and left a charred paper cross in his room. Nesmith said that he slept through most of the incident. On November 14, Nesmith resigned from the South Carolina Military College because he felt he had been made in the hazing incident, but added the remain at Citadel. Nesmith also said that anger and frustration built up, and I felt mentally drained and no longer wanted to subject myself to this humiliation. The 5 white cadets who cursed Nesmith in the October incident were suspended from the college, but the suspensions were stayed on the condition they not get into any more serious trouble during the school year. They were also restricted to campus for the remainder of the school year and given additional marching tours. But some black leaders in the state contended that the 5 should have been expelled. The NAACP filed an $800,000 lawsuit against the Citadel, alleging that Nesmith's civil rights had been violated and that the school historically had tolerated and sanctioned racial bigotry. On November 17, civil rights leader Jesse Jackson met with Nesmith and later requested a congressional investigation of race relations at the college. On November 16, the South Carolina Human Affairs Commission issued a report stating that a minimal black representation on the campus created an environment lacking in ethnic diversity and cultural sensitivity. They recommended, among other things, that the school increase its black enrollment from 6% to 10% in 2 years and incorporate mandatory human relations and cultural sensitivity classes into the leadership training curriculum. 1986. Judge R. Allen Edgar dismisses a school segregation suit against the Board of Education of Chattanooga, Tennessee, 26 years after it was originally filed. United States District Court Judge R. Allen Edgar dismissed a school segregation suit against the Board of Education of Chattanooga, Tennessee, which was first filed in 1960. Edgar commented, "Based upon their conduct for many years, there is no indication that the defendants will take any steps to reinstitute vestiges of segregation." He ruled that the board had finally met the court order to racially integrate students and faculty. At the time of Edgar's ruling, there were nearly 23,700 students, 51.26% of them black, enrolled in Chattanooga's public schools. Most recently, the school board had reassigned 185 teachers in order that the faculty at each school in the system match approximately the 60-40 white-to-black teacher ratio system-wide. The desegregation suit, filed by black real estate agent James Mapp, was the longest to linger in the federal court in Chattanooga. But Mapp, whose home was bombed in 1970, said, "I think the past effects of state-imposed racial discrimination and segregation have not been completely done away with." He cited several local schools that were still either almost 100% black or white. 1986. Violent white youths attack and kill black men in the predominantly white Howard Beach section of Queens, New York. One black man was killed and 2 others injured after a gang of white youths attacked them in the predominantly white Howard Beach section of Queens, New York. Michael Griffith, a 23-year-old construction worker from Brooklyn, was hit by a car and killed on a highway while attempting to escape his attackers. Another black man, Cedric Sandy Ford, age 37, was beaten with a baseball bat. The 3 blacks were attacked outside a pizza parlor after being taunted with racial slurs. The 3 blacks, whose car had experienced mechanical problems, had gone into the pizza parlor to call for help when they were confronted by a gang of whites yelling racial epithets and asking, "What are you doing in this neighborhood?" according to a statement by New York Police Commissioner Benjamin Ward. New York Mayor Edward Cook posted a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrests of the assailants. On December 23, 3 white teenagers were ordered held without bond on second-degree murder charges in connection with the attack. Meanwhile, a group of blacks in the Jamaica section of Queens, chanting "Howard Beach, Howard Beach," chased and beat a white teenager who was walking to a bus stop. Mayor Cook condemned the apparent retaliation. The Howard Beach incident was another in a series of ugly racial confrontations that had occurred in various parts of the country that year. The first major encounter took place in Raleigh, North Carolina, on the eve of the first national holiday honoring Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. 1987. Marion Barry, Jr., is inaugurated for a 3rd term as mayor of Washington, D.C. Marion Barry, Jr., was inaugurated for an unprecedented 3rd term as mayor of Washington, D.C. In his inaugural address, the former black civil rights activist asserted, "Nobody's going to turn us around from educating every person who wants to learn, employing every person who wants to work, housing every person who needs shelter, helping every person who needs new hope." 1987. In its annual The State of Black America report, the Null states that Black Americans are besieged by a resurgence of violent racism, economic depression, and a national climate of selfishness marked by a retreat from civil rights during 1986. The National Urban League said that Black Americans were besieged by a resurgence of violent racism, economic depression, and a national climate of selfishness marked by a retreat from civil rights during 1986. In its annual The State of Black America report, the NUL noted that 15% of the black workforce was unemployed and that black family income over the past dozen years had decreased by $1,500 while economic need increased. In presenting the report, NUL President John Jacobs said, "We can't forget that for 6 years and more, Americans have been told that racism is a thing of the past. That poverty is caused by habits of the poor. The result is a national climate of selfishness and a failure of government to take a positive role in ending racism and disadvantage." The League's recommendations for solving the maladies that it identified included a broad-based attack on violent racism and a call for congressional action to toughen and tighten civil rights laws. Larry Speaks, spokesman for the administration of President Ronald Reagan, said although he had not read the document, certainly we would share a concern with the Urban League over any increase or, for that matter, a single incident of racial intolerance or racial violence that would occur in this country. 1987. Ku Klux Klansmen and other white supremacists get arrested after throwing rocks and bottles at civil rights marchers in Georgia. Ku Klux Klansmen and other white supremacists threw rocks and bottles at a group of 90 civil rights marchers in Forsyth County, Georgia. The 400 counter-demonstrators also shouted racial slurs at the protesters, who had gathered on a state road about 2 miles outside the city of Cumming. There were no serious injuries, but 8 of the supremacists were arrested on charges including disorderly conduct, trespassing, and carrying a concealed weapon. The aborted march was led by Dean Carter, a white martial arts instructor from Hall County, Georgia, and veteran civil rights leader Hosea Williams. Most of the marchers were blacks from Atlanta, 30 miles south of Forest County. Williams, an Atlanta city councilman, commented, "In 30 years in the civil rights movement, I've never seen it worse than this," as he responded to the violence. He also added, "In 1987, who would believe this kind of racial violence in America?" The march had been planned after the cancellation of a previous Brotherhood walk that Carter had organized, partially to honor the memory of assassinated civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. The event was canceled after the organizers were threatened. 1987. More than 20,000 people march for Against Racism in Georgia. It is the largest civil rights demonstration in 2 decades. More than 20,000 people marched for Brotherhood and Against Racism in Forsyth County, Georgia. The biracial demonstrators were protected by 3,000 state and local police officers and National Guardsmen. There were a few minor injuries and 60 people, mostly white counter-demonstrators, were arrested. It was the largest civil rights demonstration in 2 decades. The march was organized after a similar, smaller protest a week earlier had been broken up by white counter-demonstrators who threw rocks and bottles. That Brotherhood March, also designed to honor the memory of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., was led by veteran civil rights activist and Atlanta City Councilman Hosea Williams and Dean Carter, a white martial arts instructor. Coretta Scott King, widow of the assassinated civil rights leader, was among the leaders of the January 24 march, as was Williams, Carter, and civil rights leaders Benjamin Hooks of the NAACP and Joseph Lowery of the SCLC. All of the speakers during the demonstration denounced the racist attack on the earlier protesters and called for a renewal of the commitment to racial justice. Hosea Williams, a leader of the January 17 march, called the January 24 march the greatest. 1987. About 1,000 people rallied in Louisville, Kentucky, to protest the burning of a picture of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., by Ku Klux Klansmen. About 1,000 people rallied in Louisville, Kentucky, to protest the burning of a picture of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., by Ku Klux Klansmen and what they called a resurgence of racism and racist violence in the United States. 1987. About 200 blacks ran through the streets throwing rocks and setting fires in Tampa, Florida, after a 23-year-old black man died when police tried to subdue him by using a chokehold, which entails applying pressure to the carotid artery. On February 19, about 200 blacks ran through the streets throwing rocks and setting fires in Tampa, Florida. The disturbances began one night after a 23-year-old black man died after police had tried to subdue him by using a chokehold, which entails applying pressure to the carotid artery. On February 20, isolated incidents involving rock and bottle throwing by black youths continued, but there were no injuries. 2 people were arrested. Meanwhile, black leaders and other volunteers walked the streets urging residents to remain calm. Before the most recent incidents, another black man had been killed by police, and other incidents involving blacks and law enforcement officers had occurred in December 1986, including the arrest of the New York Mets star pitcher Dwight Gooden. Gooden had been charged with battering police officers. A report released on February 19, 1987, by City Attorney Michael Fogarty, however, placed some of the blame for the Gooden incident on the police. The report also called on the city of Tampa to recruit more black police officers. At the time of these latest altercations, only 65 members of Tampa's 790-member police force were black, and the paucity of black police officers had been a constant complaint of local black leaders. 1987. Edgar Daniel E.D. Nixon, one of the fathers of the civil rights movement, dies after prostate surgery in Montgomery, Alabama, at the age of 87. Edgar Daniel E.D. Nixon, one of the fathers of the civil rights movement, died after prostate surgery in Montgomery, Alabama, at the age of 87. Nixon was born July 12, 1899, in Montgomery. He received only about 16 months of formal education. Between 1923 and 1964, he worked as a Pullman porter on a Birmingham to Cincinnati train and was a longtime member of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. In 1949, Nixon was elected president of the Alabama State NAACP. At the time that a Montgomery seamstress, Rosa Parks, refused to give up her seat on a segregated Montgomery bus to a white man, Nixon was still active in the state and local NAACP and was, according to another local NAACP official, the most militant man in town. Parks was also secretary of the local NAACP at the time and a close acquaintance of Nixon's. After Parks's arrest, she called Nixon, but he was unable to learn more about the situation because Montgomery police told him he was an unauthorized person. Following his rebuff by the Montgomery police, Nixon phoned Clifford Durr, a white Montgomery lawyer sympathetic to blacks. Durr was able to obtain the specific charge against Parks, failing to obey a bus driver, and urged Nixon to seek the services of NAACP lawyer Fred D. Gray. Durr further advised that the defense should be based on the unconstitutionality of the state law requiring segregation on city buses, rather than the Montgomery City Ordinance relating to retaining and giving up seats. Such a defense, he suggested, could best provide a test case for bus segregation laws. In addition to contacting Durr and Gray immediately after Parks's arrest, Nixon is also credited with posting bail for the seamstress, informing Martin Luther King, Jr., of the arrest, proposing the Montgomery bus boycott, and helping to choose King as president of the Montgomery Improvement Association, which directed the successful 381-day boycott. Nixon is quoted as once having told a friend, referring to King, "I don't know just how, but one day I'm going to hook him to the stars." He made the remark after hearing King preach. Nixon is also credited with avoiding a potential major division at the beginning of the boycott by declining to aspire to the leadership of the movement. This move may also have helped keep one of his rivals, Rufus Lewis, a local funeral director, from seeking the presidency of the Improvement Association, opening the way for King, who had few partisan ties, to lead the boycott. Finally, it was also Nixon who publicly browbeated recalcitrant blacks and chided fearful ones into action. After some black ministers urged that the boycott be kept secret, Nixon asked, "What the heck you talking about? How you going to have a mass meeting, going to boycott a city bus line, without the white folk knowing it? You ought to make up your mind right now that you either admit you are a grown man or concede to the fact that you are a bunch of scared boys. He also told a crowd at a mass meeting, before you brothers and sisters get comfortable in your seats, I want to say if anybody here is afraid, he better take his hat and go home. We've worn aprons long enough. It's time for us to take them off. According to the Reverend Ralph David Abernathy, also one of the leaders of the Montgomery boycott, Nixon wouldn't take any mess. Nixon's home, which had a bomb tossed in its driveway during the height of the protests, is now an Alabama state historical landmark. Nixon himself was feted at a testimonial dinner in Atlanta, Georgia, in 1985. At that time, he remarked, 50,000 people rose up and rocked the cradle of the Confederacy until we could sit where we wanted to on a bus. A whole lot of things came about because we rocked the cradle. 1987. Alice Bond, estranged wife of former Georgia Senator and civil rights activist Julian Bond, tells police in Atlanta, Georgia, that her husband and other prominent Atlantans were either users or suppliers of cocaine. Alice Bond, estranged wife of former Georgia Senator and civil rights activist Julian Bond, told police in Atlanta, Georgia, that her husband and other prominent Atlantans were either users or suppliers of cocaine. Andrew Jackson Young, the black mayor of Atlanta, was also drawn into the matter when his name appeared as one of those individuals allegedly named by Bond, and when he made a telephone call to counsel her after her allegations were revealed. The accusations led to investigations by the Atlanta Police, the FBI, and the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. No formal charges, however, were lodged against Senator Bond, and after a lengthy federal grand jury investigation, U.S. Attorney Robert Barr announced that there was insufficient evidence to prosecute Mayor Young for obstruction of justice. 1987. A U.S. District Court jury in New York City found the New York Daily News, considered the nation's largest general newspaper, guilty of retaliation against copy editor Klaus Ewell Vaughn, reporters Stephen Duncan and David Hardy, and editor Joan Shepard because they complained of unfair treatment. A United States District Court jury in New York City found that the New York Daily News, considered the nation's largest general newspaper, was guilty of retaliation against copy editor Klaus Ewell Vaughn, reporters Stephen Duncan and David Hardy, and editor Joan Shepard because they complained of unfair treatment. The four black journalists had filed suit against the Daily News claiming they had been denied salaries comparable to their white colleagues and were given fewer promotions. At the time of the trial, only 6.5% of the nation's journalists were members of minority groups. In praising the jury's verdict in the Daily News case, Albert Fitzpatrick, president of the National Association of Black Journalists, commented that blacks are underrepresented in all areas of the media. 1987. Bayard Rustin, the black American civil rights activist who directed the 1963 March on Washington, dies in New York City at the age of 77. Bayard Rustin, the black American civil rights activist who directed the 1963 March on Washington, died in New York City at the age of 77. In addition to being chief organizer of the 1963 March, Rustin was also responsible for many of the tactics and much of the strategy used by Martin Luther King, Jr., and other leaders of the civil rights movement. During the 1960s and 1970s he was often criticized by more radical blacks because he advocated better education as the best means for blacks to gain racial equality and because he was an apostle of nonviolent protest. Yet Rustin continued to oppose nationalist and separatist ideas among black Americans. Rustin's pacifist ideology extended at least back to World War II when he spent more than 2 years in jail as a conscientious objector. In the 1960s, he became an early vocal opponent of American involvement in the war in Vietnam. At the time of his death, Rustin was co-chairman of the A. Philip Randolph Institute, a social reform lobbying group, and had recently traveled to Cambodia and Haiti investigating violence and injustice. In its tribute to Rustin published on August 26, 1987, The Atlanta Constitution said that he devoted his life to the fight for human rights, freedom, and justice, not just in, but around the world. His commitments to human rights and peace were neither trendy nor shallow. America is indebted to Bayard Rustin. It is a better nation because of him. 1987. Thurgood Marshall states in a televised interview that President Ronald Reagan ranks at the bottom among presidents in protecting and advancing civil rights. Thurgood Marshall, at that time the only black American ever to sit on the United States Supreme Court, said in a televised interview that President Ronald Reagan ranked at the bottom among presidents in protecting and advancing civil rights. Honestly, Marshall said, I think he's down with Hoover and that group Wilson when we really didn't have a chance. Marshall went on to say that Reagan, as the gatekeeper of fairness and justice in America, had neglected his job. I don't care whether he's the president, the governor, the mayor, the sheriff, whoever calls the shots determines whether we have integration, segregation, or decency. That starts exactly with the president. Marshall's remarks were broadcast on television stations affiliated with the Gannett Broadcasting Company. Marshall's off-the-bench criticisms were rare both for him and for any justice of the United States Supreme Court. When excerpts were published in newspapers prior to the actual telecast, President Reagan's advisor for domestic affairs, Gary Bauer, called them outrageous. He said President Reagan's policies had permitted blacks and other minorities to enter the economic mainstream of the country. He specifically cited the president's endorsement of the 1986 Tax Reform Act, which he claimed removed the federal tax burden from millions of poor people, and the president's proposals to help low-income families buy public housing and to receive cash vouchers to pay for their children's tuition at better schools. Justice Marshall's criticisms echoed those of other black American leaders who had complained for several years that the president had tried to undercut minority hiring programs, school busing to achieve integration, the Voting Rights Act, and other efforts to prevent discrimination and advance the social and economic conditions of minorities. The Justice Department, for example, had joined several cases in federal courts to argue against affirmative action in employment, contending that employers should exercise total color blindness in hiring and promotions. The government also took the side of the Norfolk, Virginia, school board in a case challenging the use of busing to achieve racial desegregation in public schools. While domestic advisor Bauer had defended a colorblind approach, saying if people are looking for us to meet certain quotas all the time, they're going to be very disappointed. B.J. Cooper, a White House deputy press secretary, countered that Reagan's critics overlooked the administration's crackdown on cases of racial violence and its commitment to enforce fair employment and fair housing laws. He claimed that the administration had prosecuted 55 cases of racial violence involving 137 defendants, including 75 Ku Klux Klansmen, since Reagan took office. That compares, Cooper added, with 22 cases involving 52 defendants, of whom 35 were Klansmen, in the previous Democratic administration of President Jimmy Carter. 1987. The Congressional Black Caucus issued a report that charged that black elected officials were victims of harassment by various prosecutorial branches of government and the white-controlled media in disproportionate numbers. The Congressional Black Caucus issued a report that charged that black elected officials were victims of harassment by various prosecutorial branches of government and the white-controlled media in disproportionate numbers. The report concluded that while the number of black elected officials had almost doubled between 1977 and 1987 and some of the names in the drama changed, the circumstances remain essentially unchanged. The CBC contended that while black officials were rightfully scrutinized, their scrutiny, too often issue from ignoble motives, it designed not to protect the public interests but to prevent the public's interest from being represented by persons of the public's choosing. An appendix to the report listed 78 cases of harassment against black elected officials, but almost half of the cases occurred before 1977 and several did not involve investigations by government or the press. For example, Lloyd Edwards, who ran for president of the St. James Parish in Louisiana in 1983, and Katie Jackson Booker, who ran for mayor of Ditmoor, Illinois, in 1985, were not included because of cross burnings on their lawns. The report included, however, at least a dozen cases of black politicians who were either brought before grand juries and never indicted or who were indicted and later acquitted since 1977. These included Kenneth Gibson, the former mayor of Newark, New Jersey, whom the study said was indicted in 1982 on 146 counts of conspiracy, misuse of funds and misconduct, and was acquitted of all the charges. Mayor Marion Barry of Washington, D.C., who was the target of an investigation of cocaine use and whose administration was probed extensively by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office for alleged corruption in the letting of contracts to minority businesses, and that of Mayor Andrew Young of Atlanta, Georgia, who appeared before a federal grand jury investigating whether he tampered with a witness during a probe into allegations of drug abuse by several well-known Atlanta citizens. Of Young, the report said, for him even to have become the subject of an investigation, was widely perceived as a totally inappropriate and abusive use of prosecutorial discretion by the U.S. Attorney. The CBC report also claimed that the harassment of black officials occurred through audits and investigations by the Internal Revenue Service, electronic surveillance, burglaries, and covert disruptive activity by various intelligence agencies, and grand jury investigations and indictments by criminal justice agencies. However, John Russell, a spokesman for the U.S. Department of Justice, labeled the CBC report nonsense. He said, "I don't think those allegations can be substantiated in any way." Jackie Green, Regional Director for the National Association of Black Journalists and Director of Editorial Services at USA Today in Washington, declared, "I think that black politicians should be held to the same scrutiny that any other politician faces by the media. For the most part that is being done." The CBC report was written by Mary Sawyer, a professor of religion at Iowa State University, who wrote a similar report in 1977, and was published by Voter Registration Action Incorporated in Washington, D.C. 1987. Members attending the annual convention of the National Black Alcoholism Council Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia, declared that alcoholism was a serious threat to the continued welfare of Black America. Members attending the annual convention of the National Black Alcoholism Council Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia, declared that alcoholism was a serious threat to the continued welfare of Black America. Although figures varied, it was estimated that between 10 million and 24 million Americans were alcoholics in 1987. However, a recent government study showed that blacks were twice as likely to die from cirrhosis than whites and that esophageal cancer among blacks was 10 times higher than among whites. Maxine Womble, chairwoman of the 9-year-old NBAC, said that the impact of alcoholism among blacks could be seen in the large number of single-parent households, the prevalence of poverty, youth gangs, violence, high dropout rates from schools, teenage pregnancies, and black-on-black crime. Some studies, for example, suggested that alcohol and drugs were involved in between 50% and 70% of the black homicides in the United States. "A lot of what we're doing is about images and education," Mrs. Womble said. "People in these communities must realize only they can save themselves." 1987. John Oliver Killens, author and teacher, dies in New York City. John Oliver Killens, author and teacher, died in New York City. Killens was born in Macon, Georgia, but left the South at age 17 and lived most of his life in the North. Like many other blacks who left the South in the first half of the 20th century, Killens was reluctant to return to his native region. His first extended visit to his hometown occurred in 1986, when he spent 2 weeks as a lecturer and writer in residence. Killens' major novels included Young Blood, And Then We Heard the Thunder, and The Cotillion, or One Good Bull is Half the Herd. Young Blood was a story of powerful courage among ordinary black folks in a small Georgia town, while The Cotillion was a hilarious satire social climbing black Northerners. Some critics contended that Killens's later works lacked the power of his first 2 novels, Young Blood and Then We Heard the Thunder. But at least one reviewer, Tina McElroy Ansa, asserted that if literary historians are looking for the quality of power, They should also look to the man. There, they will find the power they seek. The power of his teaching, the power of his courage, the power of his generosity, the power of his gentleness, the power of his example, the power of his life. Killens was known to have inspired a generation of young black writers, including Wesley Brown, Nikki Giovanni, Richard Peary, Janet Tolliver, and Brenda Wilkinson. His own philosophy was that the responsibility of the writer is to take the facts and deepen them into eternal truth. Every time I sit down to the typewriter, put pen to paper, he once said, I'm out to change the world. Killens was an original member of the Harlem Writers Guild and worked on Paul Robeson's newspaper, Freedom. He held fundraisers during the civil rights movement for Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and traveled to Africa, China, and the Soviet Union. During his tenure on the faculty of Columbia University, Killens achieved a reputation for opening his home at night to students for talk, food, and sometimes, shelter. 1987. Baltimore, Maryland, elects its first black mayor. The black mayor of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, is re-elected, and the black mayor of Charlotte, North Carolina, is defeated. Baltimore, Maryland, elected its first black mayor. The black mayor of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, was re-elected, and the black mayor of Charlotte, North Carolina, was defeated. In Baltimore, Kurt Schmoke, an attorney, prosecutor, and Rhodes Scholar, gained 100,923 votes to defeat his Republican challenger Samuel Culata, who had 27,636 votes. In Philadelphia, Mayor W. Wilson Goode, the city's first black mayor, gained 331,659 votes to defeat former Mayor Frank Rizzo, who had 317,331 votes with 99.13% of the vote counted. Goode scored heavily among blacks, who made up 40% of the 1.6 million residents of the nation's fifth largest city, despite lingering opposition to his decision to bomb a house occupied by MOVE, a radical black group, in 1985. The 67-year-old Rizzo continued to labor under accusations that he was a racist and had permitted police brutality against blacks while he served as police commissioner and later as mayor. In Charlotte, Sue Myrick, a white Republican and former city councilwoman, defeated Mayor Harvey Gantt, the first black mayor of the city, 47,311 to 46,296. Myrick had accused Gantt of failing to solve the city's traffic congestion problems. Her campaign was also aided by the support of North Carolina Governor Jim Martin. 64% of the registered voters in Charlotte were white at the time of the election. 1987. Harold Washington, the first black American mayor of Chicago, Illinois, dies of an apparent heart attack at Northwestern Memorial Hospital. Harold Washington, the first black American mayor of Chicago, Illinois, died of an apparent heart attack at Northwestern Memorial Hospital. Washington was 6 months into his second term as mayor when he collapsed while working in his City Hall office. Washington was first elected mayor of Chicago in 1983 after a bitter, racially charged election. He had once said he wanted to serve the city for 20 years. Washington won re-election in April 1987 after campaigning on a theme of uniting the city's diverse racial and ethnic groups. His first term was marred by racial divisiveness among black and white aldermen and by white, ethnic opposition to his policies on the city council. President Ronald Reagan led those expressing grief at Washington's death. The president observed that Harold Washington will truly be missed, not only by the people of Chicago but also by many across the country for whom he provided leadership on urban issues. Massachusetts Senator Edward Kennedy called Washington's death a tragedy for Chicago and for civil rights. He was an outstanding congressman and an outstanding mayor, and the civil rights movement in America has lost one of its greatest and most respected leaders. Representative William Gray from Pennsylvania, the most powerful black in Congress, said Washington's death was a real great tragedy. Finally, Richard Daley, Cook County State's attorney and the son of the legendary Chicago Mayor Richard J. Daley, remarked, Mayor Washington had a deep love for his city, which has suffered a tremendous loss with his passing. His name will loom forever large in the history of Chicago, and rightfully so. 1987. James Baldwin, black writer and civil rights activist, dies of cancer in France. James Baldwin, black writer and civil rights activist, died of cancer in St. Paul de Venice, France, at age 63. Baldwin had moved to France in 1948 to escape what he felt was the stifling racial bigotry of the United States. Baldwin, the son of an autocratic preacher who hated his son, was born in the Harlem section of New York City in 1924. He began writing while a student at the DeWitt Clinton High School in the Bronx, and by his early 20s was publishing essays and reviews in such publications as The Nation, The New Leader, Commentary, and Partisan Review. Baldwin also began socializing with a circle of New York writers and intellectuals, including William Barrett, Irving Howe, and Lionel Trilling. A prolific author, Baldwin published his three most important collections of essays, Notes of a Native Son, Nobody Knows My Name, and The Fire Next Time, during the height of the civil rights movement. Some critics, the New York Times reported, said his language was sometimes too elliptical, his indictments sometimes too sweeping. But then prose, with its apocalyptic tone, a legacy of his early exposure to religious fundamentalism and its passionate yet distanced sense of advocacy, seemed perfect for a period in which blacks in the South lived under continued threats of racial violence and in which civil rights workers faced brutal beatings and even death. Other important works by Baldwin included Go Tell It on the Mountain, his first book and novel, Giovanni's Room and Another Country, which contains a frank discussion of homosexuality, and the drama Blues for Mr. Charlie. In the preface to Blues for Mr. Charlie, Baldwin noted that the work had been inspired very distantly by the murder of Emmett Till, a black youth in Mississippi in 1955. He wrote, "What is ghastly and really almost hopeless in our racial situation now is that the crimes we have committed are so great and so unspeakable that the acceptance of this knowledge would lead, literally, to madness. The human being, then, in order to protect himself, closes his eyes, compulsively repeats his crimes, and enters a spiritual darkness which no one can describe." During the civil rights movement, Baldwin not only wrote about the struggle, but helped raise money for it and organized protest marches. He was also an early opponent of the United States' involvement in the Vietnam War and a critic of discrimination against homosexuals. Baldwin's writings and activism were recognized by many groups both in this country and abroad. Perhaps the most distinguished of these was the Legion of Honor, France's highest national award, which was presented to him in 1986. Among those eulogizing Baldwin was a fellow African-American novelist, Ralph Ellison, who commented, "America has lost one of its most gifted writers." Henry Louis Gates Jr., a literary critic and professor at Cornell University, said Baldwin educated an entire generation of Americans about the civil rights struggle and the sensibility of Afro-Americans as we faced and conquered the final barriers in our long quest for civil rights. 1987. Civil rights activist Septima Poinsetta Clark dies. Septima Poinsetta Clark, black American civil rights activist, died on Johns Island, South Carolina, at age 89. Clark was born to a former slave in Charleston, South Carolina, in 1898. She received a bachelor's degree from Benedict College in her native state and a master's from Hampton Institute in Virginia. Clark began her teaching career in a public school on Johns Island in 1916. In 1918, she transferred to Avery Institute in Charleston, and in that same year Clark led a drive to collect 20,000 signatures on a petition to have black teachers hired by the Charleston County School District. The law barring their employment was changed in 1920. When Clark moved to Columbia in 1927, she aided a campaign to equalize salaries for black and white teachers. After returning to Charleston several years later, Clark was dismissed from her teaching job for being a member of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in 1955. In the late 1950s, Clark worked at the Highlander Folk School in Tennessee, where she developed a program to teach illiterate blacks so that they could pass literacy tests and qualify to vote. She later became a director of the school, a supervisor of teacher training for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and a national lecturer for voting and civil rights. In recognition of her contributions to the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King, Jr. selected Clark to accompany him to Norway in 1964 when he was presented the Nobel Peace Prize. In 1974, she was elected to the Charleston County School Board. 5 years later, President Jimmy Carter presented to Clark a Living Legacy Award. In 1982, she received the Order of the Palmetto, South Carolina's highest civilian award. Clark told the story of much of her life in her autobiographies, Echo in My Soul and Ready from Within, Septima Clark and the Civil Rights Movement. The latter won an American Book Award. Upon learning of Septima Clark's death, South Carolina Governor Carroll A. Campbell, Jr., said the state has lost not only a leading civil rights activist but a legendary educator and humanitarian. 1988. The City Council of Jackson, Mississippi, vote unanimously to declare a local holiday in honor of the late Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. The City Council of Jackson, Mississippi, voted unanimously to declare a local holiday in honor of the late Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. The vote in Jackson raised to 7 the number of Mississippi localities commemorating the birth of the slain civil rights leader. The action of the Jackson City Council followed that of the governing body of Clarksdale, a Mississippi Delta town, by just 1 day, and also followed disparaging remarks that New York City Mayor Ed Cook had made about the South in general, only a few days earlier. Cook, in noting a recent racial attack in New York, said such an incident was something he expected to see in the Deep South, but not in his region. Several Mississippi mayors wrote Cook in protest. After the Jackson vote, Councilman Louis Armstrong declared, "I think this will send a clearer message to the Mayor Cooks of the world that Mississippi has changed." E.C. Foster, the black president of the Jackson City Council who introduced the motion to honor King, added, "Dr. King had those values most Americans shared." 1988. Political, civil rights, and religious leaders throughout the nation lead commemorations of the third national holiday in honor of civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Political, civil rights, and religious leaders throughout the nation led commemorations of the third national holiday in honor of civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. They generally urged Americans to renew King's struggle against injustice and intolerance of any kind. In Phoenix, Arizona, thousands marched through the downtown area demanding that the King holiday be restored. In 1987, Governor Evan Meacham had repealed the state's observance of the holiday. This action was the first of many that led to an effort to remove him from office. During the demonstration, Phoenix Mayor Terry Goddard observed that it is time to stop having the rest of the country think of us as the site of a three-ring circus. In Los Angeles, California, celebrities and politicians led a group of singers, marching bands, and floats down a boulevard named for King to Exposition Park. In Boston, Massachusetts, Senator Edward Kennedy commented that it was a national disgrace that social justice in retreat. He added, "Bankrupt national policies have spawned a national environment that encourages discrimination and repudiates opportunity." In Gretna, Florida, Governor Bob Martinez led 250 marchers in a driving rain through the streets of a poverty-ridden black neighborhood. The Republican governor told the crowd that he had felt the efforts of King's work himself. Martinez recalled that he had been told years ago that he could never become mayor of Tampa because he was both Roman Catholic and Hispanic. At Yokota Air Base in Japan, 150 black airmen and civilians gathered on a baseball field to reenact King's famous "I Have a Dream" speech. Jackie Chambers, a secretary at the base, recited the oration. During the ceremony, Chambers stated that King gave me the opportunity to get an education, and he's always given me the opportunity to progress. Sergeant Earl Richard, a native of New Orleans, Louisiana, commented, "I think he made a difference in everybody's life, no matter who you are, if you are an American." In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Rosa Parks, whom King once called the great fuse of the civil rights movement for her role in the Montgomery, Alabama, bus boycott of 1955, was given a replica of the Liberty Bell during ceremonies honoring King in that city. Finally, in Memphis, Tennessee, a wreath was laid at the steps of the Lorraine Motel where King was mortally wounded in 1968. Blues musicians played When the Saints Go Marching In, and Jacqueline Smith, a motel resident who refused to leave to make way for the construction of a civil rights museum on the site, was generously applauded when she simply said "Happy Birthday, Dr. King." 1988. Hundreds of Americans, black and white, attend the 20th Annual Ecumenical Services honoring the birthday of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia. Hundreds of Americans, black and white, attended the 20th Annual Ecumenical Services honoring the birthday of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia. The services were held on the third observance of the national holiday in honor of King. Among those in attendance were two Democratic presidential candidates, the Reverend Jesse L. Jackson and Senator Paul Simon from Illinois, National Security Advisor Lieutenant General Colin Powell, Senators Lowell Weicker, Jr., from Connecticut, and Sam Nunn from Georgia, Congressman John Lewis and Newt Gingrich, both from Georgia, comedian Dick Gregory, and Martin Luther King III, a Fulton County, Georgia, commissioner and son of the martyred civil rights leader. One of the speakers at the services, Ebenezer's pastor, Joseph L. Roberts, called King a visionary and our general of peace, and urged the crowd to continue King's work. Senator Weicker told the congregation that King's death would not be in vain if Americans remembered the ideals for which King stood. Weicker asserted, Martin Luther King, Jr., did not wait for the multitude. He talked and wrote and marched through the intimidation, through the violence. And in the end, even his death was an ally, and his example lives as powerfully as the man. Another speaker, the Rev. Joseph Lowery, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, cautioned that the holiday cannot lose sight of the holy day and close the curtain before the crowning victory is won. The holy day reminds us that the holiday honors an individual but also a struggle and a people who are on fire for justice and liberty. Later in the day, more than 200,000 people from throughout the United States and abroad stood in a drizzle in downtown Atlanta to watch the third annual Martin Luther King, Jr., National Holiday Parade. Floats and banners in the procession included Free South Africa, Prejudice is a Handicap, Civil Rights/Gay Rights. Same Struggle, Same Fight, and Stop the Death Penalty. The Atlanta Constitution conducted an informal poll of children along the parade route, asking who was Martin Luther King, Jr. A third grader, Michael Pison of Duluth, Georgia, responded typically, he was a peacemaker. 1988. John Lester, a white teenager, is sentenced in New York City to a prison term of 10 to 30 years for his part in the beating death of a black man in the Howard Beach section of Queens in December 1986. John Lester, a white teenager, was sentenced in New York City to a prison term of 10 to 30 years for his part in the beating death of a black man in the Howard Beach section of Queens in December 1986. The assault of 3 black men in the predominantly white neighborhood inflamed racial tensions in the city and led to several days of protest demonstrations. Lester was the first of 3 convicted white teenagers to be sentenced. Lester's attorney, Brian Levinson, said after the sentencing that his client should not have been sentenced so harshly because this was a reckless act, not an intentional act. However, Justice Thomas D. Makos, who sentenced the youth to the maximum term under the law, commented that Lester showed no remorse, no suggestion of guilt, but instead demonstrated a pretty close to craven indifference to life. The judge also added that the 3 black victims were attacked just because they black. Make no mistake. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it, this was racial violence. The Reverend Al Sharpton, the civil rights activist who had led demonstrations against the assault, said the stiff sentencing vindicated those who pressed for appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate the case. Sharpton also contended that Lester's sentence was an affirmation that racism and racist violence will not have a place in our society. 1988. Doug Williams, the Black American quarterback of the Washington Redskins, was named the most valuable player of Super Bowl 22. Doug Williams, the Black American quarterback of the Washington Redskins, was named the most valuable player of Super Bowl 22. Williams, the first black quarterback ever to start in a Super Bowl, completed 18 of 29 passes totaling 340 yards and 4 touchdowns. The Redskins defeated the Denver Broncos of the American Football Conference, 42-10. Of Williams' achievements, Redskins coach Joe Gibbs commented, "I think it's a great success story. He's had some tough experiences in life, and in football. He saw the downs, but he's the type of man who has overcome them." Redskins owner Jack Kent Cooke added, "This is a tribute not only to a black quarterback, but to a very great quarterback." Williams, a graduate of predominantly black Grambling University in Louisiana, remarked, "I didn't come here with the Washington Redskins as a black quarterback. I came here as a quarterback with the Washington Redskins to play a football game." 1988. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reports the results of a poll showing that 75% of Alabama's white residents favored the continued flying of the Confederate flag over the state capitol at Montgomery. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported the results of a poll showing that 75% of Alabama's white residents favored the continued flying of the Confederate flag over the state capitol at Montgomery. In December 1987, the Alabama NAACP announced a campaign to remove the flag from the State House, and the organization's state director, Thomas Reed, said he would climb the flagpole and tear it down. Yet Alabama Governor Guy Hunt assured that the flag would remain unless a majority of Alabamians wanted it removed. The poll also revealed that 63% of the 400 people queried believed that the Confederate flag should fly over state office buildings. But among whites, 75% wanted the flag to continue to fly, while 53% of blacks said the flag should be removed. In 1988, Alabama and South Carolina were the only two southern states that continued to officially fly the Confederate flag. Mississippi and Georgia incorporated the Confederate symbol into their state flags. Some blacks in these states have periodically protested the use of the Confederate symbol by public agencies and institutions. They contended that its identification with the pro-slavery states in the American Civil War made it a racist emblem. 1988. Jason Lawton, age 17, is sentenced to serve 5 to 15 years in prison for his part in the December 20, 1986, death of Michael Griffith, a 23-year-old black man, in the Howard Beach section of Queens, New York City. New York State Supreme Court Justice Thomas D. Makos sentenced Jason Lawton, age 17, to 5 to 15 years in prison for his part in the December 20, 1986, death of Michael Griffith, a 23-year-old black man, in the Howard Beach section of Queens, New York City. In imposing the light sentence for manslaughter and assault, D. Makos rejected the defense's appeal for mercy because of Lawton's age. The judge said that on the night of the incident, the otherwise exemplary Lawton had become a violent person. Lawton was the only defendant in the Howard Beach assaults to plead for mercy and the only one to apologize to the victim's mother, Jean Griffith. He told Mrs. Griffith, "I am sorry, for your senseless loss." 1988. Several hundred students at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst hold a demonstration against racism at the institution. Several hundred students at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst held a demonstration against racism at the institution. Shouting "Hey, hey, ho, ho, racism has got to go," the students supported an agreement reached between minorities and the school's administration after a 6-day takeover of a campus building. The demonstrators also called for a 2-day moratorium, beginning March 22, on attending classes. The moratorium was aimed at denouncing racism, sexism, and an alleged attack against 3 Puerto Rican students on February 17. Racial tensions on the Amherst campus had increased after at least 200 Black, American Indian, and Hispanic students took over the New Africa House on February 12 to protest alleged assaults and racial slurs by white students. The occupation of the building ended on February 17 after an agreement was reached that stipulated that Chancellor Joseph Duffy would expel students who repeatedly committed acts of racial violence and that he would also promote multicultural education. About 7% of the university's 18,000 undergraduates were Black Americans at the time of the incidents. 1988. Attorneys for Boston University ask a Suffolk Superior Court judge to order Coretta Scott King to release tapes of conversations between her late husband, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and others that were secretly recorded by federal investigators. Attorneys for Boston University asked a Suffolk Superior Court judge to order Coretta Scott King to release tapes of conversations between her late husband, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and others that were secretly recorded by federal investigators. The motion also asked for release of correspondence between King and his colleagues. This action was the latest round in a legal battle between the school and Mrs. King over an estimated 83,000 documents relating to her husband that were held at Boston University. Mrs. King had filed suit earlier, contending that the documents belonged in the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta, Georgia. She further claimed that the university had mishandled or lost some of the papers. The tapes sought in the suit included those reportedly sent anonymously to Mrs. King in the 1970s, after the FBI had bugged hotel rooms where Martin Luther King, Jr., was staying. Some of these tapes implicating King in alleged extramarital sexual activities were made available also to President Lyndon Johnson, members of Congress, and news reporters. 1988. Alfred Jewett, the dean of Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, warned students on his campus that anyone involved in racial incidents would be subject to expulsion and other disciplinary measures. Alfred Jewett, the dean of Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, warned students on his campus that anyone involved in racial incidents would be subject to expulsion and other disciplinary measures. Jewett's warning was published in the student newspaper, the Harvard Crimson, a week after a group of students took over a building at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, to protest campus racism. 1988. Associate Judge Stuart Noodleman of the Cook County Circuit Court sentences James Colifiute, a 21-year-old white man, to 200 hours of community service for his role in an assault on 3 blacks in the Gage Park neighborhood in 1987. Associate Judge Stuart Noodleman of the Cook County Circuit Court sentenced James Colifiute, a 21-year-old white man, to 200 hours of community service for his role in an assault on 3 blacks in the Gage Park neighborhood in 1987. Colifiute, who had stated that he had been taught to hate black people, was also ordered to report to the judge's chambers once a month for a year. Edward McClellan, Executive Secretary of the NAACP Southside Chicago branch, responded to the sentencing by declaring that Judge Noodleman had opened up a completely new approach to dealing with an old American problem, racism. The sharp increase in the number of racist attacks on blacks in the 1980s led many black American leaders to link the civil rights policies of President Ronald Reagan to such incidents, contending that the Reagan administration was hostile to civil rights advances. 1988. A U.S. Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C., in a 2-1 decision, rules that an affirmative action plan aimed at increasing the number of black firefighters in the District of Columbia is unconstitutional. A U.S. Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C., in a 2-1 decision, ruled that an affirmative action plan aimed at increasing the number of black firefighters in the District of Columbia was unconstitutional. The court said that preferential treatment for black firefighter applicants was not needed because blacks had not been discriminated against. The Washington, D.C., city government had set aside 6 out of every 10 new positions in the fire department for black applicants. In 1984, when blacks first complained about tests being used to screen applicants for entry-level firefighter jobs, only 38% of the members of the D.C. Fire Department were black. only 26% of the higher-ranking officers were black at the time. The population of the city was 70% black. Judge Kenneth Starr wrote in the majority opinion, however, that it was undisputed that the fire department consistently hired from the entire Washington metropolitan area, where the black population was only 29.3%. 1988. Experts on race and urban affairs, some of whom worked with the Kerner Commission in producing the 1968 report of the President's Commission on Civil Disorders, announced that the prediction of the Commission 20 years ago that the United States was moving toward two societies, one white and affluent, the other black and impoverished, was becoming a reality. Experts on race and urban affairs, some of whom worked with the Kerner Commission in producing the 1968 report of the President's Commission on Civil Disorders, announced that the prediction of the Commission 20 years ago that the United States was moving toward two societies, one white and affluent, the other black and impoverished, was becoming a reality. A new report, published after a 7-month study following widespread racial rioting in the summer of 1987, proclaimed that segregation by race still sharply divides American cities in both housing and schools for blacks, and especially in schools for Hispanics. It also contended that the nation was being torn apart by quiet riots, unemployment, poverty, crime, and housing and school segregation. It claimed that less than 1% of the federal budget is spent for education, down from 2% in 1980, and that the gap between rich and poor has widened, and there is a growing underclass. One of the former members of the original Kerner Commission, former Senator Fred Harris of Oklahoma, and the co-chairman of the new panel, former Justice Department official Roger Wilkins, offered comments on the new report at a news conference in Washington, D.C., as the new study was presented. Harris said that 20 years later, poverty is worse, more people are poor. It is harder to get out of poverty now. Wilkins added that the quiet riots of 1987 were caused by racism in American culture and economic discrimination. The original 1,400-page Kerner report had also said that white racism was largely responsible for the explosive mixture of poverty and frustration in the black communities that erupted in violence. Both Harris and Wilkins blamed the administration of President Ronald Reagan for cutting back funds on social programs and not taking a stronger stand for equal rights in employment and housing. The new report concluded its findings with the statement, "We know what should be done. Jobs are the greatest need. Full employment is the best anti-poverty program." 1988. Governor Michael Dukakis of Massachusetts moved closer to winning the Democratic nomination for President of the United States after a decisive victory over his black American rival, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, in the Wisconsin primary. Governor Michael Dukakis of Massachusetts moved closer to winning the Democratic nomination for President of the United States after a decisive victory over his black American rival, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, in the Wisconsin primary. As a result of the balloting, Dukakis took 43 of the state's 81 Democratic delegates, while Jackson captured 27 and Senator Albert Gore from Tennessee won 11. Before the Wisconsin primary, Dukakis led Jackson in delegates only by a margin of 691 to 682. Although Wisconsin had a black population of only 3% at the time of the balloting, Jackson was expected to run very well among white blue-collar workers and white liberals in the state. Yet, in the end, while Jackson won nearly all of the black vote, he lost the white blue-collar vote to Dukakis and garnered only about 25% of the total white vote, according to exit polls conducted by the media. 1988. The Reverend Jesse L. Jackson, black American candidate for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination, wins precinct caucuses in the state of South Carolina. The Reverend Jesse L. Jackson, black American candidate for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination, won precinct caucuses in the state of South Carolina. In the caucus election, Jackson acquired approximately 55% of the delegates, 20% were uncommitted, 17% went to Tennessee Senator Albert Gore, 6% to Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis, and two other candidates shared the remaining 2%. Kevin Gray, Jackson's campaign manager in South Carolina, estimated that his candidate would eventually be awarded about 25 of the 44 National Convention delegates at stake in the South Carolina balloting. Although Jackson was a resident of Chicago, Illinois, he was a native of Greenville, South Carolina, had the status of a favorite son as well as the almost solid support of the South's second largest black population, and had a campaign organization that worked hard with the state's 4,000 black churches to turn out the vote. Before the South Carolina caucuses, according to figures from the Associated Press, Jackson trailed Governor Dukakis in the delegate count 459.5 to 400.5. 1988. Pope John Paul II appointed Eugene Antonio Marino, a black Josephite priest, as the Archbishop of Atlanta, Georgia, making it was the first time that a black American was named an archbishop in the American Roman Catholic Church. Pope John Paul II appointed Eugene Antonio Marino, a black Josephite priest, as the Archbishop of Atlanta, Georgia. It was the first time that a black American was named an archbishop in the American Roman Catholic Church. Marino, age 53 and a native of Biloxi, Mississippi, studied at St. Joseph Seminary in Washington, D.C., from 1956 to 1962 and earned a master's degree in religious education from Fordham University. From 1962 to 1968, he taught in and directed training activities in the Archdiocese of Washington, D.C. On July 13, 1971, Marino was elected to a 4-year term as Vicar General of the Josephite Fathers. Prior to being named Archbishop of Atlanta, Marino was the Auxiliary Bishop of Washington, D.C., and Secretary of the National Conference of Catholic Bishops. He was one of only 12 black bishops in the United States at the time of his appointment as Archbishop in 1985. Marino was one of the 10 black bishops who called on the National Conference of Catholic Bishops to create a preferential option for black Americans to help forestall potential explosive racial strife in our country, which was as immediate a threat as a nuclear holocaust. Marino's appointment made him the spiritual leader of 156,000 Roman Catholics in 69 counties in North Georgia, comprising the Archdiocese of Atlanta, of which 10,000 are blacks. In the United States, 1.3 million of the church's 52 million members were black in 1988. 1988. Chevany Bowers C.B. King, the first black person to run for governor of Georgia since the Reconstruction era, dies of cancer in San Diego, California, at age 64. Chevany Bowers C.B. King, the first black person to run for governor of Georgia since the Reconstruction era, died of cancer in San Diego, California, at age 64. King, who was also an attorney and civil rights activist, represented Martin Luther King, Jr., Ralph David Abernathy, and other civil rights leaders as well as student sit-in demonstrators during the tumultuous civil rights movement in Albany, Georgia, in 1962. He was beaten on the steps of the Dougherty County Courthouse during the demonstrations. Prior to running for governor in 1970, King had also ran unsuccessfully for Congress in 1964. In the governor's race, he received 70,424 votes in the Democratic primary. The victorious candidate for governor was Democrat Jimmy Carter, who was later elected President of the United States. Reacting bitterly to his defeat, King blamed it on little black political puppets who have exploited politics for their own selfish ends and on blacks who still had social and psychological hang-ups about voting for a candidate of their own race. 1988. After finishing second in the Democratic presidential primary in Illinois on March 15, black American presidential candidate Jesse Jackson has an estimated 460.5 delegates. After finishing second in the Democratic presidential primary in Illinois on March 15, black American presidential candidate Jesse Jackson had an estimated 460.5 delegates. Jackson's total placed him 4 delegates behind the Democratic front-runner, Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis, who had 464.5 delegates at the time. A total of 2,082 votes were required to capture the Democratic nomination. With almost half of the Democratic delegates chosen by March 16, Jackson had obtained more popular votes than any other Democratic contender and had combined the largest number of first and second place finishes in the balloting held in 30 states thus far. 1988. President Ronald Reagan vetoes a civil rights bill that was designed to reverse a 1984 U.S. Supreme Court decision and restore the impact of 4 federal laws that prohibited discrimination on the basis of race, age, handicap, or sex. President Ronald Reagan vetoed a civil rights bill that was designed to reverse a 1984 U.S. Supreme Court decision and restore the impact of 4 federal laws that prohibited discrimination on the basis of race, age, handicap, or sex. The High Court's ruling had limited the liability for discrimination only to offending programs or activities that receive federal funds, not to an entire institution or entity. Reagan objected to the bill, which passed 75-14 in the U.S. Senate and 315-98 in the House of Representatives, because he felt it proposed unwarranted federal intervention in the affairs of corporations and institutions with religious affiliations. But supporters of the bill contended that its provisions adequately exempted small businesses, church institutions, and farmers. Nevertheless, Reagan said the bill failed to eliminate invidious discrimination and to ensure equality of opportunity for all Americans while preserving their basic freedoms from governmental interference and control. Instead, he offered an alternative, a slight expansion on a previous version that had been rejected in both houses of the Congress, which he said would protect civil rights and at the same time preserve the independence of state and local governments, the freedom of religion, and the right of America's citizens to order their lives and businesses without extensive federal intrusion. Massachusetts Senator Edward M. Kennedy, one of the sponsors of the legislation, called Reagan's veto shameful. 1988. Mike Tyson knocks out challenger Tony Tubbs to retain the World Heavyweight Boxing Championship in Tokyo, Japan. Mike Tyson knocked out challenger Tony Tubbs to retain the World Heavyweight Boxing Championship in Tokyo, Japan. The 30-year-old Tubbs collapsed in the second round of the scheduled 15-round fight in the Tokyo Dome. His cornermen asked referee Arthur Mercanti to stop the fight. Tyson improved his record to 34 wins with no losses. The 21-year-old Tyson was guaranteed $5 million for defending his title. 1988. The U.S. House of Representatives House votes to overturn a U.S. Supreme Court civil rights ruling that limits 4 laws banning discrimination based on age, race, sex, or handicap. The U.S. House of Representatives voted 315-98 to overturn a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that limited 4 laws banning discrimination based on age, race, sex, or handicap. The same measure had been approved by the U.S. Senate on January 28, by a vote of 75-14. The legislation, known as the Civil Rights Restoration Act, requires that any institution or entity receiving federal funds, including school systems, corporations, and health facilities, must comply with civil rights statutes. It allows limited exemptions for small businesses and for institutions controlled by religious organizations. The Supreme Court, in a 1984 case involving Grove City College in Pennsylvania, had ruled that only a program or activity receiving federal funds was subject to the federal anti-bias laws. Although the case focused on a 1972 law that prohibited sex discrimination in education, the court's decision also applied to 3 other civil rights laws that contain the same language at issue in the Grove City College case. After the decision, federal agencies had dropped or limited hundreds of civil rights cases. In October 1987, a federal court of appeals rejected a lawsuit by a group in Alabama, which had been joined by the federal government against the state school system. That court held that only the allegedly discriminatory program could be sued. 1988. The U.S. Congress overrides President Ronald Reagan's veto of the Civil Rights Restoration Act. The U.S. Congress overrode President Ronald Reagan's veto of the Civil Rights Restoration Act. The vote in the Senate was 73-24 and in the House of Representatives 292-133. The new law was designed to reverse a decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in 1984 which had limited the enforcement of previous civil rights acts. In that decision, the court, in a case involving Grove City College in Pennsylvania, had ruled that some earlier civil rights laws did not cover entire school systems, businesses, local governments, or other entities, but only the programs receiving federal aid. The new law specifically extended coverage to entire institutions, although exemptions were provided for small businesses, churches, farmers who received price supports, and welfare recipients. President Reagan had objected on the grounds that the exemptions were inadequate and that religious freedoms were being threatened. After the veto was overridden, Republican Senator Lowell Weaker from Connecticut, one of the sponsors of the measure, exclaimed, "Is as important a day as any of us have ever experienced or will experience in the near future. It has the potential of being a restatement of our national commitment to equal opportunity for all." 1988. The Chronicle of Higher Education reports that a study by the American Council on Education and the Education Commission of the United States had concluded that America must renew its commitment to the advancement of minority groups or jeopardize the future prosperity of the nation. The Chronicle of Higher Education reported that a study by the American Council on Education and the Education Commission of the United States had concluded that America must renew its commitment to the advancement of minority groups or jeopardize the future prosperity of the nation. The Council and Commission report stated that America is moving backward not forward in its efforts to achieve the full participation of minority citizens in the life and prosperity of the nation. The report, entitled "One-Third of a Nation," also documented that in education, employment, income, health, longevity, and other basic measures of individual and social well-being, gaps persist and in some cases are widening between members of minority groups and the majority population. If we allow these disparities to continue, the United States inevitably will suffer a compromised quality of life and a lower standard of living. In brief, we find ourselves unable to fulfill the promise of the American dream. One-Third of a Nation emerged from a project established in 1987 by the American Council on Education and the Education Commission of the United States because of concern over a series of racial incidents on college and university campuses and the declining proportion of minority students in college. The report noted specifically that in 1986, 31.1% of the nation's blacks and 27.3% of its Hispanics had incomes below the poverty level, nearly 3 times the rate for whites. Also, in 1986, 20.1% of whites over age 25 had completed at least 4 years of college. For blacks, the completion rate was only 10.9% and for Hispanics, only 8.4%. In the same year, blacks were twice as likely to be unemployed than were whites. As a result of its findings, the report recommended, among other things, that colleges and universities, particularly, 1. Recruit minority students more aggressively, 2. Create an academic atmosphere that nourishes and encourages minority students to stay enrolled and to succeed, 3. Create a campus culture that values the diversity minorities bring to institutional life, one that responds powerfully and forthrightly to the recrudescences of racism that have occurred too often on campus in recent years, 4. Place special emphasis on inspiring and recruiting minority candidates for faculty and administrative positions, and 5. Work with educators at the primary and secondary levels to improve the education, training, and preparation of minority students. 1988. Black American novelist Toni Morrison wins a Pulitzer Prize for fiction for her book Beloved, a novel that depicts the agonizing reminiscences of a former enslaved person in post-Civil War Ohio. Black American novelist Toni Morrison won a Pulitzer Prize for fiction for her book Beloved. The novel depicts the agonizing reminiscences of a former enslaved person in post-Civil War Ohio. Morrison's work had provoked a controversy in the fall of 1987 when it failed to win the prestigious National Book Award. In January 1988, 48 black writers had written an open letter to the New York Times Book Review protesting that failure as well as the fact that Morrison had never won the even more prestigious Pulitzer. Responding to the announcement of the award, Morrison said, "I think I know what I feel. I had no doubt about the value of the book and that it was really worth serious recognition. but I had some dark thoughts about whether the book's merits would be allowed to be the only consideration of the Pulitzer Committee. The book had begun to take on a responsibility, an extra literary responsibility, that it was never designed for. An excerpt from a review of Beloved by author and critic Margaret Atwood in the New York Times, September 13, 1987, follows. In Beloved, Ms. Morrison turns away from the contemporary scene that has been her concern of late. The new novel is set after the end of the Civil War, during the period of the so-called Reconstruction, when a great deal of random violence was let loose upon blacks, both the slaves freed by emancipation and others who had been given or bought their freedom earlier. But there are flashbacks to a more distant period, when slavery was still a going concern in the South and the seeds for the bizarre and calamitous events of the novel were sown. The setting is similarly divided, the countryside near Cincinnati, where the central characters have ended up, and a slave-holding plantation in Kentucky, ironically named Sweet Home, from which they fled 18 years before the novel begins. Beloved is written in an anti-minimalist prose that is by turns rich, graceful, eccentric, rough, lyrical, sinuous, colloquial, and very much to the point. 1988. Tabitha Foster, a 3-year-old black American child, dies after having been the longest survivor among American children who had received multiple organ transplants. Tabitha Foster, a 3-year-old black American child, died after having been the longest survivor among American children who had received multiple organ transplants. Tabitha had survived nearly 7 months after she received the organs of a baby killed in an automobile accident in October 1987. Other children who were recipients of multiple organ transplants had survived no longer than 3 days. 1988. Clarence M. Pendleton, Jr., chairman of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, dies of an apparent heart attack in San Diego, California, at age 57. Clarence M. Pendleton, Jr., chairman of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, died of an apparent heart attack in San Diego, California, at age 57. Pendleton was born on November 10, 1930, in Louisville, Kentucky, but grew up in Washington, D.C., where his father was the first swimming coach at Howard University and an assistant director of the District of Columbia's Recreation Department. He received a Bachelor of Science degree from Howard in 1954 and worked briefly for the D.C. Recreation Department before joining the U.S. Army. After his release from the Army in 1957, Pendleton returned to Howard and became an instructor of physical education. In 1970, Pendleton became a director of the Urban Affairs Department of the National Recreation and Parks Association. 2 years later he moved to San Diego to take a position as director of the Model Cities program there. By 1975, Pendleton had become head of the San Diego Urban League. He was the only one of more than 150 officers in the league to support the presidential candidacy of former California Governor Ronald Reagan. By 1980, Pendleton had abandoned what he called his bleeding heart liberalism and switched to the Republican Party. On November 16, 1981, President Reagan appointed him chairman of the CCR. As CCR chairman, Pendleton followed Reagan's desires and led the commission toward a colorblind approach to matters of civil rights. He opposed busing to achieve school desegregation and called affirmative action a bankrupt policy. Civil rights leaders, some political leaders, and even some members of the CCR itself expressed shock at the stances that the Commission's first black chairman took. Congress responded by cutting the CCR's budget from $11.6 million in 1985 to only $7.5 million in 1986. These cuts caused a considerable slowing of activity at the CCR. After Pendleton's death, William Bradford Reynolds, Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, called him a man who felt very deeply that the individuals in America should deal with one another as brothers and sisters totally without regard to race and background. 1988. Alabama State Representative Thomas Reed, who also served as president of the state's NAACP, is indicted by a federal grand jury on charges of accepting more than $15,000 in cash and restaurant equipment to secure the early release of a convicted murderer, Anthony Chesser. Alabama State Representative Thomas Reed, who also served as president of the state's NAACP, was indicted by a federal grand jury on charges of accepting more than $15,000 in cash and restaurant equipment to secure the early release of a convicted murderer, Anthony Chesser. According to the indictment, Chesser's family paid Reed to use his position as a member of the legislature's Joint Prison Committee to get the State Department of Corrections to place Chesser in a work release program and get the Board of Pardons and Paroles to move up his date for parole consideration by 51/2 years. At the time, Chesser was serving a 40-year sentence in a 1984 conviction for murdering his wife. Reed, age 60, was one of 14 black state legislators arrested February 2, 1988, when they tried to remove the Confederate flag from the Alabama state capitol at Montgomery. Reed, who was also a member of the Board of Trustees of Tuskegee University, refused to comment on his indictment except to reiterate his innocence. 1988. William H. Harris, a 44-year-old black historian, is named president of Texas Southern University in Houston. William H. Harris, a 44-year-old black historian, assumed the presidency of Texas Southern University in Houston. Harris, a native of Fitzgerald, Georgia, had previously been president of Payne College in Georgia, and a professor of history and associate dean of the graduate school at Indiana University in Bloomington. At the time of his selection to the Texas Southern presidency, Harris was also completing a 3-year term as president of the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History. At his inaugural ceremonies, which were attended by the new president's 98-year-old grandmother, Mary Graham, Harris commented, "We now begin to speak in one voice, play by one score, and the theme of that voice and score will be academic excellence." 1988. The Atlanta Constitution reports results of a poll that revealed that if Black American presidential candidate Jesse Jackson was not offered the vice presidential nomination or did not signal his support for the presidential ticket, more than a third of the delegates to the Democratic National Convention indicated that they would be less likely to support the party in the 1988 presidential election. The Atlanta Constitution reported results of a poll that revealed that if Black American presidential candidate Jesse Jackson was not offered the vice presidential nomination or did not signal his support for the presidential ticket, more than a third of the delegates to the Democratic National Convention indicated that they would be less likely to support the party in the 1988 presidential election. The poll showed a strong potential for disunity among Democratic Party delegates as they headed to the National Convention in Atlanta, Georgia, on July 18. Another important result of the poll was that 20% of the delegates polled thought Jackson was pulling the party too far to the left. Among delegates pledged to Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis, 24% expressed that sentiment, compared with only 5% of the Jackson delegates. The poll was conducted from June 15 to July 7, 1988. It included interviews with 1,921 delegates and alternates pledged to Governor Dukakis, 935 pledged to the Reverend Jackson, and 447 who were either uncommitted or technically committed to other candidates who had dropped out of the presidential race. 1988. Jesse Jackson is passed over as a vice presidential running mate of his closest primary rival Michael Dukakis. As the date for the 1988 Democratic National Convention approached, Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis had secured enough delegate votes to win his party's nomination over his closest rival, Black American candidate Jesse Jackson. However, there were serious concerns within the Democratic Party over whether Jackson and his forces would attempt to disrupt the convention and or enthusiastically support the party nominees in the November general elections. One of the major disputes between the Jackson and Dukakis camps was over Dukakis' selection of Lloyd Bentsen, U.S. Senator from Texas, as his choice as a vice presidential running mate. Jackson complained earlier that Dukakis had not engaged him in their private meetings on substantial issues, such as the platform, his role in the fall campaign, and the vice presidency, yet indicated that he would not be adverse to a vice presidential nomination. The Jackson campaign was most angered, however, by the fact that Jackson had learned from news reporters that Dukakis had chosen Benson as his running mate a full hour before the governor called with the information. Although the Dukakis campaign insisted that the slight had not been deliberate and apologized for having caused Jackson any embarrassment, Ronald Brown, Jackson's campaign manager, said he was shocked by his client's treatment. The Benson incident refueled speculation in the media and in the Democratic Party as to exactly what it would take to mollify or pacify Jackson and his supporters. In an article published in the Atlanta Constitution on July 13 entitled "A Letter to My Delegates on the Road to Atlanta," Jackson said it was not what Jesse wants, but a question of what we have built. 1988. Jesse Jackson, Black American Democratic presidential candidate, delivers Keep Hope Alive speech to 11,000 people at the Democratic National Convention in Atlanta, Georgia, on the eve of the balloting for the presidential nomination. Using the theme Keep Hope Alive, Jesse Jackson, Black American Democratic presidential candidate, addressed 11,000 people at the Democratic National Convention in Atlanta, Georgia, on the eve of the balloting for the presidential nomination. The speech, in which Jackson said America must never surrender to a high moral challenge, electrified the audience. 1988. Michael Dukakis defeats Jesse Jackson for the Democratic nomination for President of the United States. The quest of Jesse L. Jackson for the Democratic nomination for President of the United States ended in Atlanta, Georgia. Delegates at the Democratic National Convention there gave the party's nomination to Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis. Dukakis won the votes of 2,876.25 delegates. Jackson emerged second in the contest with 1,218.5 delegate votes. 5 other candidates divided 9 votes. The number needed for nomination was 2,082. Jackson began his second attempt to win the Democratic nomination shortly after he failed to capture the position in 1984. He remained a visible spokesman for the civil rights of blacks, other minorities, and women, by using his organization's Operation Push and the Rainbow Coalition as bases and adding the causes of labor and depressed farmers to his agenda. Unlike his race in 1984, when several major black leaders publicly opposed his candidacy, Jackson won their support or at least neutrality in his latest quest. He was also able to persuade more whites to back his candidacy. He campaigned as a populist, championing the cause of the downtrodden, those in the outhouse who were not fully sharing in the nation's opportunities, political, social, and economic. In the primary elections and caucuses prior to the convention, Jackson won the votes of 92% of blacks and 12% of whites. 4 years earlier he had captured 77% of the black vote, but only 5% of the white vote. Jackson's achievements in the 1988 campaign established him as the most formidable black candidate ever to seek the American presidency. 1988. Willie Stargell, a former black American baseball star with the Pittsburgh Pirates of the National League, is inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in ceremonies at Cooperstown, New York. Willie Stargell, a former black American baseball star with the Pittsburgh Pirates of the National League, was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in ceremonies at Cooperstown, New York. Stargell got 82.4% of the vote by being named on 352 of 427 ballots cast by the Baseball Writers Association of America. Stargell, age 47, became the first player to be selected on his first attempt since Lou Brock, another black American, accomplished the feat in 1985. Stargell's best seasons as a baseball player were in 1971, when he scored 48 home runs, batted in 125 runs, and had a total batting average of 295, and 1973, when he hit 44 home runs, batted in 119 runs, and ended with a batting average of .299. Stargell played in the 1971 and 1979 World Series and was named the most valuable player in the 1979 series. 1988. Joseph Big Lester Hankerson, black civil rights activist, dies of a heart attack in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 63. Joseph Big Lester Hankerson, black civil rights activist, died of a heart attack in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 63. Hankerson, a leader of the civil rights movement in Savannah, Georgia, often marched at the side of Martin Luther King, Jr., during the 1960s. Joseph E. Lowery, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, called Hankerson one of the earliest among the valiant field workers who was a heart and soul of the civil rights movement. They did the harsh and dangerous groundwork that made it possible for the captains and generals to claim the victory. Another veteran civil rights activist, Hosea Williams, remarked, "Big Lester was a true unsung hero. He contributed as much to the street movement as Dr. King did in the sweet movement. He didn't go to jail as many times as I, but no one took more beatings and no one shed more blood." 1988. M. Carl Holman, president of the National Urban Coalition, dies of cancer in Washington, D.C., at age 69. M. Carl Holman, president of the National Urban Coalition, died of cancer in Washington, D.C., at age 69. Holman was born June 27, 1919, in Minter, Mississippi. He grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, and was a magna cum laude graduate of Lincoln University. He earned master's degrees at the University of Chicago in 1944 and Yale University in 1954. After receiving his Chicago degree, Holman taught English at Hampton Institute and his alma mater, Lincoln University. Beginning in 1949, he began a long career in Georgia as a professor of English at Clark College. While in Georgia, Holman was an advisor to the student sit-in movement in Atlanta and helped to escort and protect Charlayne Hunter and Hamilton Holmes, when the two black students desegregated the University of Georgia in 1961. He was also editor of the Atlanta Inquirer, a black weekly newspaper that was founded as a voice for civil rights demonstrators. In 1962, Holman left Clark College to become information officer and later deputy staff director of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission from 1962 to 1968. He then became a vice president of the National Urban Coalition, a study and advocacy group on urban issues and policies. Holman was named president of the coalition in 1971. 1988. Participants at the annual convention of the American Psychological Association in Atlanta, Georgia, concluded that the increasing absence of black men in the workforce, on college campuses and as heads of households is a problem that threatens the fabric of American society. Participants at the annual convention of the American Psychological Association in Atlanta, Georgia, concluded that the increasing absence of black men in the workforce, on college campuses and as heads of households was a problem that threatened the fabric of American society. Statistics quoted at the meeting to substantiate the point included: 1. The leading cause of death among black males between the ages of 15 and 24 is homicide. 2. A black man has a 1 in 21 chance of being murdered, 6 times greater than that of other Americans. 3. The average life expectancy of 65 years for black men is less than what it was for white men more than 40 years ago. 4. Black men represent 6% of the country's population but more than 40% of the prison population. 5. A black man is more than twice as likely to be unemployed as a white man. And 6. Black men are increasingly absent from the home, with almost 60% of all births to black women occurring out of wedlock. 1988. More than 55,000 Americans march in Washington, D.C., to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the historic March on Washington of 1963. More than 55,000 Americans marched in Washington, D.C., to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the historic March on Washington of 1963. The original march had drawn 250,000 people to push for passage of the Civil Rights Bill of 1964. The leaders of the new march included Democratic presidential candidates Jesse Jackson and Michael Dukakis, Benjamin Hooks of the NAACP, Coretta Scott King, widow of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., and Joseph E. Lowery, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. The themes of the gathering were a tribute to King, and his memorable "I Have a Dream" speech at the 1963 march, as well as a protest against the civil rights policies of the administration of President Ronald Reagan. In addressing the latter topic, the SCLC's Lowry told the crowd, "We fought too long, we prayed too hard, we wept too bitterly, we bled too profusely, we died too young to let anybody ever turn back the clock on racial justice. We ain't going back." 1988. William S. Sessions, director of the FBI, announces that he approved a 5-year affirmative action program to hire and promote more minority employees in the Bureau. William S. Sessions, director of the FBI, announced that he had approved a 5-year affirmative action program to hire and promote more minority employees in the Bureau. The program included the hiring of an advertising agency, assignment of some of the most capable people to serve as recruiters, improvements in career development and training programs, internal audits of promotion procedures, equal opportunity programs, and complaint processes. Sessions also said that from the beginning, "I have tried to make the FBI's policy against racism and discrimination crystal clear to every member of the FBI, both by policy statements, and by personally addressing employees." As Sessions issued his declaration, there were only 417 blacks and 439 Hispanics among the 9,597 agents in the FBI. Of the Hispanic agents, 311 had filed a class action suit contending that the FBI discriminated in the promotion, discipline, and assignment of Hispanics, while a black agent, Donald Rochin of the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, office, had filed a racial harassment charge with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. In July 1988, Gary Miller, a white agent in the Chicago, Illinois, office, acknowledged that he and some white colleagues had harassed Rochin. The EEOC also upheld many of Rochin's complaints of actions against him while he served in the FBI's Omaha, Nebraska, office in 1983 to 1984 and in Chicago from 1984 to 1986. 1988. City officials in Yonkers, New York, pay a fine of $192,000 for contempt of court for refusing to carry out a federal judge's order to desegregate the city's housing. City officials in Yonkers, New York, paid a fine of $192,000 for contempt of court for refusing to carry out a federal judge's order to desegregate the city's housing. 1988. U.S. District Court Judge William H. Barber, Jr., rules in Jackson, Mississippi, that Mississippi judges were elected in a discriminatory manner. U.S. District Court Judge William H. Barber, Jr., ruled in Jackson, Mississippi, that Mississippi judges were elected in a discriminatory manner. The order divided some of the state's judicial districts into sub-districts where the black majority would be 60% to 65%. This division was designed to overcome what the judge said was the white majority's block votes, which usually defeat the minority's preferred candidate. As a result of the ruling, 8 judicial sub-districts with large black majorities were created. At the time of the ruling, there were only 3 blacks among the 111 trial and appellate judges in Mississippi, although blacks constituted 35% of the state's population. In 1985, the Fund for Modern Courts, a Washington, D.C., research group, had reported that there were only 238 blacks among the 7,500 elected judges in the United States. At that time, blacks constituted 12% of the American population. 1988. President Ronald Reagan signs a bill strengthening enforcement of the open housing law Congress passed in the wake of the assassination of Martin Luther King, Jr., in 1968. President Ronald Reagan signed a bill strengthening enforcement of the open housing law Congress passed in the wake of the assassination of Martin Luther King, Jr., in 1968. The law, which was passed overwhelmingly by both the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate, authorized the federal government, for the first time, to seek fines of up to $100,000 against individuals or organizations found to have engaged in a pattern of housing discrimination. Under the open housing provisions of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the government could only mediate housing discrimination disputes. The act also extended anti-discrimination protection in housing to the handicapped and families with children. President Reagan called the new housing law the most important civil rights legislation in 20 years. He said that discrimination was particularly tragic when it means a family is refused housing near good schools, a good job, or simply in a better neighborhood to raise children. 1988. The International Olympic Committee strips Canadian Ben Johnson's gold medal in the 100-meter dash away after he tested positive for performance-enhancing anabolic steroids. The International Olympic Committee took Canadian Ben Johnson's gold medal in the 100-meter dash away after he tested positive for performance-enhancing anabolic steroids. The medal, which he won in the Summer Olympic Games at Seoul, South Korea, on September 24, was then presented to the second-place finisher in the 100-meter, Black American Carl Lewis. 1988. The New York Times reports that a 7-month New York State grand jury investigation had concluded that Tawana Brawley, a 16-year-old Black American, had fabricated her story of abduction and sexual abuse by a gang of white men in Wappingers Falls, New York, on November 24, 1987. The New York Times reported that a 7-month New York State grand jury investigation had concluded that Tawana Brawley, a 16-year-old Black American, had fabricated her story of abduction and sexual abuse by a gang of white men in Wappingers Falls, New York, on November 24, 1987. Brawley, who disappeared from her home 4 days earlier, was found nude in a garbage bag with feces and racial slurs covering her body. Within days of Brawley's disappearance, her case became a focal point of protests and racial tensions throughout the state. Leaders of the protest and advisors to Brawley included the Reverend Al Sharpton, a community activist, and New York lawyers C. Vernon Mason and Alton H. Maddox, Jr. The three counseled the Brawley family not to cooperate with law enforcement authorities, whom they accused of perpetrating a cover-up in the case. Furthermore, the group contended that law enforcement officials were involved in the alleged attack on Brawley. Nevertheless, the grand jury's final report found no evidence of any abduction, racial or sexual attack, or any other crime against Miss Brawley. 1988. Forbes magazine reports that Michael Jackson, a 30-year-old Black American, is the world's highest-paid entertainer, earning an estimated $60 million during 1988. Forbes magazine reported that Michael Jackson, a 30-year-old Black American, had become the world's highest-paid entertainer, earning an estimated $60 million during 1988. Jackson was ranked 9th in Forbes' top 40 list of wealthiest celebrities in 1987. Jackson had made about $40 million from a recent worldwide tour. The rest of his earnings came from sales of his album Bad, his autobiography Moonwalk, music publishing, and endorsements and commercials he made for the Pepsi-Cola bottling company. In 1987, the wealthiest entertainer was another Black American, comedian Bill Cosby. Cosby had an income of $84 million in 1986-87. Other Black Americans on the 1988 list were actor-comedian Eddie Murphy, talk show host Oprah Winfrey, and professional boxers Mike Tyson, Sugar Ray Leonard, and Michael Spinks. 1988. S.B. Fuller, founder and president of Fuller Products Company and a dean of Black entrepreneurs, dies of kidney failure in Blue Island, Illinois, at age 83. S.B. Fuller, founder and president of Fuller Products Company and a dean of Black entrepreneurs, died of kidney failure in Blue Island, Illinois, at age 83. Fuller, a native of Ouachita Parish, Louisiana, left school after the 6th grade and lived in poverty until his mother, who died when he was 17, convinced him to become a door-to-door salesman. He sold cosmetics and built a national enterprise with more than 5,000 salesmen. In the 1960s, Fuller expanded his company into newspapers, appliance and department stores, and farming and beef cattle production. He is credited with teaching business acumen to John H. Johnson, publisher of the highly successful Johnson Publishing Company, and George Johnson, one of the nation's leading cosmetic manufacturers, both of Chicago, Illinois. 1988. Dedication of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Federal Building was held in Atlanta, Georgia. Dedication of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Federal Building was held in Atlanta, Georgia. U.S. Congressman John Lewis and members of the slain civil rights leaders' family participated in the ceremonies. Lewis had sponsored the bill in Congress to rename the building for King, the first federal building in the nation to bear his name. 1988. Comedian and television star Bill Cosby announces his intention to donate $20 million to Spelman College, an institution for Black American women in Atlanta, Georgia. Comedian and television star Bill Cosby announced his intention to donate $20 million to Spelman College, an institution for Black American women in Atlanta, Georgia. The contribution represented the largest individual gift in the 107-year history of the college and the largest such gift ever made by a Black American. In announcing the donation, Cosby told a group of 2,000 people attending an inaugural reception for Spelman's new president, Johnetta Cole, that Mrs. Cosby and I wanted this woman to know how much we love this school. He also urged other blacks to do more in supporting historically black colleges. I think we all understand that schools need money, but I think we accepted that white folks were going to keep them alive. College officials indicated that Cosby's money would be used to construct a new academic building, establish endowed academic chairs in the fine arts, humanities, and social sciences, and strengthen the school's $42 million endowment. 1988. Toni Morrison, Black American novelist, wins a 1988 Elmer Holmes Bobst Award in Arts and Letters for her powerful and haunting book, Beloved. Toni Morrison, Black American novelist, won a 1988 Elmer Holmes Bobst Award in Arts and Letters for her powerful and haunting book, Beloved. Like Morrison's other works, Beloved draws heavily on the Black oral tradition. The Bobst Awards, sponsored by New York University, include medals and $2,000 cash prizes. Previously, Morrison had won a National Book Critics Award for Song of Solomon, and the coveted Pulitzer Prize for Beloved. 1988. University of Chicago researchers reports that blacks still encounter major barriers to integrated housing in the nation's suburbs. University of Chicago researchers reported that blacks still encounter major barriers to integrated housing in the nation's suburbs. In a report entitled Suburbanization and Segregation in U.S. Metropolitan Areas, Douglas S. Massey and Nancy A. Denton found that Asians and Hispanics had greater contact with other races as they moved out of larger American cities than did blacks. They concluded that 2 decades after the Civil Rights Act of 1968, which, in theory, banned racial discrimination in the sale and rental of housing, blacks have still not achieved equal access to housing in American cities and suburbs. The study was published in the November 1988 issue of the American Journal of Sociology. 1988. An internal report on equal opportunity released by the U.S. Navy finds widespread but subtle bias against Black and Hispanic sailors and other minorities in its ranks. An internal report on equal opportunity released by the U.S. Navy found widespread but subtle bias against Black and Hispanic sailors and other minorities in its ranks. Among the shortcomings cited in the report were failure to direct recruiting ads to minority-dominated areas, enlist highly qualified blacks, instill a sense of racial and ethnic equality in training, and guide minorities equitably into technical fields. The study also found that Black and Hispanic sailors were promoted less quickly than whites, though rates of promotion varied from grade to grade. In response to the report, Admiral Carlisle Trost, Chief of Naval Operations, instructed naval officers to maintain a climate in the Navy that provides the opportunity for our people to perform and achieve realistic goals. 1988. Max Robinson, the first black news anchorman on American network television, dies of complications relating to AIDS in Washington, D.C., at age 49. Max Robinson, the first black news anchorman on American network television, died of complications relating to AIDS in Washington, D.C., at age 49. Robinson, who had worked as a news anchor at WTPO-TV in Washington, became a co-anchor with Peter Jennings and Frank Reynolds on the ABC TV network's evening news in 1978. Carl Bernstein, chief of the ABC News Bureau in Chicago, said Robinson was deliberately excluded from any decision-making related to the newscast. In a speech at Smith College in February 1981, Robinson accused ABC of racism. 2 years later, after the death of Reynolds, Jennings was named sole anchor of the evening news and Robinson was relegated to weekend anchor stints and news briefs. The next year he left ABC and joined WMAQ-TV in Chicago, Illinois. In June 1985, Robinson entered a hospital suffering from emotional and physical exhaustion. He never returned to full-time news reporting. In commenting on Robinson's death, Roone Arledge, president of ABC News, said, "He made an important contribution to ABC News for which we will always be grateful." 1988. The School Committee of Boston, Massachusetts, votes 10-1 to allow parents to choose a public school for their children closer to home. The School Committee of Boston, Massachusetts, voted 10-1 to allow parents to choose a public school for their children closer to home. In 1974, U.S. District Court Judge W. Arthur Garrity, Jr., had imposed a desegregation plan on the city of Boston that gave parents little choice as to which schools their children would attend. Garrity's latest orders in the case, however, required only that a racial balance be maintained, which freed the school committee to devise a plan of its own. The new plan, which was subject to final approval by the State Board of Education, divided the Boston public school system into 3 zones of 14,000 students each, and parents could choose any school within the zone, provided it did not upset the school's racial balance. A lottery would determine assignments in oversubscribed schools. 1988. Widespread discussion began in Black American communities throughout the United States over the proper ethnic designation for Americans of African origins. Widespread discussion began in Black American communities throughout the United States over the proper ethnic designation for Americans of African origins. Former Democratic presidential candidate Jesse L. Jackson, leaders of the NAACP, and others had agreed during a conference in Chicago that African American was the preferable term and should replace Black, which gained prominence during the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Jackson said the term African American places us in our proper historical context. The Reverend B. Herbert Martin, head of the Human Relations Commission in Chicago, and others disagreed. Martin said a change in nomenclature from Black to African American amounted to little more than semantics. 1989. Andrew F. Broomer, former Black American governor of the Federal Reserve Board, is installed as president of the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History. Andrew F. Broomer, former Black American governor of the Federal Reserve Board, was installed as president of the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History. Broomer, who had also served as president of the nation's oldest Black history organization in 1969, returned to the leadership of the group at a time when it was just beginning to recover from severe financial difficulties. Administrative problems and a declining membership had seriously curtailed the association's ability to provide programs and deliver services in the 1980s. These financial straits had led to suspension of its 2 principal publications, the Journal of Negro History and the Negro History Bulletin. Just prior to Broomer's installation, the Journal of Negro History, the oldest and most prestigious of Black scholarly journals, was revived through the assistance of Morehouse College, the base of its editorial operations. Leroy Keith, Jr., the newly inaugurated president of the college, had made the pledge to resurrect the periodical soon after taking office. Upon assuming the leadership of Assil Hanu, Broomer pledged to make a similar effort on behalf of the entire association and those it served. 1989. Coretta Scott King resigns as president of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta, Georgia. Coretta Scott King announced her resignation as president of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta, Georgia, having been president of the center since its founding in 1974. She also announced that her successor would be her 27-year-old son, Dexter Scott King, whom she described as uniquely qualified to assume the civil rights mantle. Mrs. King, however, said that she would remain as chief executive officer and spokesperson for the center. 1989. President Ronald Reagan criticizes civil rights leaders for allegedly exaggerating the degree of racism in America. On the eve of his departure from office, President Ronald Reagan criticized civil rights leaders for allegedly exaggerating the degree of racism in America. The president suggested that black leaders were striving to keep their cause alive and to maintain their own prominence. In an interview with the CBS television network news program 60 Minutes, Reagan specifically said, "Sometimes I wonder if they really want what they say they want, because some of those leaders are doing very well leading organizations based on keeping alive the feeling that they're victims of prejudice." During his 8 years in office, Reagan had been constantly attacked by black leaders for allegedly seeking to thwart progress in civil rights. But in the interview, Reagan defended his position on civil rights. He pointed out that as governor of California he had appointed more blacks to executive and policy-making positions in government than all the previous governors of California put together. Reagan regretted that he was seen as being on the other side of the struggle for civil rights. 1989. President-elect George Bush praises the life and work of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., and promises to make King's dream of racial equality his mission in the White House. President-elect George Bush praised the life and work of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., and promised to make King's dream of racial equality his mission in the White House. In a speech to the American Bicentennial Presidential Inaugural Afro-American Committee in Washington, D.C., Bush said that King had lived a hero's life. He dreamed a hero's dreams. And he left a hero's indelible mark on the mind and imagination of a great nation. So today we remember the man, we pay tribute to his achievements, and we pledge once more our nation's sacred honor in continuing pursuit of his dream. In his remarks, Bush characterized King as a great gift from God to the nation, adding, "What becomes of Martin Luther King's dreams is up to us. We must not fail him. We must not fail ourselves. And we must not fail the nation he loved so much and gave his life for." I understand that 5 days before becoming President of the United States of America, Bush concluded his comments by vowing to pursue equality, freedom, justice, and peace so that bigotry and indifference to the disadvantaged will find no safe home on our shores, in our public life, in our neighborhoods or in our home, and that Reverend King's dream for his children and for ours will be fulfilled. This must be our mission together. It will, I promise, be my mission as President of the United States. The administration of Bush's predecessor, Ronald Reagan, in which the president-elect served as vice president, had faced constant criticism from black leaders for alleged insensitivity to civil rights issues. A few days before Bush's speech, one such leader, the Reverend Jesse L. Jackson, had offered that Reagan may be the worst civil rights president we've had in recent memory. 1989. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, rules a program in Richmond, Virginia, which required contractors in city construction projects to set aside at least 30% of the value of the project for companies at least half minority-owned, as unconstitutional. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, ruled unconstitutional a program in Richmond, Virginia, which required contractors in city construction projects to set aside at least 30% of the value of the project for companies at least half minority-owned. The High Court said the quota was an unlawful form of reverse discrimination. Justice Sandra Day O'Connor said local and state government could no longer rest on the amorphous claim that quotas were necessary remedies for past racial discrimination, adding it is sheer speculation to claim that if past discrimination had not occurred, there would be more minority firms. Justice O'Connor further commented, the dearth of minority firms might have a number of explanations. For example, whites and blacks may simply make different entrepreneurial choices. In any event, she wrote, if quotas were not realistically tied to any injury suffered by anyone, they were not permitted by the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution's 14th Amendment. Justice O'Connor concluded that it was disingenuous to include Spanish-speaking, Oriental, Indian, Eskimo or Aleut persons in the affirmative action program, because no member of that random inclusion of racial groups had ever suffered from discrimination in Richmond. The City of Richmond v. J. A. Cosanco case stemmed from a 1983 ordinance that required the 30% set-asides. At the time, although 60% of the population of Richmond was black, minority-owned business had received less than 0.6% of the $25 million awarded in city contracts over the preceding 5 years. The High Court's ruling was one of the most far-reaching attacks on the notion of affirmative action since the Regents of University of California v. Allen Bakke decision in 1978. 1989. Barbara Harris, a 58-year-old black American, elected as the first female bishop of the Episcopal Church. The Episcopal Church approved the election of Barbara Harris, a 58-year-old black American, as the first female bishop in the 2,000-year tradition of apostolic succession, a line of bishops dating from Jesus and his apostles. Harris was assigned to the post of suffragan, or assistant bishop, in the Diocese of Boston. Harris was first ordained an Episcopal priest in 1980, 4 years after the Church first approved women as priests. She had studied theology through correspondence courses and with tutors. Prior to her elevation to the bishopric, Harris was also the head of the Episcopal Church Publishing Company. 1989. The Bureau of the Census projects that the black population of the United States will grow 50% by the year 2030. The Bureau of the Census projected that the black population of the United States would grow 50% by the year 2030, but the growth of the other races' population was expected to be the fastest of any of the racial groups. These groups had tripled in size in the past 17 years, increasing from 2.6 million in 1970 to 7.9 million in 1987, and are expected to be 50% larger by the year 2000, double the present size by 2015, and triple its size by the year 2040. By 2040, the other races' population could reach almost 25 million larger than it was in 1987. On the other hand, the black population, which was 29.9 million in 1987, was expected to change relatively little after 2030. 1989. Ronald H. Brown is elected chairman of the Democratic National Committee and becomes the first black American to lead a major American political party. With his election as chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Ronald H. Brown became the first black American to lead a major American political party. 1989. William Lucas, a black American attorney from Detroit, Michigan, is nominated Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights by President George Bush. William Lucas, a black American attorney from Detroit, Michigan, was nominated Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights by President George Bush. This appointment would also make him Director of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. Lucas, a 1962 graduate of the Fordham University School of Law, first joined the Justice Department in 1963 and represented the government in efforts to desegregate the public schools of Tuskegee, Alabama. He also served on the New York Police Department, was sheriff and executive of Wayne County, Michigan, and lost as the Republican candidate for governor of Michigan in 1986. The nomination of Lucas was applauded by conservative groups. Patrick B. McGuigan, a leader of the Free Congress Foundation, a conservative research organization in Washington, D.C., called the selection brilliant, adding that Lucas was a fine, courageous man who, in his career, has been willing to put himself on the line. However, it also drew expressions of concern from national civil rights organizations, however, because Lucas had indicated that he generally opposes quotas to advance the interests of minority groups and because of his long absence from federal service. Elaine R. Jones, an attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund Incorporated, charged that it doesn't appear at first glance that he has had any substantial experience in this area in 20 years. 1989. Mike Tyson retains his heavyweight boxing championship with a knockout of British fighter Frank Bruno in the fifth round of a scheduled 15-round bout. Mike Tyson retained his heavyweight boxing championship with a knockout of British fighter Frank Bruno in the fifth round of a scheduled 15-round bout. Bruno had a record of 32-3 and was the number one contender for the title at the time of the fight. Tyson went into the contest with a record of 36-0, with 32 knockouts. The Black American champion collected $8 million for the Las Vegas, Nevada, appearance, bringing his total career earnings to approximately $48 million. Bruno was paid approximately $4 million. 1989. Acting Chicago Mayor Eugene Sawyer loses in the primaries due to issues that include a lack of charisma and alienating many blacks. Richard M. Daley, son of the legendary Chicago Mayor Richard J. Daley, defeated acting Mayor Eugene Sawyer for the Democratic nomination for that city's executive office. Daley, who is white, captured 57% of the vote, compared to 43% for Sawyer, who is black. The vote was marked by a sharp split along racial lines, but voter turnout in the black wards of the city was lower than usual. As a result of the primary, the general election scheduled for April 11, 1989, was to be decided among three candidates: Republican Alderman Edward R. Verdaliak, Black Independent Timothy C. Evans, and Daley. The winner of that election would serve the final 2 years of the late Harold Washington's term in office. Washington, Chicago's first black mayor, died of a heart attack in November 1987. His death led to the election of Sawyer as acting mayor by the Chicago City Council. Political analysts quoted by the Atlanta Constitution attributed Sawyer's defeat to 1. A lack of charisma, 2. His alienating many blacks because of his support for the position of acting mayor by many of the same white aldermen who had opposed Mayor Washington's policies, 3. The looming candidacy of Evans, who was endorsed by the Harold Washington slate, 4. An antiquated campaign based largely on grassroots support, and 5. The political experience of Daley, who had served 8 years as a state senator before becoming chief prosecutor of Cook County, of which Chicago is the county seat. 1989. The Georgia Supreme Court declares the Atlanta Minority Female Business Enterprise Program unconstitutional. The Georgia Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, declared the Atlanta Minority Female Business Enterprise Program unconstitutional. The Atlanta Plan, one of the nation's oldest affirmative action programs, had set a 35% minority participation goal in all city contracts. It had been applauded nationally as a model device for ensuring fair representation of minority and female businesses in public works. However, the Georgia Supreme Court contended that the plan was too broadly drawn and failed to consider alternatives to the yearly goal. The Georgia decision was also based on a recent ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court that struck down an affirmative action program in the city of Richmond, Virginia. 1989. Sculptor Richmond Barth dies. Richmond Barth, a major 20th-century sculptor, died at his home in Pasadena, California. Born in 1901 in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, Barth was educated at the Art Institute of Chicago. A member of the National Academy of Arts and Letters, his work was exhibited at several major American museums, including the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. Some of his notable works include Singing Slave, Maurice Evans, and Henry O. Tanner. 1989. The U.S. Supreme Court rules against affirmative action programs in Florida and Michigan. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled against affirmative action programs in Florida and Michigan. In the Florida case, the court heard an appeal of a ruling from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit which had upheld a set-aside plan for minorities in Dade County, Florida. Under the plan, which was adopted in 1979, in order to qualify for federal funds for a mass transit project, the county had to set aside 5% of construction contracts for minorities. But after a low bid on a construction project by the H.K. Porter Co. was rejected because the county did not meet the 5% goal, Porter sued. In light of its recent ruling in an affirmative action case from Richmond, Virginia, However, the Supreme Court vacated the decision of the appeals court and ordered it to re-examine the case of Porter v. Metropolitan-Dade County. In the Michigan case, the court affirmed without a written opinion a ruling by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit which declared a Michigan law unconstitutional. That act, adopted in 1981, provided that 7% of state contracting expenditures should go to minority-owned businesses and an additional 5% to businesses owned by women. Although the state argued in its appeal of Milliken v. Michigan Road Builders that the set-aside percentages were carefully selected to redress discriminatory practices by state agencies, the Supreme Court still ruled against it. 1989. Republican Party Chairman Lee Atwater, a white man, resigns from predominantly black Howard University's board. Lee Atwater, chairman of the Republican National Committee, resigned as a member of the Board of Trustees of predominantly black Howard University in Washington, D.C. The resignation came as several hundred black students continued a sit-in that began as a protest against Atwater's selection to the board. During the demonstrations, which began on March 3, 1989, students took over the school's administration building. Although city police stormed the captured building on March 7, they left without removing or arresting any protesters at the request of Howard President James A. Cheek. In announcing his resignation, Atwater remarked, "The opposition of some students to my service on the board appears to me to be counterproductive to Howard University and is a distraction to the work that I want to do in fulfilling George Bush's and my efforts to provide equal opportunity to all Americans. I would never forgive myself if someone was hurt in one of these episodes." Although Atwater's appointment to the Howard University Board of Trustees had been seen by some political analysts as symbolic of his drive to broaden the Republican Party's appeal to blacks, others, including Democratic Party and civil rights leaders, had accused the Republican leader of orchestrating subtly racist appeals during the 1988 presidential campaign. One Republican television ad, for example, featured Willie Horton, a convicted black rapist, in the party's attack on crime. Regina Davis, a 20-year-old business management major at Howard, applauded Atwater's resignation, saying, "If you're going to appoint someone, they should have the same views as the people they're going to represent." But Atwater's resignation did not bring an immediate end to the protests, as students continued to press their demands for better housing and security, improvements in student services, and the appointment of more blacks to Howard's Board of Trustees. 1989. The Bureau of the Census reports a drop in black voter participation. The Bureau of the Census reported that 52% of the 19.7 million voting-age blacks went to the polls in the 1988 presidential election, as compared to 56% in 1984. White voter turnout also dropped from 61% to 59%, while the rate for Hispanics fell from 33% to 29%. Black voter participation was higher in the North and West than in the South. Among whites, 60% voted in the North and West, and 56% in the South. 1989. James A. Goodman is named president of Morehouse Medical School. James A. Goodman, executive vice president of the Morehouse Medical School, was named president of the predominantly black institution. The school's board of trustees selected Goodman, age 55, who had served as an administrator there since 1980, to succeed Lewis W. Sullivan, the school's first president. On the same day, Sullivan was sworn in as secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. Goodman, who earned an undergraduate degree from Morehouse College and postgraduate degrees from the Atlanta University School of Social Work and the University of Minnesota, had previously served as a director of the Office of International Training for the Agency for International Development in the U.S. State Department. Goodman's teaching experience included tenures at the School of Social Work at the University of Minnesota and at the National Academy of Sciences Institute of Medicine. At the time of Goodman's appointment, the Morehouse Medical School had an annual budget of $18 million and an enrollment of 144 students. 1989. Lewis Wade Sullivan, president of the Morehouse School of Medicine, is confirmed as Secretary of Health and Human Services by the U.S. Senate months after controversy about his stance on abortion. Lewis Wade Sullivan, president of the Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta, was confirmed as Secretary of Health and Human Services by the U.S. Senate. The confirmation came more than 2 months after President George Bush had nominated Sullivan for the position. Sullivan's nomination first ran into trouble on December 18, 1988, after the black physician told an Atlanta Journal-Constitution reporter that while opposing federal funding for abortions, he supported a woman's right to have one. This view was incompatible with the president's outright opposition to abortion except in cases of rape or incest, or to save the pregnant woman's life. The same position had been taken by several Republican senators and other leaders of the president's party. On December 21, 1988, Sullivan had begun to back away from his pro-choice position. In a letter to the editors of the Atlanta Constitution, he wrote that he was opposed to abortion, except in cases of rape, incest, and where the life of the mother is threatened. I am opposed to federal funding for abortions, except when the life of the mother is endangered. My position is entirely consistent with President-elect Bush's position. Still, some pro-life activists were skeptical. While Sullivan attempted to convince influential Republican senators in Washington of his correct position on the abortion question, President Bush announced on January 25, 1989, that Sullivan would carry out his abortion policies if confirmed by the Senate. On February 22, Sullivan confessed to the Senate Finance Committee that he had misspoke earlier when he said he supported a woman's right to an abortion. Sullivan's confirmation occurred the following month. Sullivan was born on November 3, 1933, in Atlanta, Georgia, the son of Walter and Luberda Elizabeth Priester Wade Sullivan. He graduated magna cum laude from Morehouse College in 1954 and earned a Doctor of Medicine degree from the Boston University Medical School. A respected hematologist, Sullivan taught at the Harvard Medical School, the New Jersey College of Medicine, and the Boston University Medical School before he was named Dean of the new Morehouse School of Medicine in 1974. The next year, he became both dean and president of this institution. During his 15-year tenure at Morehouse, the school emerged from being a 2-year institution housed in 2 trailers, to a fully accredited, 4-year institution comprised of 3 buildings. 1989. The federal government issues a report showing that the life expectancy of the black population was continuing to decline. The federal government issued a report that showed that the life expectancy of blacks was continuing to decline. Major causes of premature deaths among blacks included homicide and acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Blacks were also twice as likely to die in infancy as whites, because pregnant black women receive early prenatal care far less than whites, and black children were disproportionately afflicted with influenza and pneumonia. The report also indicated that black men, frequently the victims of drug-related violence, died at a 50% higher rate than white men in 1986, the last year for which comprehensive statistics were available. Also, a white child born in 1986 had a life expectancy of 75.4 years, an increase from 75.3 the previous year, while a black child, born at the same time, could expect to die at 69.4 years, down from 69.5 in 1985 and 69.7 in 1984. In the period from 1970 to 1986, the AIDS infection rate rose 51% among blacks, with a 74% increase among black women. In the same period, infant mortality among all groups was cut in half from 20 deaths per 1,000 births in 1970 to 10.4 per 1,000 births in 1986, but in 1986 alone, the mortality rate for black infants was 18 deaths per 1,000 births compared with 8.9 per 1,000 births for whites. Responding to the report, the Black Secretary of Health and Human Services, Lewis W. Sullivan, said that there is a disparity between the health of our white and black populations, and the nation needed to focus more attention in such critical areas as prevention of AIDS, unintentional injuries, homicide, and suicide. 1989. The U.S. Senate votes to begin impeachment proceedings against District Court Judge Alcee Hastings, the first black person to be appointed to the federal bench in Florida. The U.S. Senate voted to try U.S. District Court Judge Alcee Hastings, the first black person to be appointed to the federal bench in Florida, on all 17 articles of impeachment adopted by the U.S. House of Representatives. The senators voted 92-1 to try Hastings on 15 articles, charging fraud, corruption, and perjury in a 1981 bribery conspiracy case for which he was acquitted in 1983. In voting against the articles, Senator Howard M. Metzenbaum from Ohio said that he felt they had placed Hastings in double jeopardy, the principle in American law that a person cannot be tried twice for the same offense because of the previous acquittal. But Metzenbaum joined fellow senators in a unanimous vote for an article alleging a pattern of misconduct and its harmful effect on the judiciary. The Senate also created a special 12-member committee to hear testimony and collect evidence before it debated and voted on whether to convict Hastings. 1989. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reports that there are 37 black-owned banks in the United States. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported that there were 37 black-owned banks in the United States in 1989. 4 of the institutions, including the number 1 ranked Int Corp., were located in Chicago, Illinois. The other Chicago banks, Seaway National, Highland Community, and Community Bank of Lawndale, were among the top 20 in total assets as ranked by Black Enterprise magazine. 1989. U.S. District Court declares that a law prohibiting shoeshine stands on the streets of Washington, D.C., was unconstitutional. U.S. District Court Judge John Pratt declared that an 84-year-old law prohibiting shoeshine stands on the streets of Washington, D.C., was unconstitutional. The case was brought to court on behalf of Ego Brown, a 36-year-old black shoeshine vendor who had offered employment to homeless men until the city closed down his business in 1985. The suit was sponsored by the Landmark Legal Foundation Center for Civil Rights, which was based in Washington, D.C. The Landmark Center claimed that it provided an alternative to the NAACP. Its director, Clint Bollock, charged that the other major civil rights organizations are more worried about imposing racial quotas than protecting individual rights. The Brown case was the center's first legal victory. 1989. Bill White, a 6-time All-Star first baseman, was elected president of baseball's National League, becoming the first black American ever to head a major professional sports league in the United States. Bill White, a 6-time All-Star first baseman, was elected president of baseball's National League, becoming the first black American ever to head a major professional sports league in the United States. White played baseball with the St. Louis Cardinals, the Philadelphia Phillies, and the New York and San Francisco Giants between 1956 and 1969. At the time of his appointment, White was a television announcer for the New York Yankees of the American League and a broadcaster with CBS Radio. Atlanta Braves Vice President Hank Aaron, who had been campaigning for more blacks in executive positions in baseball, applauded White's selection. He characterized White as a baseball man. He knows baseball. There will be nothing that will be a surprise for him. White himself commented, "You just do the job whether you're red, yellow, purple, or whatever." 1989. 20 students occupy and barricade the administration building at predominantly black Morris Brown College in Atlanta, Georgia, demanding better policies and services. 20 students occupied and barricaded the administration building at predominantly black Morris Brown College in Atlanta, Georgia. The demonstrators' demands included a more lenient delinquent fees policy, a Pan-African Studies program, better campus services and an upgraded physical plant. The Morris Brown demonstration followed by 1 month a similar campus takeover at historically black Howard University in Washington, D.C., and by a week a black student takeover at predominantly white Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan. The campus demonstrations were reminiscent of similar protests on both black and white campuses during the 1960s, yet the young college students differed in both tone and manner from the radicals of earlier generations. For example, there was less damage to property in the current protests and little personal rage toward college administrators. At Morris Brown College, the students called their takeover an act of love. The demonstrators did acknowledge, however, linkages to the 1960s through their quotations of both Martin Luther King, Jr. and Malcolm X, and their references to similar actions in the earlier period. Yet some observers saw the current demonstrators as having too much reverence for the radicalism of the 1960s without a full understanding of the time in which the leaders worked. Werner Salas, a professor of Afro-American Studies at Howard University and author of a biography of black poet Amiri Baraka, believed that the current campus protesters were totally misreading the historical context of, so what they're doing now seems pretty wacky. 1989. The Bureau of the Census reports that black Americans spent a larger share of their income on housing in 1985 than all other American ethnic groups. The Bureau of the Census reported that black Americans spent a larger share of their income on housing in 1985 than all other American ethnic groups. The median monthly housing cost for black households was $311 compared with $355 for all households. Because their incomes were lower, black households spent a median of 27% of their income for housing costs, compared with 21% for all U.S. households. Housing costs for homeowners include mortgage payments, real estate taxes, property insurance, utilities, fuel, and garbage collection. Renter costs were based on contract rent and the estimated cost of utilities and fuels, if these were paid in addition to rent. The Census Bureau also reported that, 1. Black householders occupied 9.9 million housing units in 1985, 44% were homeowners compared with 64% of all households. 2. 16% of black householders lived in public or subsidized housing compared with 5% of all householders, and 3. There were 5 million black householders in single, detached homes. The median size of their unit was 1,337 square feet, or 487 square feet per person. The national average was 633 square feet per person. 1989. The Central Park Five. The Central Park Five was a group of 5 young men, 4 black Americans and 1 Hispanic, who were tried and convicted of attempted murder, rape, sodomy, and assault of a woman in Central Park in New York City. Their trial was known as the Central Park Jogger trial in the press and, according to the New York Times, was one of the most widely publicized crimes of the 1980s. On the evening of April 19, 1989, police received reports about a gang of approximately 30 youths assaulting and robbing people in the northernmost section of Central Park. Multiple people were attacked and robbed by this group as they moved south through the park. Police were dispatched by 9:30 p.m., and one victim told police that he was attacked by a group of 4 or 5 black youths. Despite the police presence in the park, Tricia Maley, a 28-year-old investment banker out for her nightly jog, was attacked, beaten, raped and left for dead between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m., but police did not find her until 1:30 a.m. on April 20. She was so badly beaten that doctors assumed she would die from her injuries. Suffering from hypothermia, brain damage, excessive blood loss, and shock, she fell into a coma. She was even given the last rites, yet she miraculously emerged from the coma after 12 days. On April 19, police arrested Santana and Richardson, along with other teenagers, at approximately 10:15 p.m. McRae, Salam, and Wise were arrested on April 20 after being identified by other youths as participating in the attack. Police questioned all 5 teenagers without the presence of parents or guardians, and each confessed to participating in a rape and assaulting people in Central Park. Within weeks of their arrests, however, all 5 suspects retracted their confessions, claiming they had been intimidated and coerced into making false statements by the police. On May 1, real estate magnate and future U.S. President Donald Trump inflamed public sentiment by taking out a full-page ad in 4 New York daily newspapers demanding the return of the death penalty. New York City Mayor Ed Cook also assumed the guilt of the Central Park Five and demanded justice. In 1990, all 5 young men were found guilty and sentenced to between 5 and 15 years in prison. In 2002, convicted serial rapist Matthias Reyes confessed to the rape and attempted murder of Tricia Maley. DNA evidence, along with specific details of the assault, supported his confession. After investigation, New York District Attorney Robert Morgenthau determined that the Central Park Five's convictions should be vacated. In December 2002, the New York Supreme Court rescinded the convictions although they had all completed their sentences. In 2003, the 5 exonerated men sued New York City for malicious prosecution and received a settlement of $41 million in 2014. They also filed a $52 million lawsuit against the state of New York. The New York Court of Claims awarded the men $3.9 million in 2016. 1989. Bobby Doctor, a member of the staff of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, criticizes the Commission for its ineffectiveness during the last decade. Bobby Doctor, a member of the staff of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, told a state CCR meeting in Atlanta, Georgia, that federal agencies have gone to sleep on the question of civil rights enforcement. He also attributed the ineffectiveness of the Commission on Civil Rights during the last decade to the anti-civil rights posture of the administration of President Ronald Reagan. The CCR, which was established in 1957, is responsible for monitoring such federal agencies as the Department of Housing and Urban Development for possible discrimination in education, employment, housing, and other areas. According to Dr., for the past 7 years we have not done that. He added that during the last decade, the budget of the CCR had been cut by at least 50% and 7 of its 10 regional offices were closed. The agency has been teetering on the brink of annihilation, he added. By not strongly enforcing civil rights compliance in federal agencies, Dr. accused the CCR of contributing to a national climate that condoned hate activity against minorities and such discriminatory practices as redlining, and other improper mortgage lending activities. 1989. Oprah Winfrey receives a Doctor of Humane Letters degree from Morehouse College, and gifts the all-male college $1 million, requesting it be used as a scholarship fund to educate at least 100 black men. Oprah Winfrey, black national talk show television host, received a Doctor of Humane Letters degree from Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia, and gave the all-male college a gift of $1 million. She requested that the money be used to establish a scholarship fund to educate at least 100 black men in the coming decades. Morehouse, one of the country's most prestigious black colleges, was the alma mater of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. Winfrey's gift represented a growing trend among black entertainers and athletes to lend their support to America's financially impoverished black colleges. Other recent donations included $800,000 to Meharry Medical College, $325,000 to Howard University, $1.3 million to Fisk University, and $20 million to Spelman College by comedian Bill Cosby, $500,000 to Tuskegee University by singer Lionel Richie, and $600,000 to the United Negro College Fund by singer Michael Jackson. 1989. The Committee on Policy for Racial Justice, a group of prominent black scholars, calls for education reform. The Committee on Policy for Racial Justice, a group of prominent black scholars, called for smaller, more personal schools, significant parental involvement, and other steps that they said would help black children achieve greater academic success. Sarah Lawrence Lightfoot, professor of education at Harvard University and a member of the committee, said, "We believe it is the school's responsibility to overcome social barriers that limit academic progress." She added, "What we demand is this, that the schools shift their focus from the supposed deficiencies of the black child and the alleged inadequacies of black family life to the elimination of the barriers that stand in the way of academic success." The committee's report also called upon black communities to make the improvement of public schools their main objective in the next decade. It further noted that the black middle class and such black institutions as churches and fraternal organizations had a special responsibility to set expectations and support academic development among black children. The committee's recommendations and suggestions included expanded funding for Head Start and Chapter I, the federal government's major programs for at-risk and disadvantaged students, closer ties between schools and social services, recruitment of more black teachers, and an expanded curriculum that recognizes the realities of black children's lives. 1989. The Congressional Black Caucus meets with President George Bush at the White House. President George Bush met with 17 members of the Congressional Black Caucus. It was the first time since 1981 that the caucus, which had been critical of the civil rights policies of former President Ronald Reagan, was invited to the White House. Representative Ronald V. Dellums from California, who led the delegation, said that President Bush indicated that he was ready to open up and meet regularly with the CBC. Representative John Lewis from Georgia remarked, "There certainly is a new level of sensitivity at the White House." 1989. Clarence Gaston is named manager of Major League Baseball team, the Toronto Blue Jays. Clarence Gaston was named manager of the Toronto Blue Jays of baseball's American League. Gaston became only the fifth black manager. Gaston began his major league career in 1967 with the Atlanta Braves of the National League. In 1968 Gaston was traded to the San Diego Padres. He played 6 years with the Padres and was selected to the National League All-Star team in 1970. In that year, Gaston hit 29 home runs, batted in 93 runs, and had a batting average of 318. He returned to Atlanta in 1974 before being traded to the Pittsburgh Pirates in 1977. After being dropped by the Pirates in 1979, Gaston played 2 years in the Dominican League and the Mexican League before retiring. He emerged from retirement in 1981 as a minor league hitting instructor for the Atlanta Braves. He took a similar position with the Toronto Blue Jays in 1982, and the team improved its overall batting average 36 points to .262. Baseball Commissioner A. Bartlett Guiamity, who had been a champion of equal opportunity for blacks in professional sports, applauded the choice of Gaston. Gaston said of his selection, "The organization doesn't see any colors. I don't see any colors. I'm black, I'll always be black. When I stand here and look at you, I just see you as a person." 1989. The U.S. Court of Appeals refuses to close the landmark desegregation case, Brown v. Board of Education, stating that the Supreme Court's order had yet to be fully carried out. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit refused to close the landmark desegregation case, Brown v. Board of Education. The court said that the School Board of Topeka, Kansas, had still failed to fully carry out the Supreme Court's order of May 17, 1954. The appeals court ruling reversed a decision by a lower court that could have closed the case that paved the way for nationwide school desegregation. In its decision, the appellate court concluded that Topeka has not sufficiently countered the effects of both the momentum of its pre-Brown segregation and its subsequent acts in the 1960s. The Brown case had been reopened in 1979 when a group of parents, including one of the original plaintiffs, Linda Brown Buckner, complained that the school system was not desegregated. 1989. The U.S. Supreme Court rules that when minorities allege that statistics show they are victims of bias, employers only have the burden of producing evidence that there is a legitimate reason for apparently neutral racial practices. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, ruled that when minorities allege that statistics show they are victims of bias, employers only have the burden of producing evidence that there is a legitimate reason for apparently neutral racial practices. Justice Byron White wrote that the plaintiff bears the burden of disproving an employer's assertion that the adverse employment action or practice was based solely on a legitimate neutral consideration. He also added that an absence of minorities in skilled jobs is not necessarily evidence of bias if the absence reflected a dearth of qualified non-white applications for reasons that are not fault. In one of the dissenting opinions, Justice John Paul Stevens charged that the ruling retreated from 18 years of court decisions aimed at helping minorities victimized by discrimination that may be unintentional. The case came to the Supreme Court from Alaska, where a lower court had ruled in favor of Filipinos, Alaska Natives, and Asians who claimed that they had been discriminated against by the Wards Cove Packing Co. and Castle and Cook Incorporated, owners of Alaskan salmon canneries. 1989. Joan Salmon Campbell is elected moderator of the Presbyterian Church, USA. She is the sixth female and the first black woman to head the church. Joan Salmon Campbell, a 50-year-old black American from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, was elected moderator of the Presbyterian Church, USA. She became the sixth female and the first black woman to head the church. The moderator presides at assembly sessions and travels around the nation and the world promoting the programs of the 3 million-member church. Campbell had campaigned for the position of moderator on a platform of liberality and diversity. She said, "We must be liberal enough to include the rich diversity of God's family within our membership in its varied cultures, races, lifestyles, theological perspectives, and economic status without restraint due to age, sex, or physical capacity." 1989. The U.S. Supreme Court rules that workers adversely affected by affirmative action plans may file lawsuits alleging discrimination. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, ruled that workers who are adversely affected by court-approved affirmative action plans may file lawsuits alleging discrimination. The High Court's ruling came in a case from Birmingham, Alabama, which had adopted an affirmative action plan, with federal court approval, in 1981 after blacks had filed suit charging that the city had engaged in discriminatory hiring and promotions. However, white firefighters challenged the plan, claiming that it denied them promotions because of their race. The Supreme Court agreed with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit that, contrary to previous appellate court findings that prohibited secondary attacks on court-approved affirmative action plans, the white firefighters did have a right to sue. Chief Justice William Rehnquist wrote, "A voluntary settlement between one group of employees and their employer cannot possibly settle, voluntarily or otherwise, the conflicting claims of another group of employees who do not join in the agreement." Justices Harry Blackmun, William Brennan, Thurgood Marshall, and John Paul Stevens dissented. Justice Stevens called the majority opinion unfathomable and said it would subject large employers who seek to comply with the law by remedying past discrimination to a never-ending stream of litigation and potential liability. 1989. The U.S. Supreme Court rules on a discrimination suit. Many call the ruling unfair, but no explanation was given by the higher court. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a 5-3 decision, ruled that the 300-day period that federal law allows for filing job discrimination lawsuits begins when seniority plans adopted. In a dissent, Justices Thurgood Marshall, Harry Blackmun, and William Brennan agreed with civil rights lawyers that such an interpretation was unfair because employees were often unaware of the discriminatory effect that a seniority system may have on them for months or years. Justice Sandra Dav O'Connor did not participate in the case and did not offer an explanation. The case came to the High Court from Aurora, Illinois, where 3 women filed suit in 1982 claiming that a change in the seniority system at the American Telephone and Telegraph Co. there caused them to lose seniority. However, federal courts in Chicago had held that the litigation was filed too late. The U.S. Supreme Court agreed with the lower courts. 1989. In Patterson v. McLean Credit Union, the U.S. Supreme Court rules that in 1866 civil rights law may no longer serve as the basis for lawsuits alleging racial harassment in the workplace. The U.S. Supreme Court unanimously reaffirmed a 1976 decision that interpreted an 1866 civil rights law to permit lawsuits to remedy some forms of private discrimination. But the court also ruled 5-4 that the 1866 law may no longer serve as the basis for lawsuits alleging racial harassment in the workplace. Civil rights attorneys said this latter ruling, written by Justice Anthony Kennedy, would make it almost impossible to stop racial harassment by supervisors or coworkers. Barry Goldstein, an attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, said the decision left no effective legal remedy for racial harassment in the workplace. The Supreme Court's ruling came in the case of a black bank teller in North Carolina who had alleged that her supervisor at the McLean Credit Union had failed to promote her and then fired her on account of her race. A federal district court in North Carolina and a federal appeals court in Richmond, Virginia, had said that she could not sue alleging harassment. While the Supreme Court's decision ended the harassment phase of the litigation, it sent the case back to the appeals court for another hearing on whether the woman could prove that the company's reason for not promoting her was invalid. 1989. The Bureau of the Census reports on the black population statistics. The Bureau of the Census reported that New York State had the largest number of black residents in 1985 while California had the fastest growing black population. New York had a black population of 2.7 million, followed by California with 2.1 million. 14 other states had black populations of 1 million or more. These included Texas, Illinois, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Louisiana, Michigan, and Ohio. The state with the largest proportion of blacks in its population was Mississippi with 36%, followed by South Carolina, 31%, and Louisiana, 30%. During the period 1980 to 1985, only West Virginia and the District of Columbia had declines in their black populations. The Bureau's report also revealed that 4 out of every 5 blacks lived in metropolitan areas in 1985. 4 metropolitan areas had black populations of 1 million or more. These included New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia. The fastest growing metropolitan area in black residents was Atlanta, up 15.6% to 608,000 from 1980 to 1985, followed by Houston, up 13.6% to 641,000 in the same period. The new calculations of the black population were the first detailed estimates of minorities by state since the 1980 census. They also showed that blacks remain the nation's largest minority at 28.9 million, or 11.8% of the estimated U.S. population. 1989. Moreland Griffith Smith, a retired architect and civil rights activist, dies of heart failure. Moreland Griffith Smith, a retired architect and civil rights activist, died of heart failure in Atlanta, Georgia. Smith was born December 15, 1906, to Charles M. and Jenny Moreland Smith in Adrian, Michigan. He received a bachelor's degree from Auburn University in Alabama, a master's degree in architecture from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and studied at the École des Beaux-Arts in Fontainebleau, France. In 1954, Smith went to the office of his friend, William Tackey Gale, mayor of Montgomery, Alabama, to discuss what he termed a simple matter of fairness, the issue of seating for blacks on city buses. The meeting occurred before Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on one such bus and the launching of the famed Montgomery bus boycott. 2 issues had already surfaced: blacks were forced to stand on buses when the white section was nearly empty, and they had to pay their fares up front, exit, and re-enter through the back door. Smith urged Mayor Gale to end both of these practices. Because of his support for the demands of blacks regarding seating on buses, Smith was berated numerous times by whites. Among his detractors was Governor George C. Wallace, who allegedly tried to keep Smith from getting architectural jobs in the area. One bank, in fact, declined to extend a line of credit to Smith's architectural firm. Yet he stubbornly served on local civil rights committees and was a trustee at Tuskegee Institute. Smith hired many black architects and proposed some for membership in the American Institute of Architecture. These activities led to social ostracism among Montgomery's white community for Smith and his wife, Marjorie. In 1965, Smith lost the lucrative architectural business he had founded and built up over the years, and subsequently moved to Atlanta. In 1987, the Atlanta chapter of the AIA honored Moreland Smith for his conviction and courage during the tumultuous early years of the civil rights movement. 1989. Atlanta University and Clark College merge as a result of financial and other resource problems. Two of the nation's oldest black institutions of higher education, Atlanta University and Clark College, merged. The new institution, Clark Atlanta University, was created in response to severe financial problems at Atlanta University and a shortage of classroom space and research facilities at Clark College. Atlanta University was founded in 1867, Clark College was founded 2 years later. The new university was expected to focus its activities on science and technology, foreign service careers, and teachers for rural areas, according to Thomas W. Cole, Jr., Clark Atlanta University's new president. The university also hoped to offer 6 doctoral programs to assist in curbing the shortage of blacks holding doctorate degrees. In 1989, Clark Atlanta University and Howard University in Washington, D.C., were the only 2 comprehensive historically black institutions in the nation that offered academic studies from undergraduate through graduate levels. 1989. Black American businessmen Bertram Lee and Peter Bino purchased the Denver Nuggets of the National Basketball Association for $65 million, making them the first blacks to ever own a professional sports franchise. Black American businessmen Bertram Lee of Boston, Massachusetts, and Peter Bino of Chicago, Illinois, purchased the Denver Nuggets of the National Basketball Association for $65 million. They became the first blacks ever to own a professional sports franchise. After the purchase, Lee commented, "Do we overestimate the significance of a barrier coming down? A barrier that presumably had to do with other than people's abilities or their financial wherewithal? No, I don't think so. I think the analogy about Jackie Robinson is something that is very special to me. If breaking the color barrier in ownership is sort of put up there with that, I'm honored by it." 1989. Boxing champion Mike Tyson retains the heavyweight title by knocking out Carl "The Truth" Williams less than 2 minutes into the first round. Black heavyweight boxing champion Mike Tyson knocked out Carl "The Truth" Williams in the first minute and a half of the first round to retain his world title. It was the 5th fastest title bout in boxing history. Although Williams was on his feet at the count of 7, referee Randy Newman declared him out in the Atlantic City, New Jersey, contest. 1989. A federal appeals court in Denver, Colorado, without explanation, withdrew its ruling that the historic Brown v. Board of Education case be continued. A federal appeals court in Denver, Colorado, without explanation, withdrew its June 5, 1989, ruling that the historic case of Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas, be continued. 1989. The nomination of William Lucas for U.S. Assistant Attorney General is rejected. The Judiciary Committee of the U.S. Senate voted 7-7 on whether to recommend the February 24, 1989, nomination of William Lucas, a black American attorney, as U.S. Assistant Attorney General, to the full Senate. The tie vote meant a rejection of the nomination. Had Lucas been confirmed, he would have headed the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Justice Department. Some legislators and civil rights leaders opposed the nomination, citing Lucas's inexperience, his opposition to racial quotas in employment and contracts, and his support of recent Supreme Court decisions severely limiting affirmative action programs. 1989. Black American Congressman Mickey Leland is killed in an airplane crash that was en route to the Fugnido refugee camp in Ethiopia. On August 7, an airplane with Black American Congressman Mickey Leland aboard crashed en route to the Fugnido refugee camp in Ethiopia. 6 days later, the bodies of Leland and 15 others were discovered. Other Americans aboard the ill-fated aircraft included Hugh A. Johnson, Jr., a staff member of the U.S. House Select Committee on Hunger, Patrice Y. Johnson, Leland's chief of staff, and Joyce Williams, a member of the staff of California Representative Ronald V. Dellums. Leland, age 44, represented Texas and served as chairman of the House Select Committee on Hunger at the time of his death. He had made 6 previous trips to Africa to investigate and underscore famine conditions, particularly in war-torn Ethiopia. After the congressman's body was discovered, Thomas S. Foley, Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, said there will be a determination on the part of members of the House to work for those goals that Mickey Leland sought to achieve, the alleviation of hunger and suffering here and in Africa and elsewhere in the world. 1989. A. W. Wilson, minister and civil rights activist, dies in Montgomery, Alabama, at age 87. A. W. Wilson, minister and civil rights activist, died in Montgomery, Alabama, at age 87. Wilson was the pastor of the Holt Street Baptist Church in Montgomery for 50 years. The church was the site of the first mass meeting of organizers of the famous Montgomery bus boycott in 1955. Many other rallies were also held at the church during the civil rights movement in Montgomery. 1989. Dexter Scott King, son of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., resigns as president of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta, Georgia. Dexter Scott King, son of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., resigned as president of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta, Georgia. He had held the position for only 4 months. Sources for the Atlanta Constitution blamed a power struggle involving young King, his mother, Coretta Scott King, his aunt, Christine Ferris King, and his top aide, Barbara Williams Skinner for the resignation. The King Center itself had no comment at the time of King's resignation. 1989. President George Bush tells delegates to the 79th Annual Convention of the National Urban League in Washington, D.C., that his administration will not tolerate discrimination, bigotry, or bias of any kind, period. President George Bush told delegates to the 79th Annual Convention of the National Urban League in Washington, D.C., that his administration would not tolerate discrimination, bigotry, or bias of any kind, period. He added, "Your problems are my problems. The great gulf between black and white America has narrowed, but it has not closed." President Bush also said that race hate still existed, and as long as bigotry persisted, our work is not over. Null President John E. Jacobs said it was significant that Bush came to the meeting and made a vow to fight racial bias. It was, he thought, a first step in changing the national atmosphere of the preceding 8 years. The previous administration of President Ronald Reagan was frequently criticized by the Null and other civil rights groups for insensitivity to black issues and actually trying to roll back progress in civil rights. Reagan never addressed a Null convention and rarely appeared before any civil rights group. Former President Jimmy Carter spoke to the Null in 1977. 1989. Army General Colin L. Powell is named chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest military position in the country. Army General Colin L. Powell was named chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest military position in the country. Powell, age 52, became the first black American to occupy the position and the youngest man to lead the Joint Chiefs. Powell, the son of West Indian immigrants, was born in the Harlem section of New York City on April 5, 1937. He received a bachelor's degree from the City College of New York in 1958 and an MBA from George Washington University in 1971. In 1975-76, he attended the National War College. Powell was commissioned a second lieutenant in the Army in 1958 and was promoted to full general in 1989. He was also a staff officer at the Pentagon, brigade commander, 101st Airborne Division, senior military assistant to the Deputy Secretary of Defense, deputy commander of Fort Carson, Colorado, deputy commander at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, senior military assistant to the Secretary of Defense, commander, 5th Corps U.S. Army, Europe, and deputy assistant and assistant to the President for National Security Affairs. Prior to being named chairman of the Joint Chiefs, he was Commander-in-Chief, Forces Command, Fort McPherson, Georgia. After the Iran-Contra diplomat scandal in 1987, Powell, then a lieutenant general and national security advisor to President Ronald Reagan, restored order to the National Security Council. John Poindexter, a previous NSC advisor, had been implicated in the arms deal with Iran, with some of the profits allegedly illegally sent to rebels in Nicaragua. After becoming chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Powell directed the American invasion of Panama, which led to the arrest of its leader, Manuel Antonio Noriega, on drug trafficking charges. Former Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, under whom Powell served in the Pentagon, once described the general as the quintessential soldier. He has a remarkable understanding of the great issues of our times, the problems in world affairs, and how our government operates. 1989. A bomb explodes in the NAACP's Atlanta, Georgia, office. 15 people, including a 4-month-old baby girl, were injured when a parcel exploded in the offices of the Southeast Regional NAACP in Atlanta, Georgia. The injuries, mostly eye irritations and congestion, resulted from a tear gas bomb but were not considered serious. John Lewis, a black congressman from Georgia who was giving a speech nearby when the incident occurred, called the attack another form of harassment and intimidation that seeks to have a chilling effect on individuals and organizations who may want to do something about racism. He added, "I thought it was over." 1989. Huey P. Newton, co-founder of the Black Panther Party, is shot to death in Oakland, California. Huey P. Newton, a co-founder of the Black Panther Party, was shot to death in Oakland, California. He was 47 years old. Since the demise of his racial activism in the 1960s, Newton continued to have numerous encounters with law enforcement and the criminal justice system. In 1974, he was charged with pistol whipping his tailor, possession of a handgun, and murdering a 17-year-old prostitute. Before his murder trial, Newton fled to Cuba but returned to face the charges in 1977. He was tried twice on the murder charge, but both trials ended in mistrials with the juries deadlocked in favor of acquittal. The charges were later dismissed in 1979. In 1978, Newton was convicted of possession of a handgun, but was acquitted on the charge of assaulting his tailor after the alleged victim refused to testify against him. Newton served 9 months in California's San Quentin prison on the gun charge in 1987. In March of 1989, Newton was sentenced to 6 months in jail after pleading no contest to charges of misappropriating $15,000 in public monies which had been given for a school the Black Panther Party had operated in the early 1980s. At the time of his death, Newton, who had earned a PhD degree in social philosophy from the University of California at Santa Cruz in 1980, was attempting to rehabilitate himself from alcohol and drug abuse. After Newton's death, Charles Gary, his attorney, called Newton the founder of the Renaissance of the Black Liberation Movement. He said the Panther leader had a very sweet side, a humane side, a dignified side, a man who was theoretically in favor of a better world. 1989. Yusef Hawkins is shot to death in the predominantly white Bensonhurst section of Brooklyn, New York. At least 30 weapon-carrying whites attack him after allegedly thinking he came to the area to visit a white girl. Yusef Hawkins, a 16-year-old black American youth, was shot to death in the predominantly white Bensonhurst section of Brooklyn, New York. Hawkins and 3 friends had answered an advertisement for a used car when at least 30 whites wielding baseball bats, golf clubs, and at least 1 pistol attacked them. The whites allegedly thought that Hawkins and his companions had to come into the area to visit a white girl. Police quickly arrested 6 white youths in connection with the assault. Following the Bensonhurst incident, the Reverend Al Sharpton and other local civil rights activists led 2 days of confrontational demonstrations through the largely Italian-American neighborhood. The furor was the largest and bitterest in New York since 1986, when a black man was killed while fleeing a white mob in the Howard Beach section of Queens. 1989. About 30,000 people reenact the NAACP's famous Silent March of 1917, in protest of lynching and racial segregation. About 30,000 people, many of the men dressed in black, and women and children in white staged a reenactment of the NAACP's famous Silent March of 1917 in Washington, D.C. The 1917 March down Fifth Avenue in New York City was held to protest lynching and racial segregation. The 1989 march sought to persuade the U.S. Congress to reverse recent decisions of the U.S. Supreme Court, which civil rights groups and others believed had weakened affirmative action laws and minority set-aside programs. Many of the demonstrators wore signs reading "What the court has torn asunder, let Congress set right." One of the speakers at a rally at the U.S. Capitol, Joseph Lowery, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, told the crowd, "We declare here today in no uncertain terms that the path of progress has been filled with pain and suffering and sacrifice, and that we're fed up and fired up. We don't intend to sit by and watch the meager gains washed away by a flood tide of insidious insensitivity nor invidious individualism. In other words, we ain't going back." 1989. 40 businesses and 20 cars are damaged in Vineland, New Jersey, after 200 blacks riot in protest of the slaying of Samuel Williams, a 26-year-old black man, by police on August 27. 40 businesses and 20 cars were damaged in Vineland, New Jersey, after 200 blacks rioted in protest of the slaying of Samuel Williams, a 26-year-old black man, by police on August 27. 23 people were arrested in the city of 54,000, located 40 miles southeast of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Williams, who was being sought by police on drug and weapon charges, allegedly attacked officers with a rod as they attempted to arrest him. No drugs or weapons were found on Williams' body. The state attorney general's office took over the investigation. 1989. More than 300 mourners attend funeral services for Yusef Hawkins, a black American youth slain in New York City. More than 300 mourners attended funeral services for Yusef Hawkins, a black American youth slain in New York City. Another 1,000 persons who could not enter the church stood outside singing and listening to the eulogy. Hawkins had been shot to death on August 23 in the predominantly white Bensonhurst section of Brooklyn. The Reverend Al Sharpton, a civil rights activist who led protests immediately following the killing, said in one of the eulogies, "We're not going to let you down. They're going to pay this time, Yusef. It's time for us to change our ways. We can run a man for the White House, but we can't walk a child through Bensonhurst." Another speaker, Minister Louis Farrakhan, a leader of the Nation of Islam, proclaimed, "We say, as the Jews say, never again, never again, never again. As long as white children can get away with killing black children, and white law enforcement does not know how to make examples of its own, then justice is far off." The church's pastor, the Reverend Curtis Wells, exhorted, "Let freedom ring from Howard Beach, Mr. Mayor. Let freedom ring from Bensonhurst. We're not going to take it anymore. We're going to walk where we want to walk." Mayor Cook, New York Governor Mario M. Cuomo, and Republican mayoral candidate Rudolph W. Giuliani were heckled outside the church, and Cook left the ceremonies through a side door. Others attending the funeral included Black American mayoral candidate David Dinkins and black filmmaker Spike Lee. 1989. More than 7,000 people marched through the downtown section of Brooklyn, New York in further protests of the killing of 16-year-old Yusef Hawkins. More than 7,000 people chanting "No more." And whose street? Our street. Marched through the downtown section of Brooklyn, New York in further protests of the killing of 16-year-old Yusef Hawkins. Hawkins, a black youth, was shot and killed in Brooklyn on August 23. The march turned violent after reaching the Brooklyn Bridge, where police had set up barricades. The marchers ran through the barricade, shouting "Take the bridge, take the bridge." Hand-to-hand battles erupted between demonstrators and police. The rioters also threw bottles and rocks at police officers, who freely wielded their nightsticks. At least 23 police officers were injured, only one seriously. There were no immediate reports of injuries to civilians. 1989. A confrontation between police and black college students in Virginia Beach, Virginia ends in violence. 4 people were injured and at least 160 were arrested during a confrontation between police and black college students in Virginia Beach, Virginia. An estimated 10,000 people, mostly black collegians from eastern colleges and universities, had gone to the resort city for Labor Day frolicking. The police department said that more than 100 businesses were looted in the riot. Some students who witnessed the melee said law enforcement authorities overreacted to their activities. 1989. Justice Thurgood Marshall criticizes a series of Supreme Court rulings for putting the civil rights of all citizens at risk. U.S. Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall told a group of federal judges meeting at Bolton Landing, New York, that a recent series of high court decisions had put at risk not only the civil rights of minorities but the civil rights of all citizens. The Supreme Court's only black justice was referring to several rulings during the 1989 term of the court that struck severe blows to the notions of affirmative action programs and minority set-aside laws. In a rare criticism of colleagues on the high bench, Marshall also said it is difficult to characterize last term's decisions as the product of anything other than a deliberate retrenching of the civil rights agenda. But he warned, "We forget at our peril civil rights and liberty rights." The Scholastic Aptitude Test is condemned for being biased against minorities. Donald Stewart, the black president of the College Board, which developed and owns the SAT, disagrees with the allegations. USA Today reported new criticisms of the Scholastic Aptitude Test for alleged bias against blacks and other minorities. The complaints against the SAT, the nation's best-known college admission test, were contained in a book by John Weiss, Barbara Beckwith, and Bob Schaffer entitled Standing Up to the SAT. The authors emphasized that the SAT employed vocabulary that unfairly penalized low-income and minority students because they were unfamiliar with them. The USA Today report cited terms like regatta, melodeon, and heirloom as examples of such words. But Donald Stewart, the black president of the College Board, which conceived, developed, and owns the SAT, said it's reverse racism that holds certain assumptions about a race or a gender and what they should know. That's an insult. If there is a bias in the test, it's the same bias we have in American education. 1989. USA Today reports on America's racism issue and asks prominent black Americans to offer solutions to the nation's racial problems. After recent racial tensions and violence, including the killing of young blacks in predominantly white neighborhoods in New York City, a USA Today poll found that 60% of America's blacks encounter racism at least occasionally. Higher-income black Americans reported that they experienced racism more than poor blacks. Blacks who reside in southern states reported less racism than blacks in other regions of the country. Another finding was that 71% of the blacks surveyed would like to live in integrated neighborhoods, although 53% live in largely black areas. USA Today also asked a number of prominent black Americans to offer solutions to the nation's racial problems. Eleanor Holmes Norton, a professor of law at Georgetown University and former chairperson of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, suggested that there needs to be a continuing public, conciliatory dialogue between racial and cultural groups so that those who continue to harbor racial prejudice feel isolated. We need to talk these things out, not act them out. Black-white relations between average Americans are not hostile, they simply are not close enough. The kind of integrated society that has been hypothesized simply has not yet been achieved. Tony Brown, executive producer and host of PBS's Tony Brown's Journal, remarked, "It doesn't surprise me that Southern blacks find less racism. If blacks had marched in Bensonhurst and Howard Beach 30 years ago instead of Selma, then the whites in Bensonhurst and Howard Beach would be as sensitive today to racism as whites in Selma are. What blacks must do is through our achievements, through our own unity, through faith in ourselves, through sharing our resources, we must make these gains that will destroy the environmental supports." Charles Moody, Sr., Vice President for Minority Affairs at the University of Michigan and founder of the National Alliance of Black School Educators, suggested that the first thing that people have to do is come to grips with the fact that racism does exist and not be so quick to try to rationalize it away or justify it, but to accept the fact that it's there and begin to do something about it. I think people as individuals can do something about it by looking at themselves and trying to change that part of the institution or community that they have control over. 1989. Forbes magazine lists Michael Jackson as the world's highest paid entertainer. Forbes magazine estimated that black pop singer Michael Jackson would make $65 million in 1989 and would remain the world's highest paid entertainer. The magazine placed his total earnings for 1988 to 89 at $125 million. Other blacks on the Forbes list of the highest paid entertainers for 1988 to 9 were actor-comedian Bill Cosby, boxer Mike Tyson, actor-comedian Eddie Murphy, talk show hostess and actress Oprah Winfrey, boxer Sugar Ray Leonard, and recording artist Prince. 1989. Debai Turner is crowned Miss America. Debai Turner, a 23-year-old black veterinary student at the University of Missouri, was crowned Miss America at the 68th Annual Miss America pageant in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Turner, a born-again Christian, became the third black American woman to hold the Beauty and Talent title. Of this achievement, Turner stated, "Being black is the very least of who I am. I had nothing to do with it, and that's not a landmark. I just came that way." 1989. The Chancellor of the University of Mississippi apologizes to officials at predominantly black Rust College after members of a fraternity at his university dumped two naked white pledges, whose bodies were painted with racial slurs, on the Rust campus. Gerald Turner, Chancellor of the University of Mississippi, apologized to officials at predominantly black Rust College after members of a fraternity at his university dumped two naked white pledges, whose bodies were painted with racial slurs, on the Rust campus. The two naked pledges of the Beta Theta Pi fraternity with KKK and "We Hate Niggers" painted on their chests ran into the Rust College security office while escaping pursuing students. In addition to his own apology, Chancellor Turner had directed officers of the Beta Theta Pi fraternity to also extend an apology to Rust College. The black private school is located about 25 miles from the University of Mississippi campus at Oxford. 1989. Colin Powell is nominated Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, becoming the first black American to lead the joint military forces of the United States. The Armed Services Committee of the U.S. Senate voted unanimously to approve the nomination of General Colin L. Powell as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The vote cleared the way for Powell to become the first black American to lead the joint military forces of the United States. 1989. Two new national magazines, SAS and Emerge, targets black readers. The Atlanta Constitution reported that two new national magazines targeted for black audiences were beginning publication. SAS, a women's fashion magazine, was founded by Mary Ann Hawley, and Emerge, a national news monthly, was founded by Wilmer Ames. The New York City-based magazines were the first national black-oriented periodicals to surface since the mid-1980s, according to Samir Husni, a journalism professor at the University of Mississippi who specialized in new magazines. Both publications arose at a time, however, when the magazine industry in general was facing declining circulations, and black magazines in particular were facing a tough battle for advertising dollars. Both were aimed at upscale black readers, i.e., higher income and college-educated blacks. Prior to the appearances of SAS and Emerge, several other recent attempts at publishing national black magazines had failed. These included Ella, Elancey, Excel, Modern Black Man, Spice, and Black Teen. The most successful black magazines continued to be Ebony, Jet, Ebony Man, and Essence, geared toward women, and Black Enterprise, aimed at the black entrepreneur. All of these have been produced by Chicago's Johnson Publishing Co. Ebony was founded in 1945 and had a circulation of 1.8 million in 1989. Jet, a news weekly, was founded in 1951 and reported a circulation of 892,000 in 1989. Both Essence and Black Enterprise were founded in 1970, and had circulations of 850,000 and 230,000, respectively, in 1989, and Ebony Man, which first appeared in 1985, had gained a circulation of 205,000 by 1989. 1989. The House of Representatives votes to subpoena HUD Secretary Samuel R. Pierce, Jr. The Employment and Housing Subcommittee of the Government Operations Committee of the House of Representatives voted unanimously to subpoena former Housing and Urban Development Secretary Samuel R. Pierce, Jr., to testify about alleged influence peddling and mismanagement at the department he headed for 8 years during the administration of President Ronald Reagan. The subpoena was issued after Pierce demanded a third delay on the eve of his scheduled voluntary testimony on September 15. Pierce's attorney, Paul L. Perito, said the former secretary, who had appeared voluntarily before the subcommittee in May, was willing to testify but needed 2 additional weeks for preparation. But Representative Ted Weiss from New York, a member of the subcommittee, charged that rather than coming forth and clearing the record, he is toying with the subcommittee in order to evade or avoid his responsibility. The subcommittee ordered Pierce to make his first appearance on September 26. The former HUD secretary, who served from 1981 to 1989, was the only Black American appointed to the cabinet of former President Reagan. 1989. Thomas W. Cole, Jr., is inaugurated as the first president of Clark Atlanta University. Thomas W. Cole, Jr., former president of West Virginia State College, was inaugurated as the first president of Clark Atlanta University. The new institution resulted from a merger of historically Black Clark College and Atlanta University on June 26, 1989. Cole had formerly been a professor of chemistry and served as provost at Atlanta University. 1989. The U.S. Supreme Court prohibits attorneys in civil cases from striking jurors because of their race. The U.S. Supreme Court affirmed a decision of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit that prohibited attorneys in civil cases from striking jurors because of their race. Although the Supreme Court had barred criminal prosecutors from using their preemptory challenges in a racially discriminatory fashion in 1986, the 11th Circuit was one of the first courts in the nation to extend the rule to civil cases. The case reached the Supreme Court from Richmond County, Georgia, where a Black man sued a white deputy sheriff who had accidentally shot him while arresting him on suspicion of drugs. In 1982, an all-white jury found in favor of the defendants, Deputy Sheriff Frank Tiller and former Sheriff J.D. Dykes. However, the plaintiff, Willie Flood, contended that the jury selection process was biased and appealed the decision. 1989. Art Shell is named the head coach of the Los Angeles Raiders. Art Shell, former lineman for the Oakland Raiders of the National Football League and a member of the Professional Football's Hall of Fame, was named head coach of the Los Angeles Raiders. The appointment made Shell, age 42, the first Black head coach in the NFL since Fritz Pollard was a player coach for the Hammond Pros in 1923-25. Shell's selection came just one day before the 15th anniversary of the appointment of Frank Robinson as the first Black manager in Major League Baseball. Robinson was first hired by the Cleveland Indians. The first Black head coach in professional basketball, which has had more Blacks in this position than any other professional sport, was Bill Russell of the Boston Celtics, who served in 1966-67. Shell called his appointment an historic event, but did not believe that the color of my skin entered into the decision. 1989. Maynard Jackson is re-elected as mayor of Atlanta, Georgia. Maynard Holbrook Jackson was elected to a new term as mayor of Atlanta, Georgia. Jackson scored a landslide victory over city councilman and veteran civil rights activist Hosea Williams to return to City Hall. Jackson won 82% of the votes to less than 20% for Williams. Jackson's victory had become all but certain after a more formidable candidate, Michael Lomax, the Black chairman of the Fulton County Commission, withdrew from the race on August 8, 1989. When polls consistently showed that Lomax would also lose decisively to Jackson, the commissioner withdrew rather than jeopardize his seat on the county body. Jackson was first elected mayor of Atlanta in 1973, becoming the first Black American to be elected mayor of a major Southern city since the Reconstruction era. He served 2 terms until 1982, when he became ineligible for another successive re-election. Between terms in the mayor's office, Jackson had served as a corporate attorney in Chicago and Atlanta. 1989. A racial discrimination lawsuit is filed against restaurant chain Shoney's. 2 former employees of Shoney's restaurants, one black, one white, filed a lawsuit in the federal court for the Northern District of Georgia, alleging that the restaurant chain practiced racial discrimination. The suit claimed that the managers of Shoney's franchises in the metropolitan Atlanta area discriminated by limiting the type and number of jobs offered to blacks as well as their chances of promotion. It also alleged that the company retaliated against non-black employees who refused to implement their racist policies. The black plaintiff, Jackie Montgomery, claimed she was forbidden to work in a Shoney's dining room because of the restaurant's policy that blacks should not be allowed out front, particularly in facilities located in predominantly white neighborhoods. The white plaintiff, Cylinda Adams, asserted that she complained to several supervisors about the alleged racism and was fired because of it. The Atlanta suit was filed only 4 months after a similar allegation was brought before the courts in Florida and only 2 months after Shoney's executives signed an affirmative action agreement with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. In that accord, Shoney's promised to provide $90 million in jobs and minority business participation over the next 3 years. The agreement also included recruitment and training of blacks in managerial positions, and pledged to provide scholarships to black students interested in the food service industry. Shoney's chief executive officer, J. Mitchell Boyd, had said that there was no real connection between the lawsuit filed in Pensacola, Florida, in June, and the firm's agreement with SCLC. 1989. The School Board of White County, Georgia, votes unanimously to begin new desegregated bus routes. The School Board of White County, Georgia, voted unanimously to begin new desegregated bus routes, thus ending 9 years of segregated busing in the area. The school board members claimed that they had only recently been made aware of the segregated routes. The board's chairman, Bob Owens, said in a public apology, "Our community has taken pride as a leader in public integration. For a black bus route to be scheduled into 2 predominantly black communities and to be operated for an extended period of time is unacceptable." The dual busing system came to the board's attention after Jimmy Bollinger, the school system's new director of transportation, reported that 9 of the 23 school routes were overcrowded with white students. Meanwhile, Andy Allen, the county's only black school bus driver, complained that she crossed the county to pick up black children, yet her bus was only half full. 1989. J. Rupert Peacock, educator and lobbyist, dies of cancer. J. Rupert Peacock, educator and lobbyist, died of cancer in Washington, D.C., at age 69. Peacock, a native of Suffolk, Virginia, received his undergraduate training from Virginia Union University in Richmond, a master's degree in education from Temple University in Philadelphia, and a doctorate in education from Harvard University. In the 1940s, he became executive secretary of the Black Virginia Teachers Association. After the decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in Brown v. Board of Education in 1954, when some school systems in Virginia attempted to fire some of their black teachers in the wake of desegregation, Peacock moved to protect the jobs of the blacks. He became best known as executive director of the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History, where he served between 1969 and 1985. In this position, Peacock lobbied for the promotion of the study and celebration of Black history and succeeded in getting both state and federal governments to proclaim February as Black History Month. 1989. Violence erupts at an Alabama high school as racial tension escalates. The principal and a student of Minor High School in Adamsville, Alabama, were stabbed during a fight between black and white students. Principal Judson Jones, who received a 2-inch knife wound to his stomach in the altercation, said tensions had escalated for several days, with several fights between blacks and whites in the previous week. In an effort to bring peace, he had called for additional police officers to patrol the grounds of the school and ordered all black students into the cafeteria and all whites into the gymnasium as they entered the school on October 11. But when Jones took a group of white students to the cafeteria to meet with the blacks, a fight erupted that quickly spread to other areas of the building. 7 students were arrested at the school on October 11 on charges ranging from disorderly conduct to attempted murder. On October 12, 2 additional students were incarcerated on charges of possessing alcohol and weapons. William James, a black senior at Minor High School, told newspaper reporters that the school's problems were not new. "There's always been racial trouble here. They didn't want us here anyway." These racial disturbances in Alabama were a part of the growing number of such encounters on high school and college campuses throughout the year. 1989. The U.S. Court of Appeals rules in favor of desegregating the DeKalb County, Georgia, school system. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit ruled that the DeKalb County, Georgia, school board must dismantle its segregated neighborhood school system and consider forced busing of students to achieve greater desegregation. The Court of Appeals also declared that DeKalb County must consider drastic gerrymandering or redrawing of school attendance zones and dramatically expanded magnet schools to expand its desegregation. The court overturned a June 1988 decision by U.S. District Court Judge William C. O'Kelly, that ruled the DeKalb School Board had done all that it could to desegregate its schools. O'Kelly agreed with the board's argument that housing patterns were the primary cause of any remaining school segregation. The appeals court disagreed and ruled that the DeKalb school system may not shirk its constitutional duties by pointing to demographic shifts. System has a continuing constitutional duty to achieve the greatest possible degree of desegregation and to prevent segregation. 1989. Study shows that blacks were much more likely to be committed to psychiatric hospitals than whites. The Institute for Southern Study released a report that stated that black Americans are nearly 3 times as likely as whites to be committed against their will to the 72 public psychiatric hospitals in 9 southern states. The survey found that commitment rates for blacks and whites differed most in Florida, where blacks were 4.8 times as likely as whites to be committed. In Georgia, blacks were twice as likely as whites to be committed. Blacks in Mississippi and South Carolina were committed 1.8 times as often as whites. Eric Bates, who supervised the study for the Institute's Southern Exposure magazine, said there was no simple answer why blacks are committed more than whites, but racism clearly plays a part. 1989. The NAACP and Justice Department threatens a South Carolina restaurant owner with a discrimination suit after she denies services to black government and NAACP officials. A North Augusta, South Carolina, restaurant owner, Rose Salter, announced that she would begin serving blacks in her establishment. Salter's declaration was made during a hearing before the South Carolina Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission, which was considering revoking the liquor license of the Buffalo Room Restaurant and Lounge for barring 6 black government and NAACP officials from the premises in early September. As a result of the incident, both the NAACP and the Justice Department threatened to file suit against the restaurant's proprietors for illegal discrimination. During the investigation, it was revealed that the Buffalo Room had discriminated against blacks for the past 12 years. 1989. Civil rights leaders condemn Reverend Ralph David Abernathy's memoirs of Martin Luther King, Jr. Several of the nation's civil rights leaders sent a telegram to the Reverend Ralph David Abernathy, former president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, urging him to repudiate sections of his published memoirs that claimed that the late Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., spent part of the last night of his life with 2 different women. The accusations were made in Abernathy's autobiography, and the walls came tumbling down, which had been released earlier in the month. The civil rights leaders told Abernathy in a message of pain and love that as friends and beneficiaries of the King Dream, we are shocked and appalled by some of the statements in your new book. One of the signers of the telegram, John Hurst Adams, president of the National Congress of Black Churches, charged that the book was riddled with gross inaccuracies and painful distortions. Another signer, NAACP Executive Secretary Benjamin Hooks, called the book criminally irresponsible. Hooks took particular issue with Abernathy's account of an alleged encounter between King and a woman on the eve of the assassination. While Abernathy placed King in the woman's home at 1 a.m., Hooks recalled that he was with the civil rights leader at the Mason Temple in Memphis, where he had delivered his final sermon, at that hour. Others who endorsed the message to Abernathy included U.S. Representatives Ronald V. Dellums, William H. Gray III, John Lewis, Floyd H. Flake, Alan D. Wheat, Walter D. Fauntroy, former Representative Parren Mitchell, Southern Christian Leadership Conference President Joseph L. Lowery, Operation Push leader Reverend Jesse L. Jackson, and Atlanta Mayor Andrew J. Young. In his response, Abernathy asserted, in including some of the things in the book, I have had to agonize, balancing my need to tell a complete and honest story with what I know to be my responsibility to respect the privacy and dignity of the living and the dead. I can only say that I have written nothing in malice and omitted nothing out of cowardice. 1989. William Barclay Allen resigns as Civil Rights Commission chairman. The White House revealed that President George Bush had accepted the resignation of William Barclay Allen as chairman of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. During his tenure, Allen, a California professor, had created repeated controversies that led to criticism of his leadership both inside and outside the commission. A recent controversy arose when he gave a speech entitled Blacks, Animals, Homosexuals. What is a minority? To the California Coalition for Traditional Values. 1989. Judge Alcee L. Hastings is impeached by the U.S. Senate. Alcee L. Hastings, a black U.S. District Court judge from Florida, was convicted by the U.S. Senate on 8 articles of impeachment relating to conspiracy and perjury. He became the 6th federal official in American history to be removed from office by impeachment. The vote to convict Hastings was 69 to 26. Originally, Hastings was charged with 17 articles of impeachment by the U.S. House of Representatives, but the Senate acquitted him on 3 of the articles and took no action on the 6 others. Hastings, age 53, was appointed to the federal bench in 1979 by President Jimmy Carter. He was the first black American to serve in this position in Florida. After the verdict, Hastings remarked, "I don't accept this as a reading of Al Hastings the man. I didn't commit a crime. There may be something about me, my outspokenness, and what have you, that allows that maybe it's best that I'm out of this particular arena." He announced that he would later seek the Democratic nomination for governor of Florida. 1989. Nation of Islam leader Farrakhan delivers his Savior's Day message, which criticizes the government's role in the condition of blacks. Louis Farrakhan, minister of the Nation of Islam, delivered his Savior's Day message before a crowd of 12,000 people in Washington, D.C. Speaking on the theme Stop the Killing, Farrakhan said the black people of Washington, D.C., were brought to nothing in this society by their former slave masters, and being kept as nothing by the cruel hand of the government. 1989. A South Carolina restaurant's liquor license gets revoked for discrimination practices. Weeks later, the owners, Bruce and Rose Salter, announced that they would serve all people. Despite the pledge of a North Augusta, South Carolina, restaurant to end its barring of black customers, the South Carolina Alcoholic Beverage Commission revoked its liquor license. The commission said the action to end discrimination was very fragile and will likely continue only so long as official scrutiny is close at hand. The Buffalo Room restaurant and lounge had been under scrutiny by federal and state governments and the NAACP since several blacks were turned away by its owners on September 5. Within weeks of this incident, the owners, Bruce and Rose Salter, announced that they would serve all people. 1989. Ralph Abernathy's autobiography claiming that Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., may have engaged in extramarital affairs on the night before his assassination, is disputed by civil rights activists Abdul-Abi Nantanbuyu and Bernard Lee. In a news conference in Washington, D.C., Abdul-Abi Nantanbuyu, a civil rights activist from Memphis, Tennessee, and Bernard Lee, a veteran civil rights activist, disputed allegations made by Ralph David Abernathy in his autobiography, And the Walls Came Tumbling Down, that Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., may have engaged in extramarital affairs on the night before his assassination in 1968. Nantanbuyu and Lee, who were present when the alleged infidelity occurred, accused Abernathy of being drunk and asleep at the time. The news conference was sponsored by the Coalition of Friends and Beneficiaries of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Dream, which had taken strong exception to Abernathy's published views ever since they appeared earlier in the year. Members of the Coalition of Friends included civil rights leaders Dick Gregory, Benjamin Hooks, John Lewis, Jesse Jackson, Joseph Lowery, and Andrew Young. 1989. Thousands attend the dedication of a monument to martyrs of the civil rights movement. Thousands attended the dedication of a monument to martyrs of the civil rights movement in downtown Montgomery, Alabama. Among those in the audience were civil rights activist Julian Bond, Mrs. Ethel Kennedy, widow of slain Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and Carolyn Goodman, mother of Andrew Goodman, one of 3 young civil rights workers slain by Ku Klux Klansmen in Philadelphia, Mississippi, in 1964. 40 names of martyred civil rights activists were inscribed in a great curving circle of black granite built by the Southern Poverty Law Center. Among those honored, in addition to Goodman, were James Chaney and Mickey Schwerner, who were killed with him, Medgar Evers, a Jackson, Mississippi, NAACP leader assassinated in 1966, Emmett Till, a 14-year-old black youth murdered in 1955 for speaking to a white woman in Money, Mississippi, Jimmy Lee Jackson, a young black student slain in a civil rights demonstration in Marion, Alabama, in 1965, and Martin Luther King, Jr., the last name on the stone. Some of King's words spoken at the March on Washington in 1963 were inscribed at the back of the monument by sculptress Maya Lin, with water flowing over them: "We will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like waters, and righteousness like a mighty stream." 1989. David Dinkins is elected mayor of New York City. David Dinkins, the 62-year-old president of the borough of Manhattan, was elected mayor of New York City, becoming the first black to occupy that office. Dinkins, a Democrat, won a narrow victory over the Republican challenger, Rudolph W. Giuliani, and 2 other candidates. Dinkins captured approximately 898,000 votes to Giuliani's 856,450. After defeating Democratic Mayor Edward I. Cook in the primary election on September 12, Dinkins ran a moderate campaign designed to soothe, not excite. His campaign theme was an appeal to the city's ethnic diversity, which he termed a gorgeous mosaic. Some analysts, however, including the New York Times, claimed that Dinkins's solutions to New York's problems were often simple. For example, Dinkins's answer to the city's massive crime problem was to double community patrol officers and put a cop on every subway train. Despite the city's recent racial troubles, sparked by the killings of black men in predominantly white neighborhoods, Dinkins was able to build a biracial coalition that carried him to victory. At the time of the election, only 25.2% of New York City's 8 million people were black. Dinkins's mayoral campaign was also threatened by accusations of personal financial laxity and his friendship with former Democratic presidential candidate Jesse L. Jackson. Voters apparently overlooked his fumbling on questions about his personal finances, while Jackson failed to return to New York after the primary election. Dinkins, a former Marine, entered local politics in the 1950s as a Democratic precinct leader. In 1965, he was elected to the state Senate. Dinkins also served as city clerk in New York City before running for president of the borough of Manhattan in 1977. In his first 2 campaigns for this office, Dinkins lost by wide margins, but finally secured the office in 1985. 1989. Several blacks are elected mayors of major cities. Several black Americans were elected or re-elected mayors in major American cities during general elections. They included Michael White in Cleveland, Ohio, Coleman Young in Detroit, Michigan, Chester Jenkins in Durham, North Carolina, John Daniels in New Haven, Connecticut, and Norm Rice in Seattle, Washington. In Cleveland, White, a city councilman, became the city's second black mayor. He defeated a fellow black American, City Council President George Forbes, 89,829 to 68,167. In Detroit, Young won an unprecedented fifth term, defeating business executive Tom Barrow, 138,175 to 107,195. In Durham, Jenkins won the mayor's office over Nelson Strawbridge, 19,381 to 17,118. In New Haven, Daniels captured 19,302 votes in his win over two opponents to become the city's first black mayor. In Seattle, Rice, a Democrat, defeated a Republican, Doug Jewett, by a margin of 93,901 to 67,575 to become the first black mayor of a city with only a 9.5% black population. 1989. L. Douglas Wilder is elected Virginia's first black governor. L. Douglas Wilder, Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, was elected the state's first black governor. The 58-year-old Wilder, a Democrat, won a narrow victory over his Republican rival, J. Marshall Coleman. Of the more than 1.7 million votes cast, Wilder's margin of victory was only 7,000 votes. He garnered 888,475 ballots to 881,484 for Coleman. In addition to becoming Virginia's first black governor, the victory made Wilder the first black elected governor in American history. Following his victory, Wilder sought to downplay any expectations that he would seek to become a major spokesman for blacks, stating, "I don't see a confrontation with anybody. I'm not an activist. I'm not running for president." 1989. Political leaders assess the victories of L. Douglas Wilder, Virginia's first black governor, and David Dinkins, New York City's first black mayor, as it pertains to the current racial climate. Political leaders, political analysts, journalists, and other commentators assess the historic victories of L. Douglas Wilder as the nation's first elected black governor in Virginia, and the election of David Dinkins as New York City's first black mayor. After Dinkins won the Democratic primary in September 1989, syndicated columnist Carl Rowan suggested that Dinkins's victory was desperately needed proof that resurgent racism in America can be stopped wherever political, business and other leaders ask the people to walk away from the dark side of man's animal impulses. In an editorial on November 9, the Wall Street Journal said, "There's irony in the failure of Republican candidates to learn the lessons of the Reagan presidency. David Dinkins, and Virginia's Doug Wilder, ran as moderate Democrats, promising to hold the line on taxes and spending." The newspaper also reported that Wilder kept civil rights leader Jesse Jackson at arm's length during a year-long campaign that stressed his mainstream appeal to white voters. Wilder appealed for economic development, not economic empowerment, and talked about racial issues only under duress. Cynthia Tucker, a black columnist for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, wrote that Mr. Wilder has apparently overcome the color question with a strong pro-choice position, and has now provided a guidebook to other candidates of color who wish to serve beyond their traditional constituencies. 1989. The Rhythm and Blues Foundation presents its first Achievement Awards. The Rhythm and Blues Foundation presented its first Career Achievement Awards at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. The impetus for the awards came from Howell Begla, a Washington attorney, lifelong soul music fan, and admirer of blues singer Ruth Brown. After Begla discovered that Brown and dozens of other rhythm and blues artists had fallen into financial difficulties in the mid-1960s, he established the Rhythm and Blues Foundation to assist them, and later appointed blues singer Ray Charles chairman of the organization. The group eventually amassed an endowment of $1.5 million, donated mostly by Atlantic Records Company. Several of the honorees performed for the audience, including Percy Sledge, whose When a Man Loves a Woman was the first soul recording to rise to the top of the pop music charts, Mary Wells, known for her recordings of My Guy and You Beat Me to the Punch, Charles Brown, who sang Driftin' Blues and Black Knight, and Ruth Brown, often called Miss Rhythm. In her remarks, Brown recalled the distressing segregated South. Charles Brown nearly went to jail for me in Mississippi because they wouldn't let me use the bathroom at a gas station. How many buses did we ride together? How many back doors did we go through together? Each winner of the Rhythm and Blues Award received a check for $15,000 in order to right some past wrongs as well as recognize lifetime achievement. 1989. A federal building in Houston, Texas is renamed to honor Congressman George Thomas Mickey Leland III. President George Bush signed into law a bill to redesignate the federal building located at 1990 Smith Street in Houston, Texas as the George Thomas Mickey Leland Federal Building in honor of the late African-American congressman from Texas who died in a plane crash in Africa on August 7, 1989. The bill was introduced by Democratic Representative Jack Brooks from Texas. 1989. Ron Walters, a professor of political science at Howard University, analyzes the political victories of David Dinkins and L. Douglas Wilder. Ron Walters, a professor of political science at Howard University, observed that the key to victory was that, in terms of both style and substance, they ran mainstream campaigns tailored to the political realities of their respective jurisdictions. But the new crossover black politics creates an ultimate irony for the black voter. Historically, the black voter has laid the basis for the emergence of black politicians and has taken heart in their upward mobility. The danger is that the higher they go, the more restrained they will be in pursuing a black political agenda. Harding Carter III, a national political commentator, warned that no one should minimize the distance yet to travel before the mountaintop is achieved. There is no excuse for complacency. But there is also no excuse for refusing to celebrate when, as with last week's election results, real cause for celebration is provided. 1989. The Black Leadership Forum meets with President George Bush, explaining that racism was rising in parts of the country, and urging him to make a plan to solve it. President George Bush met at the White House with leaders of the National Black Leadership Forum. Blacks in attendance told Bush that racism was rising in some areas of the country, particularly on college campuses. They urged him to set a goal of bringing blacks to parity with the rest of the population in education, housing, and employment by the year 2000. President Bush made no commitments to the group and expressed surprise to hear that there was still overt racism, and he hoped it wasn't true. One of the leaders present, Dorothy Height, president of the National Council of Negro Women, remarked, "I think the most significant thing was that he showed a genuine interest." Other members of the BLF present at the meeting included Benjamin Hooks, executive director of the NAACP, Joseph Lowery, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and Coretta Scott King. 1989. Gloria Naylor receives the Lillian Smith Award for her novel Mama Day. African-American writer Gloria Naylor won a Lillian Smith Award for 1989. The award was presented for her third novel, Mama Day, which centers on cultural conflict in an all-black Sea Island community off the coast of South Carolina. The Smith Awards were named for the late Georgia civil rights activist, who was also the author of Strange Fruit. They recognize and encourage outstanding writing about the South. In 1983, Naylor won an American Book Award for The Women of Breadistor Place. 1989. Sparked by an incident involving the university's black homecoming queen, people protest racism at the University of Alabama. About 200 people gathered to protest racism at the Tuscaloosa campus of the University of Alabama and the school's financial investments in the Republic of South Africa. The protest was sparked by an incident that took place during a football game on October 14, when Kimberly Ashley, the university's black homecoming queen, was subjected to jeers by spectators. The protesters also took offense at the prominent display of Confederate flags. University officials contended that less than 1% of its total investments were in South Africa. 1989. Alvin Ailey, black American dancer and choreographer, dies of a blood disorder in New York City at age 58. Alvin Ailey, black American dancer and choreographer, died of a blood disorder in New York City at age 58. Ailey was born in the rural town of Rogers, Texas, where he faced discrimination at a very early age. Yet by the time of his death, Ailey had received New York's Handel Medallion and the Samuel H. Scripps American Dance Festival Award for lifetime contributions to modern dance. In 1988, he received Kennedy Center honors in Washington, D.C., for lifetime achievement in the performing arts. He founded the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater in 1958 and choreographed 79 ballets. In 1961, Ailey created his best-known work, Revelations, which was based on his childhood experiences in black Baptist churches. The dance became his company's rousing signature piece. Ailey also had a penchant for honoring the works of others whom he admired or with whose causes he sympathized. For example, he choreographed For Bird with Love as a tribute to jazz saxophonist Charlie Bird Parker, whose career was shortened by drug abuse. While Ailey refused to allow his company to perform in the Republic of South Africa, he choreographed, in collaboration with jazz drummer Max Roach, Survivors, in honor of South African anti-apartheid activists Nelson and Winnie Mandela. Although Ailey retired from performing 20 years before his death, he created a choreographic style distinctly his own, a combination of modern, ballet, jazz, and ethnic dance. Professor Richard Long, author of The Black Tradition in American Dance, called Ailey the best-known American dancer in the world. 1989. Nathan I. Huggins, a leading scholar of black American culture, dies of cancer in Boston, Massachusetts, at the age of 62. Nathan I. Huggins, a leading scholar of black American culture, died of cancer in Boston, Massachusetts, at the age of 62. Huggins was the author of works on black anti-slavery leader Frederick Douglass and on the Harlem Renaissance, the black cultural movement of the 1920s. Since 1980, he had been professor of history and Afro-American studies and director of the W.E.B. Du Bois Institute for Afro-American Research at Harvard University. 1989. Percy Snow, black American linebacker for the Michigan State University Spartans, is awarded the Vince Lombardi Trophy in Houston, Texas. Percy Snow, black American linebacker for the Michigan State University Spartans, was awarded the Vince Lombardi Trophy in Houston, Texas. The Lombardi Trophy, named for the legendary coach of the Green Bay Packers, is awarded every year to the nation's top collegiate linemen. On December 5, Snow had also won a Dick Butkus Award for his outstanding feats as a linebacker. At the time, Snow held the Michigan State record of 164 tackles. 1989. Craig A. Washington, a Houston, Texas, attorney, is elected to the U.S. House of Representatives from the predominantly black 18th Congressional District. Craig A. Washington, a Houston, Texas, attorney, was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives from the predominantly black 18th Congressional District. Washington defeated Houston City Councilman Anthony Hall to take the seat formerly held by Mickey Leland, who died in a plane crash in Ethiopia on August 7, 1989. 1989. A state appeals court in New York reverses the convictions of 3 white men who were found guilty in the 1986 death of Michael Griffith, a black man, in the Howard Beach section of Queens, New York, due to errors in his charge to the jury. A state appeals court in New York reversed the convictions of 3 white men who were found guilty in the 1986 death of Michael Griffith, a black man, in the Howard Beach section of Queens, New York. The unanimous ruling found that Thomas A. DeMacos, the trial judge, had made 2 errors in his charge to the jury. He had, the higher court said, supplied the jury with verdict sheets that contained the charges against the defendants, and he had improperly refused to instruct the jury on disorderly conduct, a lesser offense than the ones with which the defendants were charged. The three defendants, William Bolander, Thomas Farino, and James Povinelli, all aged 19, were convicted in 1988 of second-degree riot charges for their part in the racial attack on December 20, 1986. 1989. Mail bombs used in racial attacks on Robert S. Vance, a judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit in Birmingham, Alabama, and Robert E. Robinson, an attorney in Savannah, Georgia, who had represented the NAACP and other clients in civil rights cases. On December 16, a mail bomb exploded in the home of Robert S. Vance, a judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, in Birmingham, Alabama. The 11th Circuit had handled many civil rights cases, including some covering school desegregation, over the past decade. On December 18, a mail bomb exploded in the office of Robert E. Robinson, an attorney in Savannah, Georgia, who had represented the NAACP and other clients in civil rights cases. The bombs, which were sent to Vance and Robinson in parcels addressed to them, killed both men instantly. The FBI announced on December 18 that it suspected white supremacists in the mail bombings. Earl Shinhoster, Southeast Regional Director of the NAACP, whose office was the target of an earlier mailed tear gas bomb, called the attacks a very serious situation. 1989. The FBI investigates mail bombs found at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit in Atlanta, Georgia, and the headquarters of the Jacksonville, Florida, chapter of the NAACP. On December 19, a mail bomb was found and defused at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit in Atlanta, Georgia. The appeals court had handled many of the South's civil rights suits over the past decade. That same day, a mail bomb found outside the headquarters of the Jacksonville, Florida, chapter of the NAACP did not explode. The FBI announced that the packages were mailed from Georgia, as were the bombs that killed federal Judge Robert Vance and Savannah, Georgia, attorney Robert Robinson on December 16 and 18. The FBI also said it suspected the same person was responsible for all of the incidents. 1989. A U.S. administrative law judge in Atlanta, Georgia, orders Gordon C. Blackwell, a real estate broker, to pay $75,000 to a black couple whom he had discriminated against in the sale of a house. A U.S. administrative law judge in Atlanta, Georgia, ordered Gordon C. Blackwell, a real estate broker, to pay $75,000 to a black couple whom he had discriminated against in the sale of a house. Judge Alan W. Heifetz also found that Blackwell, a 66-year-old resident of Sandy Springs, Georgia, flouted the civil rights of Terrell and Janella Herron by refusing to close the sale of a Stone Mountain, Georgia, home. He also ordered the broker to complete the sale of the house. The case was the first in the nation under the recently enacted federal law, which provides quicker and harsher penalties if bias is proved. Gordon H. Mansfield, Assistant Secretary for Fair Housing at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, said the case was a landmark in civil rights enforcement, making housing discrimination expensive as well as unlawful. 1989. Ernest Nathan Dutch Morial, the first black mayor of New Orleans, Louisiana, dies of an apparent heart attack in New Orleans at age 60. Ernest Nathan Dutch Morial, the first black mayor of New Orleans, Louisiana, died of an apparent heart attack in New Orleans at age 60. Morial was born in New Orleans on October 9, 1929, to Walter and Leonie Morial. He became the first black law school graduate of Louisiana State University in 1954. Morial's public service career began in 1960 when he was elected president of the NAACP chapter in New Orleans. He worked with civil rights activist A.P. Tourard in filing suits against segregation in public facilities and institutions in the city. In 1965, Morial became the first black assistant U.S. attorney in Louisiana, and in 1967 the first black legislator since the Reconstruction era. He also served as a member of the State House of Representatives from 1967 to 1970, and became the first black elected to Louisiana's Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals in 1973. In 1977, on the strength of a huge black vote, Morial became New Orleans' first black mayor. As mayor for 2 terms, he faced rampant floods in 1978, a police strike that crippled the city's annual Mardi Gras festival in 1979, and a financially plagued World's Exposition in 1984. Morial left office in 1986 following an unsuccessful attempt to amend the city charter to allow the mayor to serve a third 4-year term. Nationally, Morial had been a president of the National Conference of Mayors, a member of the Democratic National Committee, and one of the key black advisors to Democratic presidential candidate Michael S. Dukakis in 1988. After Morial's death, his predecessor, former Mayor Moon Landrieu, remarked, "Dutch was the first black individual to achieve high public office in the state, that alone I think is a very significant achievement." 1990. The National Urban League recommends a $50 billion aid program to help close the economic gap. The National Urban League said that in order to close the economic gap between black and white Americans, a $50 billion aid program, similar to the one that rebuilt Europe after World War II, was needed. In the 15th annual The State of Black America report, the NUL contended that the fiscal and social policies of the administration of former President Ronald Reagan had helped stall the efforts of blacks to achieve greater economic parity with whites in the 1980s. The report added, however, that the greater openness of the administration of President George Bush had inspired new confidence in the federal government's ability to complete our unfinished revolution for democracy and human rights. 1990. Mark Elite J. Harris is named Brigadier General in the U.S. Air Force, becoming the first black woman to hold this rank in that branch of the armed services. Mark Elite J. Harris, a 46-year-old native of Houston, Texas, was named Brigadier General in the U.S. Air Force. She was the first black woman to hold this rank in that branch of the armed services. Harris earned a bachelor's degree in business management from the University of Maryland. She was the Air Force's first female aircraft maintenance officer. In 1975, Harris was named Personnel Staff Officer at Air Force Headquarters in Washington, D.C., where she also served as a White House aide to former President Jimmy Carter. 1990. The Bureau of the Census reports that the black population is increasing in the southern U.S. The Bureau of the Census reported that the proportion of blacks living in the southern region of the United States increased from 1980 to 1988, the first such rise in this century. 56% of all blacks resided in the South in 1988, compared with 52% in 1980. The proportion had been declining since the beginning of the century when it was at 90%. The Northeast was the only region in the 1980s to show a significant decline in the proportion of its black population, dropping from 19% to 17%. The proportion for the Midwest and West, according to the Bureau, did not change significantly. The number of blacks living in the South in 1988 totaled 16.4 million, an increase of 2.8 million since 1980. 1990. Lawrence Douglas Wilder is inaugurated as Governor of Virginia, making him the first black American elected chief executive of a state in American history. Lawrence Douglas Wilder was inaugurated as Governor of Virginia, making him the first black American elected chief executive of a state in American history. The only other black to have occupied a governor's office was P.B.S. Pinchback, who served as acting governor of Louisiana for a month at the end of 1872. Wilder, the grandson of slaves, was born in Richmond, Virginia, in 1931, the seventh of 8 children of Robert and Beulah Wilder. He received a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Virginia Union University in 1951 and a law degree from the Howard University School of Law in 1959. Returning immediately to his Church Hill neighborhood in Richmond to open a law practice, Wilder soon developed a reputation for flamboyance, driving convertibles and breezing into court, all smiles and trendy clothes, to take on difficult criminal cases. Wilder's political career began in 1970, when he was elected to the Virginia State Senate. There he spearheaded a campaign to make the birthday of Martin Luther King, Jr., a state holiday. The best he could achieve, however, was the addition of King's name to a holiday for Confederate generals Robert E. Lee and Thomas Stonewall Jackson. Although he had not been an active participant in the civil rights movement of the 1960s, Wilder began his tenure in the Senate with a blistering attack on the state song "Carry Me Back to Old Virginia." He and other blacks objected to the sentimental about a slave pining for the plantation, which included such lyrics as "There's where this old darkest heart am long to go, and there's where I labored so hard for old massa." Although the song was not removed, its playing at public functions was greatly diminished. Wilder remained in the state Senate until 1986, when he was lieutenant governor. At the time, he was the only black serving in that position in the country, but gained increasing popularity in the state for his opposition to a sales tax increase. When Wilder began his campaign for governor, he changed his position against the expansion of the death penalty to support for its more frequent use. He also went from a vague position on a woman's right to an abortion to an enthusiastic supporter of that right, after polls showed that some 2/3 of Virginians supported a woman's right to choose. Following his election, several analysts credited Wilder's strong pro-choice position for providing him the margin of his slim victory. When Wilder took the oath of office as governor, he declared, "I am a son of Virginia. We mark today not a victory of party or the accomplishments of an individual, but the triumph of an idea as old as America, as old as the God who looks out for us all. It is the idea expressed so eloquently from this great commonwealth by those who gave shape to the greatest nation ever known. The idea that all men and women are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." 1990. Professor and activist Angela Davis addresses a crowd at Spelman College, stating that activism is intensifying. Angela Davis, professor of ethnic and women's studies at San Francisco State University, told a crowd of 1,500 people at Spelman College in Atlanta that we're moving to an era of intense activism, something that is going to make the 60s look like a Tea Party. Davis was a controversial figure in the 1960s and 1970s as an activist who took more radical stances on issues than did leaders of the civil rights movement, like Martin Luther King, Jr., and Roy Wilkins, of SCLC and the NAACP, respectively. In 1972, at the age of 28, Davis was tried and later acquitted of aiding 3 black men who killed a judge during a shootout at the Marin County, California, courthouse. In 1980, she was the vice presidential candidate of the American Communist Party. In the 1980s, Davis, the late Malcolm X, and other black radicals of the 1960s and 1970s had a resurgence of influence among young black Americans, particularly on college campuses, as folk heroines and heroes. Their calls for liberation by any means necessary seemed to have new relevance to the problems of blacks in the current decades, in the eyes of the students. 1990. 4 black demonstrators protesting the dismissal of Norwood Roussel as the first black superintendent of Selma, Alabama's schools, are arrested after a melee in the mayor's office. 4 black protesters were arrested after a melee in the mayor's office in Selma, Alabama, on February 4. The blacks were protesting the earlier dismissal of Norwood Roussel as the first black superintendent of the city's schools. The Selma Board of Education had said that Roussel's managerial skills were questionable. Among those arrested on February 4 were Rose Sanders and Carlos Williams, local attorneys, and Perry Varner, a Dallas County commissioner. On February 6, the Selma Board of Education offered to rehire Superintendent Roussel at least temporarily and asked the 5 black members of the board to return to their posts. The 5 blacks had resigned in December 1989 after a racially divided school board voted against extending Roussel's contract. F.D. Reese, the black high school principal who had been named interim school superintendent on February 4, said he would relinquish the job to Roussel. On February 7, despite the temporary reinstatement of Roussel as superintendent of Selma's schools, hundreds of demonstrators protested at City Hall. They demanded a permanent reinstatement for Roussel and charged that Rose Sanders, an attorney arrested in a previous protest on February 4, had been brutalized by police. Meanwhile, the town's schools, which were 70% black, remained closed. Since December 1989, when the 6 white school board members rebuffed the 5 black ones and voted to oust Roussel as superintendent, black students had also boycotted several of the city's schools. 1990. Abjuda Abi Nantanbuyo, a Memphis, Tennessee, woman who Ralph David Abernathy implied had an extramarital affair with Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., filed a $10 million suit against Abernathy and Harper & Row, the publisher of his autobiography, and the walls came tumbling down. Abjuda Abi Nantanbuyo, a Memphis, Tennessee, woman who Ralph David Abernathy implied had an extramarital affair with Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., filed a $10 million suit against Abernathy and Harper & Row, the publisher of his autobiography, and the walls came tumbling down. The suit, which Nantanbuyo brought to the U.S. District Court in New York City, charged that the defendants falsely and maliciously thus caused the readers of book to believe that she had engaged in adulterous behavior and sexual relations with Dr. Martin Luther King on the last night of his life. King, Abernathy, and other civil rights activists had dinner at Nantanbuyo's home the night before he was assassinated in Memphis on April 4, 1968. 1990. Nelson R. Mandela, the major symbol of the struggle for human rights in the Republic of South Africa, is released from prison after serving 27 years. Nelson R. Mandela, the major symbol of the struggle for human rights in the Republic of South Africa, was released from prison after serving 27 years. Mandela's release was ordered by Frederick W. de Klerk, the new president of South Africa. It was applauded by political and human rights leaders around the world, including the United States. In 1986, the U.S. Congress had passed the Anti-Apartheid Act, which imposed economic sanctions on the white minority government of South Africa. The act stipulated that the sanctions could only be lifted after South Africa had freed all political prisoners, legalized the African National Congress and other anti-apartheid groups, engaged in good faith negotiations on the nation's political future, lifted the state of emergency, and made substantial progress on dismantling apartheid, South Africa's system of racial segregation. President de Klerk lifted a 30-year-old ban on the ANC on February 2, 1990. Randall Robinson, executive director of Trans-Africa, the leading anti-apartheid group in the United States, expressed the great delight of most black Americans upon the news of Mandela's release, but he warned that sanctions must remain in place and that it would be a mistake, at this juncture, for President Bush to invite President de Klerk to visit the U.S. 1990. James Buster Douglas defeats Mike Tyson in a major upset, becoming the world's heavyweight boxing champion. James Buster Douglas knocked out Mike Tyson in the 10th round of the Tokyo, Japan, match to take the world's heavyweight boxing championship in a major upset. Douglas, a 24-year-old black American from Columbus, Ohio, went into the contest against the champion with a 18-2-1 record, including 14 knockouts. 1990. Students at historically black Tennessee State University stage sit-ins and marches protesting poor conditions at the school. Students at historically black Tennessee State University in Nashville staged sit-ins and marches protesting poor conditions at the school. Targets of the protest were University President Otis Floyd and the State Board of Regents, the governing body for Tennessee's institutions of higher education. Several students were arrested for violating school rules or criminal laws during the demonstrations. Some of them, including Jeff Carr, the student body president, rejected offers of amnesty. 1990. Arthur A. Fletcher is named chairman of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. President George Bush named black businessman Arthur A. Fletcher chairman of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. Fletcher, age 65, had served with Bush when the president was U.S. ambassador to the United Nations in 1971. Fletcher was an Assistant Secretary of Labor in the administration of President Richard M. Nixon and Deputy Assistant for Urban Affairs for President Gerald R. Ford. In 1978, he lost a contest for mayor of Washington, D.C., to Democrat Marion Barry. Fletcher succeeded William Barclay Allen, who, as chairman of the CCR, had been embroiled in several controversies, even with fellow commissioners. After he delivered a speech in 1989 titled "Blacks, Animals, Homosexuals, What is a Minority?" the commission, by vote of 6-1, condemned Allen's speech as thoughtless, disgusting and unnecessarily inflammatory. Allen and his predecessor, the late Clarence Pendleton, had also drawn the ire of some congresspersons and civil rights leaders for failing to aggressively champion civil rights enforcement. But the appointment of Fletcher drew praises. Benjamin Hooks, executive director of the NAACP, for example, described Fletcher as a fair-minded, down-the-middle-of-the-road kind of person. 1990. The Bureau of the Census estimates the Black American population at 30.6 million as of January 1, 1989, an increase of 462,000 from a year earlier. The Bureau of the Census estimated the Black American population at 30.6 million as of January 1, 1989, an increase of 462,000 from a year earlier. The total represented a growth of 1.5% during the year for blacks, which doubled the white increase of 0.8%. The annual growth rate of blacks had exceeded that of whites since 1950, according to the Bureau. Most of the gain for both groups came from natural increase. At the beginning of 1989, blacks made up 12.3% of the nation's population of 247.6 million. Whites comprised 84% of the total and other races made up 3%. The number of Hispanics rose by 3.4% and totaled 20.2 million or 8% of the national total. 1990. Carol Gist, 20-year-old Black American from Detroit, Michigan, is crowned Miss USA in Wichita, Kansas. Carol Gist, 20-year-old Black American from Detroit, Michigan, was crowned Miss USA in Wichita, Kansas. Gist, a student at Northwood Institute, became the first Black American to gain the beauty title. 3 blacks have held the older title of Miss America. Of her selection, Gist said, "There is so much more to me than my blackness, the color of my skin. Never give up on your dreams." The new Miss USA received prizes totaling about $220,000, including $88,000 in cash. 1990. Walter H. Annenberg, former publisher of TV Guide, makes a $50 million pledge to the United Negro College Fund, making it the largest single donation ever offered to the group. Walter H. Annenberg, former publisher of TV Guide, made a $50 million pledge to the United Negro College Fund. His gift was the largest single donation ever offered to the group, which serves as a coordinating fundraising agency for more than 40 private black colleges in the United States. Annenberg called black colleges major force for positive change. As a society, we cannot afford to waste our most valuable resources, our citizens. Unless young blacks are brought into the mainstream of economic life, they will continue to be on the curbstone. The key to this problem is education. President George Bush applauded the gesture, remarking, "I think that generosity is a challenge that will bring on well-deserved support from others. It's most generous and one of the most brilliant points of light I can think of." In 1989, the UNCF had raised a total of $45.8 million for distribution to its member institutions. 1990. Black American leaders meet with the Secretary of State to lobby for a significant increase in economic aid for African nations. A group of Black American leaders met with Secretary of State James A. Baker III in Washington, D.C., for discussions involving the redistribution of foreign aid from emerging East European democracies to needy African nations struggling for freedom. The group specifically requested an increase in aid to Namibia, from $7.8 million budgeted for 1991 to $25 million in 1990 and 1991, and a grant of $25 million to the African National Congress for its struggle to end apartheid in South Africa. One of the blacks present at the meeting, Randall Robinson, head of Trans-Africa, a lobbying group for U.S. foreign policy towards Africa, said there were sharp disagreements with Baker over increased aid to Namibia, as well as continued covert aid to rebels in Angola. Other blacks who attended the meeting included civil rights leader Jesse Jackson and Coretta Scott King, widow of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. 1990. Harold Irwin Bearden, minister and civil leader, dies after suffering a stroke in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 79. Harold Irwin Bearden, minister and civil leader, died after suffering a stroke in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 79. Bearden was born in Atlanta on May 8, 1910, to Lloyd and Mary DaCosta Bearden. He obtained an A.B. degree at Morris Brown College and a B.D. degree from Turner Theological Seminary. Bearden was ordained a deacon in the African Methodist Episcopal Church in 1930 and an elder in 1931. He pastored the Big Bethel AIM Church, one of the oldest and largest congregations in Atlanta, from 1951 to 1964. From 1960 to 1962, Bearden was an acting presiding elder of the AME Church, and in 1964, he was consecrated a bishop in Cincinnati, Ohio. Bearden's first assignments upon elevation to the bishopric were in Central and West Africa. While there, he was elected president of the Board of Trustees of Monrovia College in Liberia. Upon his return to the United States, Bearden had church district assignments in Ohio and Texas before being named bishop of the 6th Episcopal District in his native Georgia in 1976. He was president of the AME Council of Bishops in 1973 to 74. Bearden served as bishop in the 6th Episcopal District of Georgia until 1980 and continued to serve on special assignments for his church until his retirement in 1984. While Bearden was president of the Atlanta chapter of the NAACP in 1958-59, a suit was filed to desegregate the Atlanta public schools and a federal court ordered desegregation on the city's buses. Bearden was one of several black ministers who were arrested in 1957 for defying Georgia's bus segregation laws. He continuously used his Sunday radio broadcasts to chide both segregationists and black accommodationists about Jim Crow practices in Atlanta and the nation, and he supported student sit-in demonstrations in the city in the 1960s. Bearden served as a director of the Atlanta University Center Consortium of Black Colleges and was a chairman of the boards of trustees at both of his alma maters, Morris Brown College and Turner Theological Seminary. The State Senate of Georgia named him an outstanding citizen in 1978. In one of the eulogies for Bearden, Jesse Hill, president of the Atlanta Life Insurance Company and a trustee of the Big Bethel Church, said, "When the history of the turbulent 60s and the biracial progress of Atlanta is written, the name of Bishop Harold I. Bearden, then the dynamic, fearless pastor of Big Bethel AME Church, has to be placed up front." John Hurst Adams, the current senior bishop of the A.M.E.S. 6th Episcopal District, remembers Bearden as a major influence in the life of the community. He was active in community development, the civil rights movement, and all aspects in the advancement of the community and especially aspects of Black American community unity. 1990. Thea Bowman, Catholic educator and only Black American member of the Franciscan Sisters of Perpetual Adoration, dies of cancer in Jackson, Mississippi, at the age 52. Thea Bowman, Catholic educator, died of cancer in Jackson, Mississippi, at age 52. Bowman was the only Black American member of the Franciscan Sisters of Perpetual Adoration. She served as Director of Intercultural Awareness for its Jackson Diocese and was a member of the faculty of the Institute of Black Catholic Studies at Xavier University in New Orleans, Louisiana. In 1988, Bowman recorded an album, Sister Thea, Songs of My People, which consisted of 15 Black spirituals. The recording made the nun a popular figure at conventions and on college campuses across the nation. In that same year, she was featured on the CBS TV news program 60 Minutes, which led to plans for a movie about her life and work. She was widely honored for her educational work as well as her pioneering efforts to encourage Black Catholics to express their cultural roots inside the church. In 1989, she received the U.S. Catholic Award from U.S. Catholic Magazine for furthering the cause of women in the Roman Catholic Church. In addition, the Sister Thea Bowman Black Catholic Educational Foundation was established in 1989 to provide financial support for Black students in Catholic primary and elementary schools and Catholic colleges and universities. Upon her death, Joseph Houck, Bishop of the Diocese of Jackson, said, "She was an outstanding woman. She was proud of her heritage and totally dedicated to the vision of Jesus Christ for love and growth of all people." 1990. Sarah Vaughan, Black American jazz singer known affectionately as the Divine One, dies of cancer in San Fernando Valley, California, at age 66. Sarah Vaughan, Black American jazz singer known affectionately as the Divine One, died of cancer in San Fernando Valley, California, at age 66. Vaughan was born on March 27, 1924 in Newark, New Jersey, to Asbury, a carpenter and amateur guitarist, and Ada Vaughan, a laundry worker and choir singer. Sarah joined a Baptist church choir as a child and the gospel influence remained with her throughout her career. She occasionally included a version of the Lord's Prayer in her performances. Ada Vaughan had wanted her daughter to pursue a career in classical music, and sent her to weekly organ and piano lessons, but young Sarah soon turned to a different path. At age 18, she won a talent contest at the Apollo Theater in Harlem, New York, with a rendition of Body and Soul. She was soon singing and playing piano with the Earl Hines Band and later toured with Billy Eckstine. Vaughan began a solo career in the 1940s. Between 1940 and her death, she performed before jazz audiences throughout the nation and recorded at least 3 top 10 pop singles, including Broken Hearted Melody, which sold more than 1 million records. Other notable recordings included Misty, The Divine Sarah Vaughan, Jerson Live and Lover. Although Vaughan did not swing as effortlessly as Ella Fitzgerald, according to Bo Emerson, music critic of the Atlanta Constitution, nor bring to bear Billie Holiday's intensity, the physical pleasure of her voice set her apart from most vocalists in any discipline. She had the kind of voice that comes along once in 100 years, once in a lifetime, maybe once in 1,000 years, remarked jazz saxophonist and elder statesman Benny Carter. At the 1989 Grammy Award ceremonies, Vaughan received a Lifetime Achievement Award. 1990. A New York Times/CBS Network news poll revealed that Black Americans had given George Bush the highest level of sustained approval of any Republican president in 30 years. A New York Times/CBS Network news poll revealed that Black Americans had given George Bush the highest level of sustained approval of any Republican president in 30 years. 56% of Black Americans in the poll supported the way the president was doing his job. The survey was conducted by telephone from March 30 to April 2, 1990, and involved 403 blacks. 1990. Ralph David Abernathy, minister and civil rights leader, dies of heart problems in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 64. Ralph David Abernathy, minister and civil rights leader, died of heart problems in Atlanta, Georgia, at age 64. Abernathy was born on March 11, 1926, in Linden, Alabama, to William L., a farmer and deacon, and Louis Verney Valentine Abernathy. He was the 10th of 12 children. After his discharge from the U.S. Army in 1945, Abernathy enrolled in the Alabama State College in Montgomery, where he became both student body and class president. Abernathy led successful student protests against poor food in the cafeteria and inadequate living conditions for male students. He received a bachelor's degree from Alabama State in 1950. While attending graduate school at Atlanta University, Abernathy heard Martin Luther King Jr. speak at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta and developed an acquaintance with the young minister. Prior to his involvement in the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s, Abernathy was a dean at Alabama State College and part-time pastor of a church in Demopolis, Alabama. In 1948, he was named pastor of Montgomery's Black First Baptist Church when King went to Montgomery in 1954 to assume the pastorate of the Dexter Avenue Baptist Church. He received a warm welcome from Abernathy and their friendship was strengthened. King planned to spend 2 or 3 years getting himself established in the city before becoming active in civic affairs, while Abernathy wanted to return to his graduate studies in order to obtain, in his words, the same kind of academic credibility that his friend King had. Their plans were disrupted by the arrest of Rosa Parks and the subsequent Montgomery bus boycott of 1955 to 1956. Both men were thrust into the leadership of the protest, King as the major figure and Abernathy as his number 1 lieutenant. For 13 years, Abernathy remained King's closest aide, confidant, and supporter as they engaged in the civil rights struggles of Montgomery, Albany, Birmingham, Selma, Chicago, Memphis, and dozens of other cities, towns, and hamlets. After an assassin's bullet struck King on the balcony of the Lorraine Hotel on the evening of April 4, 1968, Abernathy cradled his fallen comrade in his arms and remained with him through his death and autopsy. He gave one of the principal eulogies at King's funeral ceremonies, on what he called one of the darkest days in American history. Abernathy succeeded King as president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. In his own right, Abernathy also led the Poor People's Campaign for Jobs and Freedom in Washington after King's death in 1968. He ran for Congress from Georgia's 5th District in 1978 but received only 3,614 votes. Abernathy addressed the United Nations in 1971 and was a president of the World Peace Council. In 1980, he was one of the few national black leaders to endorse the Republican presidential candidate Ronald Reagan over President Jimmy Carter. Abernathy considered Carter's presidency ineffectual and felt that Reagan would revive the economy and develop jobs for blacks. In 1984, he broke with some of his colleagues in the civil rights movement, including former United Nations Ambassador Andrew Young, and endorsed another civil rights veteran, Jesse L. Jackson, for president. 1990. Jury announces that it is unable to reach a verdict in the trial of Harold Ford, black U.S. representative, who had been charged with bank fraud and conspiracy. A federal court jury in Memphis, Tennessee, announced that it was unable to reach a verdict in the 2.5-month trial of Harold Ford, black U.S. representative. The 44-year-old Tennessee Democrat had been charged with 19 counts of bank fraud, mail fraud, and conspiracy. He was specifically accused of taking more than $1 million in political payoffs disguised as loans from bankers C.H. and Jake Butcher of Knoxville, Tennessee. Ford had consistently maintained his innocence and suggested that the charges against him were racially motivated. 1990. Andrew J. Young, former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations and Mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, addresses the annual convention of the Rainbow Coalition in Atlanta. Andrew J. Young, former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations and Mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, addressed the annual convention of the Rainbow Coalition in Atlanta. The coalition was founded by former Black American Democratic presidential candidate Jesse L. Jackson. In the 1984 Democratic presidential contest, Young publicly opposed Jackson's candidacy and supported his rival former Vice President Walter Mondale. In 1988 Young, citing his role as mayor of the host city of the Democratic National Convention, remained neutral. He once called Jackson's presidential ambitions dangerous. But at the Rainbow Coalition convention on May 4, 1990, Young drew applause when he described Jackson as the only person in the Democratic Party who has dared to challenge the administration of President George Bush. He also said that Jackson had had the fire in his belly, the dream in his heart. He had the gleam and vision in his eyes. For his part, Jackson said, Young can win and deserves to win his current quest for the Democratic nomination as governor of Georgia. 1990. Virginia Governor L. Douglas Wilder orders state agencies to divest themselves of business investments in companies not substantively free of economic activity in South Africa. Virginia Governor L. Douglas Wilder ordered all of his state's agencies and institutions to divest themselves of business investments in companies not substantively free of economic activity in South Africa. Virginia officials estimated that such holdings amounted to more than $750 million. A large amount of this money was invested by the agency, which paid pensions to retired state employees. In announcing his actions, Governor Wilder said that Virginians should support the efforts of South African blacks to break the chains of apartheid with the same vigor and enthusiasm that greeted the aspirations to freedom by people in China and Eastern Europe. He added, "If we are to participate in the extension to all peoples of the freedoms and liberties which we hold dear, we must take concrete actions which reflect our support." Wilder made his declarations in a commencement address at the predominantly black Norfolk State University. 1990. Joseph E. Lowery, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, holds a workshop on race relations with 4 Ku Klux Klansmen in Birmingham, Alabama. Joseph E. Lowery, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, held a workshop on race relations with 4 Ku Klux Klansmen in Birmingham, Alabama. The 4 were among group of 5 Klansmen who had been sentenced to participate in the 2-hour meeting for their participation in a racial melee in Decatur, Alabama, in 1979. 4 people were wounded in an exchange of gunfire between blacks and whites after more than 100 Klansmen tried to block a civil rights match. After the workshop, Roger Handley, a former Grand Dragon of the Alabama Ku Klux Klan, called the affair a waste of 2 hours. Lowery, who preached patriotism, love, and brotherhood to the white supremacists, however, called it heartwarming. 1990. George Augustus Stallings is ordained the first bishop of the African American Catholic Church. George Augustus Stallings was ordained the first bishop of the African American Catholic Church. The 41-year-old black priest broke away from the Roman Catholic Church in June 1989 after declaring that the church failed to meet the needs of its black American parishioners. On July 4, 1989, he was suspended for founding an independent black congregation. At the ordination of Bishop Stallings, African dancers and gospel singers performed before an audience of 1,000 people. Stallings knelt on a decorated stage filled with elaborate banners, drummers, and icons as 6 white bishops from the independent Old Catholic Churches of California declared him suitable candidate for the office of bishop in the Church of God. At the time of Stallings' assumption of his new post, his African American Catholic congregation had expanded from Washington, D.C. to Baltimore, Maryland, Norfolk, Virginia, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 1990. Sammy Davis, Jr., black American entertainer and America's Ambassador of Goodwill, dies of cancer in Beverly Hills, California, at age 64. Sammy Davis, Jr., black American entertainer and America's Ambassador of Goodwill, died of cancer in Beverly Hills, California, at age 64. He was born on December 8, 1925, in the Harlem section of New York City. Davis was the consummate star, the epitome of versatility. He began performing at age 3 with his father, Sam, Sr., and his uncle, Will Maston, in vaudeville. In his adult years, Davis' talents as a dancer, singer, and actor were revered on the stage, film, television, and in nightclubs. He made his Broadway debut in 1956 in the musical Mr. Wonderful and won a Tony nomination for his starring role as a cosmopolitan boxer in Golden Boy. Davis's major recordings included The Way You Look Tonight, Hey There, That Old Black Magic, The Shelter of Your Arms, I've Got to Be Me, and The Candy Man. In his recordings, as in his films, Davis often worked with his friends Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin. His first movie role was as a child in Rufus Jones for President with singer Ethel Waters. Davis also had major roles in Anna Lucasta, Porgy and Bess, Ocean's 11, Robin and the Seven Hoods, and Sweet Charity. Davis' last film appearance was in 1989 with dancer Gregory Hines in Tap. Between 1956 and 1980, Davis appeared on almost every variety show and comedy series on network television. In 1966, he starred in his own television series, one of the first ever hosted by a black person. Davis supported the civil rights movement of the 1960s by singing at fundraisers, especially for Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and was with King at the end of the famous Selma to Montgomery voting rights march in Alabama. He also helped raise money for the defense of Angela Davis, who was imprisoned for conspiracy to commit murder in the late 1960s. The entertainer was also the target of controversy. After being invited to an inaugural activity for President John F. Kennedy in 1961, he was later asked not to attend the affair because of fear that his presence there with his then-wife, Swedish actress Maj-Britt, would inflame Southerners. Davis also made headlines in 1972 at a function for President Richard M. Nixon during the Republican National Convention. He startled the president and many black Americans, particularly when he came up behind Nixon and gave him a big hug while flashing a wide, caddish grin. The rise of Davis from demeaning, stereotypical roles in vaudeville and his early films to the highest place in the annals of American entertainment is documented in his autobiographies Yes I Can and Why Me. At the time of his death, Davis had become, in the words of NAACP Executive Director Benjamin Hooks, an American treasure that the whole world loved. 1990. Consolidated Bank and Trust Company, the nation's oldest black-owned commercial bank, expands, in a move that allows it to purchase the assets of two failed Virginia lending institutions. Consolidated Bank and Trust Company, the nation's oldest black-owned commercial bank, expanded, in a move that allowed it to purchase the assets of two failed Virginia lending institutions. In an agreement with the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the Richmond-based Consolidated paid a $315,000 premium to add the assets of the black-owned People's Savings and Loan Association and Community Federal Savings and Loan Association to its portfolio. It also assumed all loans and deposits of the two S&Ls. The 107-year-old Peoples of Hampton and Community Federal, a 23-year-old Newport News, Virginia, financial institution, had combined assets of $30 million. The transaction boosted Consolidated's total assets to $93.50 million, up from $62 million. The bank was the 12th largest on listing of black-owned banks by Black Enterprise magazine. 1990. Joseph Fama, a 19-year-old New York City youth, is convicted of second-degree murder in the 1989 slaying of Yusuf Hawkins, a 16-year-old black youth, in the Bensonhurst section of the city. Joseph Fama, a 19-year-old New York City youth, was convicted of second-degree murder in the 1989 slaying of Yusuf Hawkins, a 16-year-old black youth, in the Bensonhurst section of the city. The mob attack that led to Hawkins's death in an all-white neighborhood had been the focus of racial tension in the nation's largest city for more than 6 months. It was also frequently cited by some blacks as evidence of a resurgent racism in the United States. 1990. Judge rules that a 39-year-old law that prohibits members of the Ku Klux Klan from wearing hooded masks in public is unconstitutional. A Gwinnett County, Georgia, state court judge ruled that a 39-year-old law that prohibited members of the Ku Klux Klan from wearing hooded masks in public was unconstitutional. Judge Howard E. Cook said that the state law was overly broad and violated the rights to free speech, association, and equal protection of the Klansmen. Although the Klan may represent hateful ideas, such ideas are still entitled to protection, Judge Cook declared. Georgia state officials and civil rights leaders said they were shocked by the judge's decision and filed notice of appeal to the state Supreme Court 20 minutes after the decision was filed. 1990. Bobby Rush, former leader of the militant Black Panther Party in Chicago, becomes deputy chairman of the Illinois Democratic Party. Bobby Rush, former leader of the militant Black Panther Party in Chicago, became deputy chairman of the Illinois Democratic Party. A South Side alderman since 1983, Rush had quietly gained political clout in the city where he once decreed, "The power structure has genocide in their minds," and noted that the solution was revolution. Rush rode into city council in 1983 on the coattails of the popular Harold Washington, the first black mayor of the Windy City. He made an unsuccessful bid for alderman in 1974 shortly after leaving the Panther Party. Born in Albany, Georgia, he moved to Chicago with his family in 1954 when he was 7 years old. 1990. Harvey Gantt, the former black American mayor of Charlotte, North Carolina, wins his state's Democratic nomination for the U.S. Senate. Harvey Gantt, the former black American mayor of Charlotte, North Carolina, won his state's Democratic nomination for the U.S. Senate. Gantt gained 272,576 votes to defeat Michael Easley, a county district attorney. Easley received 206,397 votes with 99% of the state's precincts reporting. Gantt, a 47-year-old architect, was the first black in North Carolina to receive the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senator. In 1963, he became the first black student to enroll in Clemson University in South Carolina and was the first black mayor of Charlotte. Of his nomination, Gantt remarked, "There's a new day in North Carolina. This is a day where people are judged by what they can do and not by the color of their skin." 1990. Judge Thaddeus Owens sentences 2 19-year-old white youths to prison for the shooting death of Yusuf K. Hawkins, a 16-year-old black youth, in New York City. Judge Thaddeus Owens sentenced 2 19-year-old white youths to prison for the August 23, 1989, shooting death of Yusuf K. Hawkins, a 16-year-old black youth, in New York City. Joseph Fama, who prosecutors and police authorities said actually shot Hawkins, was sentenced to 32 2/3 years to life in prison. He had been convicted of second-degree murder, inciting a riot, unlawful imprisonment, weapons possessions, and other crimes. Keith Mondello received a sentence of 5 1/3 to 16 years in prison and a $2,000 fine. He was acquitted of murder and manslaughter, but convicted of inciting a riot, unlawful imprisonment, and discrimination. Mondello was identified as the ringleader of the mob that attacked Hawkins and 3 other blacks in the Bensonhurst neighborhood of New York City in 1989. The family of the slain Hawkins and other blacks applauded Fama's sentence, but some threw rocks and bottles in Brooklyn when they heard that Mondello had been acquitted of the more serious charges. 1990. Theo Mitchell, a black state senator, wins the Democratic primary contest for governor of South Carolina. Theo Mitchell, a black state senator, won the Democratic primary contest for governor of South Carolina. Mitchell gained 107,473 votes to 69,766 votes for Ernest Parsaleg, a freshman senator. 1990. Marion S. Barry, Jr., mayor of Washington, D.C., announces he will run again after previously saying he would not. Marion S. Barry, Jr., mayor of Washington, D.C., announced he would not seek a 4th term. At that time, Barry, former civil rights activist, was on trial in a federal district court in Washington. He was arrested on January 18, 1990, in a drug sting at a local hotel. The mayor had pleaded innocent to 3 felony counts of lying to a grand jury about his alleged drug use, 10 misdemeanor cocaine possession charges, and 1 misdemeanor cocaine conspiracy charge. 1990. The National Collegiate Black Caucus sponsors march and rally in Washington, D.C. About 850 people, mostly students, attended a march and rally sponsored by the National Collegiate Black Caucus in Washington, D.C. The organizers had expected a crowd of more than 5,000. The demonstration was organized to coordinate the concerns of black collegians throughout the nation. In the past decade, black college students on both predominantly black and predominantly white campuses had demonstrated against racism and for a greater infusion of African and Black American studies into college and university curricula. The students at the Washington rally were also concerned about inadequate housing on their campuses and insufficient financial aid. 1990. Kenny Leon, a 34-year-old actor, is named artistic director of the Alliance Theater Company in Atlanta, Georgia. Kenny Leon, a 34-year-old actor, was named artistic director of the Alliance Theater Company in Atlanta, Georgia. The appointment made him the second black artistic director of major American theater. Leon was associate artistic director at the Alliance Theater, where he gained popularity for his direction of such productions as Fences, Gal Baby, and Joy Turner's Come and Gone. 1990. Nelson Mandela conducts a 10-day tour of the U.S. to convince Americans to maintain sanctions against the white minority government in South Africa until its racial apartheid system is dismantled. Nelson Mandela, Deputy President of the African National Congress and the major symbol of the struggle for freedom in the Republic of South Africa, conducted a major tour of the United States. The 10-day foray was designed to convince Americans to maintain sanctions against the white minority government in South Africa until its racial apartheid system was dismantled, and to raise money to assist the ANC's campaign for majority rule. On June 20, Mandela was feted to a ticker tape parade in downtown New York City, where approximately 750,000 people lined the parade routes to greet him. He told crowds that apartheid in his country was doomed, and that with the aid of supporters in the United States, we have made the government listen, and we have broken the walls of the South African jails. On June 22, the South African freedom fighter addressed the United Nations. He cautioned that nothing which has happened in South Africa calls for a revision of the position that this organization has taken in the struggle against apartheid. During the almost 3 decades that Mandela was in prison, the UN consistently adopted resolutions opposing South African apartheid, and the many speeches by delegates and others against the system usually ended in the refrain, "Free Mandela." Mandela was in Boston, Massachusetts, on June 23, where his hosts included Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, widow of slain President John F. Kennedy, and the late president's brother, Massachusetts Senator Edward Ted Kennedy. Mandela told audiences, "We lower our banners in memory of Crispus Attucks is something people focus on," he once remarked. "But what I focus on and what others focus on are two different things. I focus on doing a first-rate job on a consistent basis." Lewis' success eventually brought him a personal fortune of some $400 million. Although he carefully guarded his own and his family's privacy, he was well known for his generous donations to civic and charitable causes, including a $1 million gift to Howard University and a $3 million gift to Harvard Law School. 1993. Maya Angelou reads a poem at President Bill Clinton's inauguration that she had been asked to compose for the occasion. At President Bill Clinton's inauguration, renowned black poet Maya Angelou read the special verse she had been asked to compose for the occasion. Entitled On the Pulse of Morning, her poem reflected the optimism many people felt at the thought of the country's new beginnings under a different administration. 1993. Michael Aspie is appointed Secretary of Agriculture. He later resigned. President Bill Clinton appointed Michael Aspie as Secretary of Agriculture. Aspie had served as a congressman from Mississippi in the U.S. House of Representatives since 1986, working on committees such as the House Agricultural Committee, the Subcommittee on Cotton, Rice, and Sugar, and the Subcommittee on Conservation, Credit, and Rural Development. Aspie resigned as secretary in December of 1994 because of a federal ethics investigation of accusations that he had accepted gifts from companies regulated by the Department of Agriculture. 1993. President Bill Clinton appoints Hazel O'Leary as Secretary of the Department of Energy. President Bill Clinton appointed Hazel O'Leary as Secretary of the Department of Energy in 1993. Although she was instrumental in dismantling the nation's nuclear weaponry complex and in helping energy producers finance nuclear waste storage programs, O'Leary came under attack for questionable spending of government money. She resigned from her post in late 1996. 1993. Jackie Barrett becomes the nation's first black female sheriff. In Fulton County, Georgia, Jackie Barrett was sworn in as the nation's first black female sheriff. 1993. Alabama lawmakers celebrate winning a lawsuit that ends Governor Guy Hunt's practice of flying a Confederate flag over the state capitol in Montgomery. In Alabama, black legislators celebrated a courtroom victory that ended Governor Guy Hunt's practice of flying a Confederate flag over the state capitol in Montgomery. According to a circuit court judge, an 1895 law said that the only acceptable flags were the U.S. flag and the state flag. The legislators had decided to take the issue to court because they felt the Confederate flag was an offensive symbol of racial oppression and hatred. Various Alabama business groups agreed and spoke out against the governor, too, insisting that displaying the rebel banner hurt the state's image. 1993. Retired Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall dies of a heart attack. Just days after illness forced him to cancel plans to swear in new Vice President Al Gore, retired Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall died of a heart attack in Bethesda, Maryland. An outspoken opponent of the conservative direction the country had taken since 1980, the 84-year-old jurist had once vowed that he would not die until the Democrats were in the White House again. On the Wednesday after Marshall's death, nearly 20,000 people filed past his coffin in the Great Hall of the Supreme Court. There they paid their respects to the man known as Mr. Civil Rights in recognition of his lifelong commitment to achieving justice for all, especially the poor and minorities. The next day, 4,000 civil rights leaders, members of Congress, and others gathered at Washington's National Cathedral for a memorial service. Marshall was buried on Friday at a private ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. 1993. Bert Andrews, a photographer whose work chronicled the history of black theater, dies of cancer. Bert Andrews, a photographer whose work chronicled the history of black theater, died of cancer in New York City. He was 63. Andrews photographed many of Broadway's biggest stars, including James Earl Jones, Cicely Tyson, Denzel Washington, Billy D. Williams, Lou Gossett Jr., Morgan Freeman, Felicia Rashad, Raymond St. Jacques, and Diana Sands. He also took pictures of memorable scenes from the shows Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, A Soldier's Play, and Bubbling Brown Sugar, to name a few. Much of his work is on display at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in Harlem, New York, and in the 1990 book In the Shadow of the Great White Way, Images from the Black Theater. 1993. The FBI and black agents settle a racial discrimination dispute. White agents who opposed the settlement challenged it in federal court. After nearly 2 years of negotiations, a spokesman for the U.S. Justice Department announced that an agreement had been reached in a racial discrimination dispute between the Federal Bureau of Investigation and its black agents. Under the terms of the agreement, more than 100 black special agents were scheduled for promotions, transfers, or new training that had been denied to them as a result of racial bias in the overwhelmingly white federal agency. The FBI also agreed to let a federal judge supervise its personnel practices for 5 years. In addition, the agency planned to hire outside consultants to study its procedures for promoting, evaluating, and disciplining special agents, and it pledged to change the way in which it chooses agents for assignments and training programs. White agents opposed to the settlement later took steps to challenge it in federal court. They felt it was a race-conscious agreement that violated the equal employee rights of non-black agents. 1993. Thomas A. Dorsey, the father of gospel music, dies of Alzheimer's disease. Thomas A. Dorsey, the father of gospel music, died of Alzheimer's disease at his home in Chicago, Illinois. He was 93. 1993. Cincinnati Reds owner Marge Schott is fined $25,000 and suspended from Major League Baseball games for 1 year for her alleged use of racial slurs. Many people were dissatisfied with this seemingly mild punishment. Major League Baseball owners fined Cincinnati Reds owner Marge Schott $25,000 and suspended her from the game for 1 year for her alleged use of racial slurs. Under the terms of the suspension, Schott was banned from watching games in the owner's box. She was also forbidden from running the team's day-to-day business but was allowed to be involved in major decisions. Her fellow owners also agreed to cut her suspension to only 8 months if she behaved herself and if she attended a multicultural training program. Many people, including Atlanta Braves Vice President Hank Aaron, were dissatisfied with this punishment. They felt it amounted to little more than a slap on the wrist for shot. It was hoped that the other team owners would remove her from the game permanently. 1993. Heavyweight boxing champion Riddick Bowe defends his title by defeating challenger Michael Dokes. In New York City, heavyweight boxing champion Riddick Bowe retained his title by taking only a little more than 2 minutes to defeat challenger Michael Dokes. 1993. Tennis great Arthur Ashe, the first and only black man to win the Wimbledon championship, dies in New York City at the age of 49. Tennis great Arthur Ashe, the first and only black man to win the Wimbledon championship, died of AIDS-related pneumonia in New York City. He was 49. 1993. The city of New York votes to make an 18th-century Black American burial ground in Manhattan a historical landmark. The city of New York voted to make an 18th-century Black American burial ground in Manhattan a historical landmark. The site was first discovered in 1991 during construction of a federal office building. Scientists were eventually called in, and they took away the remains of over 400 people and thousands of artifacts for closer inspection. Most of the blacks who had been buried there were believed to have died between 1710 and 1790. In September 1993 the skeletal remains of the Black Americans were turned over to anthropologists at Howard University for further study. Once they have completed their work, which is not expected to be until 1999, the remains are scheduled to be returned to New York City and reburied. Plans are also underway for an Black Burial Ground Museum and Research Center to be built near the site of the historic discovery. 1993. Opening arguments began in the federal trial of 4 white police officers charged with beating black motorist Rodney King. In Los Angeles, California, opening arguments began in the federal trial of 4 white police officers charged with beating black motorist Rodney King. In this second trial, Stacey Kuhn, Theodore Bracino, Lawrence Powell, and Timothy Wynn faced charges of violating King's civil rights. Their first trial on criminal charges related to the same incident ended with acquittals on all but one charge. The verdicts triggered days of deadly rioting in Los Angeles and elsewhere throughout the country. The central issue in the federal case revolved around whether the officers had used excessive force and whether they intended to punish King. The federal trial was expected to follow along the same lines as the criminal trial, with one difference: Rodney King himself was scheduled to take the stand for the first time and testify about his beating. 1993. Astronaut Mae Jemison, the first black woman in space, resigns from NASA. Astronaut Mae Jemison, the first black woman in space, resigned from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Her immediate career plans included teaching at New Hampshire's Dartmouth University and establishing a technology firm in Houston, Texas, to improve communications and healthcare in Western Africa. Later, it was announced that Jemison was also scheduled to appear in an episode of the highly popular and acclaimed syndicated television series Star Trek: The Next Generation. 1993. Singer Billy Eckstine, popularly known as Mr. B, died in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, at the age of 78. Singer Billy Eckstine, popularly known as Mr. B, died in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, at the age of 78. During the late 1940s and early 1950s, his rich baritone voice made him one of America's top vocalists and among the first to become a crossover star with white audiences. With his coolly casual look, a shirt with a rolled collar and a jacket loosely draped from his shoulders, Eckstine was also pop music's first black male sex symbol. Born William Clarence Eckstein in Pittsburgh in 1914, he grew up in Washington, D.C., and attended Howard University. He started singing when he was about 7 and drifted into it professionally during the 1930s. His first performances were with various amateur shows and dance bands that toured throughout the East and Midwest. In 1939, Eckstine joined Earl Fata Hines' orchestra and taught himself to play the trombone and trumpet. but it was as a singer that he helped the band gain national fame with two hit records, Jelly and Stormy Monday Blues. Eckstein left Heinz in 1943 and spent a year as a solo act before pulling together his own band. It did much to popularize the new bebop style of jazz by featuring some of its greatest performers, including Miles Davis, Dizzy Gillespie, Charlie Bird Parker, Sarah Vaughan, Dexter Gordon, and Art Blakey. During the late 1940s, Eckstein turned once again to a solo singing career. He then sang one hit romantic ballad after another. Among his biggest successes were Fools Rush In, Everything I Have Is Yours, Prisoner of Love, My Foolish Heart, Body and Soul, I Apologize, Blue Moon, and Passing Strangers. By singing such love songs when a white woman might be listening, Eckstein challenged one of the biggest taboos of a segregated society. We weren't supposed to sing about love, he later recalled. We were supposed to sing about work or blues. Despite his popularity, Eckstein was rarely offered opportunities to work in movies or on television due to his race. And when he did make an appearance, he was told not to let his eyes rest on any of the white actresses watching him sing. So he spent the rest of his career entertaining enthusiastic audiences in major jazz dubs across the country. 1993. An all-white jury sentences an admitted white supremacist to 10 years probation for the June 1991 drive-by shooting of a black man, Donald Thomas. In Fort Worth, Texas, an all-white jury sentenced an admitted white supremacist to 10 years probation for the June 1991 drive-by shooting of a black man, Donald Thomas. Thomas was sitting in his pickup truck talking with some white neighbors when he was killed by shots fired from a car in which an 18-year-old white skinhead named Christopher W. Broski was riding. During Broski's trial, it was revealed that he had helped plan the shotgun slaying of the 32-year-old Thomas. Two 17-year-olds who were also involved, indicted the alleged triggerman, pleaded guilty and received prison terms. Broski himself could have received life in prison for his part in the crime. But according to some jurors, his exceptionally light sentence came about as a result of a poorly worded note to the judge. What they had meant to recommend was that he serve 5 years in jail and then be put on probation for 10 years. Instead, what they wrote was interpreted to mean only 10 years probation and no jail time. The decision infuriated local blacks and sent thousands into the streets on March 28 to participate in what they called a silent death march. A crowd estimated at more than 5,000 people assembled in downtown Fort Worth and walked peacefully to the county courthouse, where they held a rally calling for justice for black American victims of crime. 1993. The nationwide Denny's restaurant chain announces that it has reached a settlement with the U.S. Justice Department in a case of alleged racial discrimination against black customers. The nationwide Denny's restaurant chain announced that it had reached a settlement with the U.S. Justice Department in a case of alleged racial discrimination against black customers. The Justice Department had accused Denny's of treating black customers less favorably than white customers and of discouraging black customers from eating there. Restaurant officials denied the charges, but as part of the chain's settlement with the Justice Department, it agreed to hire a civil rights monitor and train its employees and managers to oppose racial discrimination. The company also pledged to let people know about its non-discrimination policy through advertisements in newspapers and on television and on notices appearing in the restaurants themselves. Still waiting to be settled, however, was a lawsuit against the chain filed by an ex-employee claiming racial discrimination. And in March 1993, some black customers in California had filed a class action lawsuit against Denny's. They charged that restaurant managers often refused to serve blacks and threatened them or threw them out. They also said they were routinely the target of racial slurs and insults. Finally, they claimed that managers required them to prepay for their meals or pay a cover charge, and that Denny's would not extend the chain's free birthday meal offer to them. 1993. Freeman Bosley, Jr., wins election as the first black mayor of St. Louis, Missouri. In a surprise, come-from-behind victory over a better-known opponent who also happened to be his former high school counselor, Freeman Bosley, Jr., won election as the first black mayor of St. Louis, Missouri. A 38-year-old lawyer, he had been serving as clerk of the circuit courts for the past 11 years. 1993. Marian Anderson, whose 1939 concert at Washington, D.C.'s, Lincoln Memorial was a symbolic triumph over racial bigotry, dies from a stroke. Singer Marian Anderson, whose 1939 concert at Washington, D.C.'s, Lincoln Memorial was a symbolic triumph over racial bigotry, died in Portland, Oregon, of complications from a stroke. She was 96. 1993. Harold Ford, Tennessee's first black member of Congress, is acquitted of charges that he accepted over $1 million in bank loans he never intended to repay from people seeking political favors from him. In Memphis, Tennessee, U.S. Representative Harold Ford, the state's first black member of Congress, was acquitted of charges that he accepted over $1 million in bank loans he never intended to repay from people seeking political favors from him. His first trial on the same charges ended in a mistrial in 1990. 1993. The NAACP Board of Directors names Benjamin Chavis, Jr. as executive director of the nation's oldest civil rights group. After a year-long search, the NAACP Board of Directors announced that they had chosen 45-year-old clergyman and activist Benjamin Chavis, Jr., to replace Benjamin L. Hooks as executive director of the nation's oldest civil rights group. The energetic and progressive Chavis came to the NAACP from Cleveland, Ohio. He had worked there for the United Church of Christ's Commission for Racial Justice for 25 years, the last 8 as its executive CT director. Originally from North Carolina, he received a bachelor's degree from the University of North Carolina, a Master of Divinity degree from Duke University, and a doctorate degree from Howard University. A civil rights activist since joining the NAACP at the age of 12, Chatz spent 4 years in prison during the late 1970s as a member of the so-called Wilmington 10. This was a group of 9 black men and 1 white woman who were convicted of firebombing a white-owned store in Wilmington, North Carolina, during a period of unrest over school desegregation. Chatz and the others had, in fact, been in town to protest but denied taking part in any bombing. The controversial case prompted Amnesty International to declare the Wilmington 10 political prisoners, making them the first to be identified as such in the United States. A federal appeals court eventually overturned the convictions after witnesses admitted they had lied while giving testimony. Later, Chatz made a name for himself as one of the founders of the environmental racism movement. This group claims that unusually high amounts of toxic materials are stored in and near black communities. As the new head of the NAACP, Chavis pledged to make the organization more aggressive and more in tune with young blacks and blacks in the inner cities. Describing himself as a Pan-Africanist, he also reached out to blacks all over the world by announcing plans to set up NAACP branches in Africa and the Caribbean. In addition, he promised to expand the membership of the NAACP to include other minorities. 1993. Janet Harmon Bragg, the first black woman in the United States to earn a full commercial pilot's license, dies at the age of 86. Janet Harmon Bragg, the first black woman in the United States to earn a full commercial pilot's license, died at the age of 86 in a suburb of Chicago, Illinois. A native of Georgia, Bragg graduated from Spelman College and did graduate work at Loyola University and the University of Chicago. She developed her interest in flying in 1930 while she was dating one of the country's first black flight instructors. She then took flying lessons and in 1933 bought the first of 3 airplanes she eventually owned. 2 years later, Bragg was one of the first 9 blacks admitted to the Curtiss Wright Aeronautical University to study aircraft mechanics. After being denied the opportunity to try out for her commercial pilot's license in Alabama because of her race, she headed north to Illinois, where she was able to take and pass the test. Bragg later formed the Black Challenger Air Pilots Association and helped train Ethiopian soldiers during World War II. She continued to fly as a hobby throughout the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s. 1993. Central Michigan University basketball coach Keith Dambrot is fired for using a racial slur in front of his team and when referring to his black assistant coach. Central Michigan University basketball coach Keith Dambrot, who is white, was fired for using a racial slur in front of his team and when referring to his black assistant coach. At a team meeting during the season, Dambrot allegedly told his 15 players, 12 of whom were black, that he wished we had more niggers on this team. He later explained that he hadn't meant he needed more black players, just tougher team play in the midst of a losing season. Some of the black members of the team defended their coach. They said they were not offended by what he had said and that he was not a racist. They insisted that his use of the word nigger had been misunderstood by outsiders. If this were a black coach saying that, nothing would have been made of it, declared one. It's just one of those things that's getting blown out of proportion. 1993. Attorney General Janet Reno orders the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Justice Department to investigate of jail suicides in Mississippi. A spokeswoman for Attorney General Janet Reno confirmed that she had ordered the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Justice Department to look into a series of suspicious hanging deaths in Mississippi jails. For nearly a year, civil rights activists had been calling for an investigation into the deaths of 24 black men over a 6-year period. All had died by hanging while in police custody in various county jails. During the same period, 23 white prisoners had also been found hanged. Authorities ruled that all but one of the 47 deaths were suicides. Civil rights activists charged, however, that at least 3 black prisoners were actually lynched. 1993. A federal jury convicts white police officers Stacey Kuhn and Lawrence Powell of violating the civil rights of black motorist Rodney King. In Los Angeles, California, a federal jury convicted white police officers Stacey Kuhn and Lawrence Powell of violating the civil rights of black motorist Rodney King. 2 other officers, Theodore Brasino and Timothy Wind, were acquitted. While the verdicts in the officers' criminal trial a year earlier had sparked several days of deadly rioting, the verdicts in their federal trial were met with joy and relief. Los Angeles remained calm, as did other cities across the nation. Police and National Guard troops had been on alert for days in anticipation of violence as jurors worked to reach a decision. On August 4, 1993, a judge handed down his sentences in the case. Both Kuhn and Powell received 30 months in prison, several years less than most observers had anticipated. The judge explained that he had chosen a lighter punishment because King's behavior had provoked police and because the 2 officers already had endured the loss of their jobs and a tremendous amount of notoriety. He also speculated that they faced the possibility of abuse in prison. Blacks reacted to the sentences with anger and disbelief. They felt justice still had not been served in the case. 1993. President Bill Clinton nominates Lee Brown as head of the U.S. Office of National Drug Control Policy. President Bill Clinton nominated 55-year-old Lee Brown as drug czar, the head of the U.S. Office of National Drug Control Policy, a cabinet-level position. With a background in law enforcement, Brown had formerly served as head of the police departments in Atlanta, Georgia, Houston, Texas, and New York City. He was the first black and the first police officer ever chosen to lead the country's war on drugs. 1993. The first National Urban Peace and Justice Summit begins, bringing together over 100 current and former gang members, community organizers, and religious leaders. In Kansas City, Missouri, the first National Urban Peace and Justice Summit began in an inner-city Baptist church. The unusual 3-day meeting was deliberately scheduled to coincide with the first anniversary of the Los Angeles riots. It brought together over 100 current and former gang members, community organizers, and religious leaders from 26 cities across the country. They discussed how to stop the violence in America's urban areas, fostering neighborhood economic development, dealing with police brutality, and gaining political power. 1993. President Bill Clinton nominates University of Pennsylvania law professor Lonnie Guinier as Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, but later withdraws the nomination. President Bill Clinton nominated University of Pennsylvania law professor Lonnie Guinier as Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, one of the most important posts in the Justice Department. On June 4, 1993, he withdrew her nomination. 1993. After a long-running dispute, the jury rules in favor of Boston University over the ownership of Martin Luther King, Jr.'s personal papers. The ruling disappoints his widow, Coretta Scott King, who says she will consider filing an appeal. In a Boston courtroom, a jury ruled in favor of Boston University in a long-running dispute between the school and the family of Martin Luther King, Jr., over ownership of about one-third of the slain civil rights leader's personal papers. On July 16, 1964, King had sent a letter to officials at Boston University saying that he wanted to give his correspondence, manuscripts, and other papers and items of historical interest to the school's library. Later that year and the next, he did indeed hand over about 83,000 documents. Most dated back before 1961 and covered the birth of the civil rights movement. In her lawsuit, King's widow, Coretta Scott King, claimed that her husband had changed his mind about the donation before his death but that he had never let the university know. She said that he had only sent his papers up north temporarily because he thought they would be safer there than anywhere in the South. According to Mrs. King, he really intended for them to be returned to him at some future date. Describing herself and her family as deeply disappointed about the verdict, Coretta Scott King said she would consider filing an appeal. She had hoped to bring all of her husband's papers together in Atlanta, Georgia, at the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Nonviolent Social Change. 1993. A race riot erupts at a Boston Ma High School. Outside South Boston High School in Massachusetts, racial violence arose between black and white students. The problem began earlier in the day when about 100 black and white students walked out of class to protest what they felt were inadequate security measures at the school. Classes were dismissed due to the peaceful demonstration. As black students got on buses to ride home, a crowd of white students began throwing rocks and bottles at them. The two groups exchanged racial slurs, and several people including Boston's mayor, who had come to the school to talk to the students about security, received minor injuries. During the mid-1970s, South Boston High School was the scene of the nation's most brutal battles against court-ordered busing to achieve desegregation. 1993. A grand jury in Tennessee decides not to charge any white police officers in the choking death of black motorist Larry Powell, even after a medical examiner confirmed that the chokehold caused his death. In Chattanooga, Tennessee, a grand jury decided not to charge any white police officers in the choking death of a black motorist. The incident occurred on February 5, 1993, when 39-year-old Larry Powell was pulled over by two police officers who suspected him of driving while drunk. Powell allegedly resisted arrest, and 5 other officers responded to a call for help from the 2 officers on the scene. In the scuffle that followed, the officers handcuffed Powell, put him face down on the ground, then gripped his neck with their hands and batons. A medical examiner testified that this chokehold caused Powell's death but that there was no evidence of abuse. Outraged black leaders in Chattanooga, as well as Powell's widow, strongly condemned the grand jury's decision. 1993. Blacks in Miami, Florida, call off their tourism boycott that started 3 years prior when the local government snubbed South African anti-apartheid leader Nelson Mandela during his visit there. After nearly 3 years, blacks in Miami, Florida, called off a tourism boycott that had cost the city an estimated $50 million. The boycott had begun shortly after local government officials snubbed South African anti-apartheid leader Nelson Mandela during his visit in June 1990. It ended when blacks in the Miami area felt they had finally convinced Hispanic and white business and government leaders to give them more economic and political power. 1993. The NAACP begins organizing its first Hispanic chapter in an effort to broaden membership. In Bronx, New York, the NAACP began organizing its first Hispanic chapter. The move was part of an effort by new executive director Ben Chavis to broaden the group's membership by reaching out to other minorities. 1993. Singer Marv Johnson, co-creator with Berry Gordy of the famous Motown sound, dies. Singer Marv Johnson, co-creator with Berry Gordy of the famous Motown sound, died 2 days after suffering a stroke during a concert in South Carolina. He was 54. Johnson was the first singer that Gordy recorded and managed. The two of them combined Johnson's background in gospel music with a churchy-sounding female chorus and a male bass to create a uniquely Black American product that appealed to Black as well as white audiences. The new sound debuted in 1959 with a song entitled Come to Me that Johnson recorded on the United Artists label. He had his first big hit a year later with You Got What It Takes. Several other hits followed over the next few years, but by the 1970s, Johnson's popularity declined. He continued to tour throughout the United States and Europe, however, often appearing with various Motown artists. 1993. Black poet Rita Dove becomes the first Black U.S. Poet Laureate. Librarian of Congress James Billington named 40-year-old Black poet Rita Dove as U.S. Poet Laureate. She was the first Black woman to serve in the ceremonial post. The job of U.S. Poet Laureate, a term borrowed from the British, is to promote poetry through the library's literature programs and advise the library on literary matters. 1993. In New York City, a jury ruled that Leonard Jeffries had been wrongfully dismissed from his job as chairman of City College's Black Studies Department for criticizing Jews and whites. In New York City, a jury ruled that Leonard Jeffries had been wrongfully dismissed from his job as chairman of City College's Black Studies Department for criticizing Jews and whites. It then awarded him $400,000. Jeffries had sued the college for $25 million for replacing him as department chairman. He claimed school officials were upset about a controversial speech he gave in 1991. In that speech, he declared that Jews and the Mafia had conspired to depict blacks in a negative way in the movies and that Jews had financed the black slave trade. While his remarks created an uproar, they were not the reason for his firing, insisted school officials. They maintained that Jeffries was simply a poor administrator. The jury sided with Jeffries, saying that his constitutional right to free speech had been violated. After the verdict, he vowed to continue his fight to regain his former job as department chairman. 1993. Members of a white supremacist group called the White Aryan Religion are arrested for planning to blow up a predominantly black public housing project in Toledo, Ohio. In Toledo, Ohio, 2 members of a white supremacist group called the White Aryan Religion were arrested for planning to blow up a predominantly black public housing project on July 4. Police said that Aaron Lee and Craig Lay, both 22 years old, had plotted to make several bombs and place them around a housing project on the city's Cass side. During a raid on Lay's house, authorities seized explosives, guns, drugs, and hate literature. They said it appeared that the White Aryan Religion was a new group based in the Toledo area that may have also been responsible for some crimes in nearby Detroit, Michigan. 1993. Heavyweight boxing champion Riddick Bowe retains his title by defeating challenger Jesse Ferguson. In Washington, D.C., heavyweight boxing champion Riddick Bowe retained his title by defeating challenger Jesse Ferguson just 17 seconds into the second round of their fight. 1993. Denny's restaurant chain faces new discrimination allegations after 6 black Secret Service agents file a lawsuit claiming that a Denny's in Annapolis, Maryland, refused to serve them. A little more than a month after announcing it had reached a settlement with the U.S. Justice Department in a racial discrimination complaint, the Denny's restaurant chain faced still more allegations or bias against blacks. In Baltimore, Maryland, 6 black Secret Service agents filed a lawsuit claiming that a Denny's in Annapolis, Maryland, had refused to serve them. They had been in town on April 1 with 15 other agents preparing for a visit by the president. They stopped at a Denny's for breakfast and placed their orders. When no food was delivered, they ordered again several more times. After about an hour, they left the restaurant without having eaten. According to reports, a group of white agents at a nearby table was served promptly. Denny's officials insisted the problem was related to poor service, not racial discrimination. They said they had fired the manager of the Annapolis restaurant for failing to report the agents' complaints. The company later agreed to work with the NAACP to visit Denny's restaurants at random throughout the country to make sure blacks were receiving fair treatment. The company also promised to hire more minorities, and the NAACP said it would help provide sensitivity training. According to newspaper reports, at least 10 other complaints had surfaced in 5 different states since Denny's had promised to make changes in its operations back in April. In June, the company hired black food executive Norman Hill to serve in the newly created job of Vice President of Human Resources. His job was to help make sure Denny's anti-discrimination policies were followed at the chain's restaurants throughout the country. 1993. The University of Pennsylvania dropped racial harassment charges against a white student who called a group of black women water buffalo. The University of Pennsylvania dropped racial harassment charges against a white student who called a group of black women water buffalo. The incident occurred near midnight on January 13, 1993. A white student named Eden Jacobowitz was trying to study in his dorm room when he was disturbed by members of a black sorority who were singing and making noises outside his window. He leaned out and shouted, "Shut up, you water buffalo." The angry women, who said they also heard other racial and sexual slurs but could not tell where they came from, complained to campus police. They tracked down Jacobowitz, who readily admitted that he had made the water buffalo comment. But he denied saying anything else and insisted that his remark had referred to the funny noises the women were making, not to their race. University officials disagreed and ordered Jacobowitz to write a letter of apology to the women. They also told him he could be put on dormitory probation and that a note would be added to his student file indicating that he had violated the university's code of conduct on racial harassment. Jacobowitz refused to agree to these terms and instead demanded a hearing before a group of students and faculty. Before the hearing could be held, however, the charges against him were dismissed when the women withdrew their complaints. They said their case had been undermined because they had never had the chance to tell their side of the story. Jacobowitz, on the other hand, had attracted national media attention with his version of what had happened. 1993. The second African American Summit is held Libreville, Gabon. Many Black Americans and African heads of state attend to establish ties between blacks from all nations. In the African city of Libreville, Gabon, the second African American Summit opened. In attendance were more than 1,000 Black Americans and 3,000 Africans, including 20 heads of state. Organized by African American human rights activist Leon Howard Sullivan, the summit was intended to establish ties between blacks from all nations. Attendees were also scheduled to discuss ways of promoting economic development and improving healthcare and farming techniques in Africa. 1993. Officer William Lozano acquitted of murdering black motorcyclist Clement Lloyd by a racially mixed jury. In Orlando, Florida, a racially mixed jury acquitted a Miami police officer of manslaughter in the 1989 shooting death of a black motorcyclist. On January 16, 1989, in the predominantly black Overtown section of Miami, Officer William Lozano shot and killed black motorcyclist Clement Lloyd. Lloyd then crashed, fatally injuring his passenger, Alan Blanchard. Lozano claimed the speeding motorcycle had tried to run him over and that he had fired his gun in self-defense. The incident touched off 3 nights of racial violence in Overtown. In December 1989, Lozano was convicted of manslaughter in both deaths and sentenced to 7 years in prison. In 1991, however, an appeals court ordered a new trial for the policeman on the grounds that the Miami jury had been pressured into finding him guilty because of the threat of more racial violence. Lozano's 1993 trial was held in Orlando, where authorities hoped it would be easier to find an impartial jury. They also hoped to avoid triggering another riot if he were acquitted. In the hours after the verdict was announced, Miami remained relatively calm. Police reported only scattered instances of looting and rock and bottle throwing in two mostly black neighborhoods. However, outraged community leaders called on the U.S. Justice Department to file civil rights charges against Lozano, but experts considered that unlikely to happen. 1993. Sun Ra, an influential pianist and orchestra leader who experimented with jazz and many other forms of music, dies at the age of 79. Sun Ra, an influential pianist and orchestra leader who experimented with jazz and many other forms of music, died at the age of 79. He had been ill since January 1993, after suffering a series of strokes. Ra was born Herman Blount in Birmingham, Alabama, in 1914, but he later liked to claim he was born on the planet Saturn about 5,000 years ago. As Sonny Blount, he played in Fletcher Henderson's jazz orchestra during the mid-1940s and also was active in experimental music circles in Chicago, Illinois. Blount was already a well-known musician when he changed his name to Sun Ra during the 1950s. Along with the name change, he created a whole new identity for himself by drawing from the Bible, black spiritualism, science fiction, and Egyptian mythology. Beginning in 1956, Sun Ra traveled with a multimedia group known as Orchestra that included musicians as well as exotically costumed dancers. Ra's career spanned over 60 years. During that time, he recorded more than 200 albums, including Saturn, Magic City, Savoy, and It's After the End of the World. They encompassed a wide range of sounds and styles, including bop, gospel, blues, and electronic synthesizers. Ra considered himself to be a bridge between different generations, and in February 1993, Rolling Stone magazine seemed to confirm that judgment when it called him the missing link between Duke Ellington and Public Enemy. Yet he was not especially well known in his native country and never had the recognition and success that many bigger stars act enjoyed. 1993. Menace to Society, a film directed by 21-year-old Black American twin brothers Alan and Albert Hughes, is a surprise hit at theaters with earnings of more than $10 million in less than a month. Menace to Society, a film directed by 21-year-old Black American twin brothers Alan and Albert Hughes, was a surprise hit at theaters with earnings of more than $10 million in less than a month. The Hughes brothers and their critically acclaimed drama about urban violence had been nominated for awards at the 1993 Cannes Film Festival in France. 1993. President Bill Clinton withdraws the controversial nomination of Lani Guinier to head the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Justice Department. Acknowledging that he did not have enough support in the Senate to win a major confirmation battle, President Bill Clinton withdrew the controversial nomination of Lani Guinier to head the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Justice Department. Opposition to the 43-year-old law professor had been growing steadily since Clinton announced her nomination in late April. Many people, mainly conservative Republicans, charged that her extensive writings about race and politics were too radical and seemed to support the idea of racial separatism. They dubbed her the quota queen because of her call for racial quotas in electing and hiring public officials. By late May, the White House had begun to hint that perhaps she should pull out of the running. Guinier refused, however, and insisted that her views deserved a fair hearing in the Senate, not just in the media. As pressure mounted, the president himself announced that he was withdrawing her name from consideration. He explained that he had not closely read her writings before choosing her for the civil rights job. Afterwards, Guinier defended herself by saying that people had misinterpreted her writings. She insisted that she would have never pushed for quotas because of the racial discrimination her father suffered as the only black student at Harvard College in 1929. Many others condemned Clinton's move, including members of the Congressional Black Caucus, civil rights organizations, and women's groups. They agreed with Guinier that she had been unfairly judged. 1993. Pop star Prince changes his name to a sign that combines the symbols for male and female. The often mysterious pop star Prince created a stir when he announced that he had changed his name to a sign that combined the symbols for male and female. The sign had served as the title of his most recent album, and it also appeared in his videos, on his clothing and guitar, and various places on stage with him. But since no spoken word existed for the sign and Prince himself did not provide a pronunciation, no one was sure exactly what he wanted to be called. He eventually came to be called the artist formerly known as Prince. 1993. Bill Cosby makes second attempt to buy the NBC television network. Black actor-comedian Bill Cosby was reported to be working on a second deal to buy the NBC television network. According to some sources, the deal involved several other unnamed Hollywood insiders besides Cosby. 1993. Heavyweight boxer George Foreman's comeback attempt ends in defeat as he loses to Tommy Morrison. In Las Vegas, Nevada, 44-year-old heavyweight boxer George Foreman's comeback attempt ended in defeat as he lost to 24-year-old Tommy Morrison in a 12-round unanimous decision. Foreman had originally retired from the ring in 1977 and then began a comeback in 1987. In 1991, he became the oldest fighter ever to challenge for the heavyweight title when he took on Evander Holyfield. 1993. Pre-trial hearings begin for two men accused of kidnapping and setting on fire, Christopher Wilson, a black tourist from New York City. In Tampa, Florida, pre-trial hearings got underway for two men accused of kidnapping a black tourist from New York City on New Year's Day and setting him on fire. Attorneys for Mark Kohut and Charles Rourke immediately asked for the trial to be moved out of town because of extensive local publicity about the case. A third man originally charged in the crime, Jeffrey Pellet, was scheduled to testify against Kohut and Rourke as part of a plea bargain in which he admitted to helping with an armed carjacking and being an accomplice after a crime. At first, the judge refused to change venues, but later agreed to move it to West Palm Beach. Jury selection began there on August 23, 1993. At the time the trial was scheduled to begin, victim Christopher Wilson was still recovering from the burns he received during the attack. 1993. Black teenager Ronald Ray is found guilty of killing a state trooper in 1992. He confessed to the murder but blamed it on years of listening to violent, anti-police gangsta rap that made him hate and fear law enforcement authorities. In Austin, Texas, a 19-year-old black teenager named Ronald Ray was found guilty of killing a state trooper in 1992. The case was unusual in that Ray and his attorneys claimed that rap music had driven him to commit the crime and that he should not have to pay for it with his own life. Ray confessed to the murder but blamed it on years of listening to violent, anti-police gangsta rap that made him hate and fear law enforcement authorities. On the night of the incident, he had driven for about 120 miles while the music of California gangsta rapper Tupac Shakur played. He said he was very angry by the time Trooper Bill Davidson pulled over for nothing. The power of gangsta rap to influence behavior also promised to be an issue in a related case. Davidson's widow filed a product liability lawsuit against Shakur and his record company, Time Warner, charging both of them with contributing to her husband's death. 1993. A judge orders the U.S. government to release the Haitian refugees it held at a naval base for as long as 20 months after testing positive for AIDS. A district court judge ordered the U.S. government to release more than 150 Haitian refugees who had been held at an American naval base in Cuba for as long as 20 months after testing positive for the AIDS virus. Many Black Americans had closely followed the problems of the Haitian men, women, and children ever since the Bush administration forbade them from entering the country. Prominent figures such as Jesse Jackson and, before his death, Arthur Ashe, had repeatedly condemned the government's actions as racist and inhumane. They described the crowded and dirty conditions at the naval base where the Haitians lived as little more than an HIV prison camp. 1993. Scott Berry, one of the first black designers to gain fame in the world of fashion, dies. Scott Berry, one of the first black designers to gain fame in the world of fashion, died of brain cancer in Italy. He was 52. A native of Florida, Berry-born Nelson Clyde began creating clothes at the age of 10. He later studied at the Philadelphia Museum College of Art. After working for 20 years in New York City, he moved to Milan, Italy, in 1982. There, Barry worked for the fashion houses of Crizia and then Kinchedo. He opened his own showroom in 1988. He specialized in a soft, fluid style of clothing, using jerseys and chiffon in designs that appealed mostly to young people. 1993. Mayor Maynard Jackson of Atlanta, Georgia, announces he will not seek re-election to a fourth term. Citing personal reasons that were believed to be related to his health, Mayor Maynard Jackson of Atlanta, Georgia, announced he would not seek re-election to a fourth term. 1993. Black managers at Ford Motor Company file a class action lawsuit charging that they practiced racial discrimination in promoting and paying blacks. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, 12 black managers employed by Ford Motor Company in 8 different states filed a class action lawsuit charging racial discrimination in promoting and paying blacks. The suit also claimed that supervisors had used racial slurs in front of several black managers. The company had no immediate comment other than to say that it had aggressive anti-discrimination policies. The case was not expected to go to trial until 1995. 1993. The trial of 3 white police officers charged in the 1992 death of black motorist Malice Green begins. In Detroit, Michigan, opening arguments began in the trial of 3 white police officers charged in the 1992 death of black motorist Malice Green. According to witnesses who testified for the prosecution, officers Walter Budgeon and Larry Nevers approached Green while he was in his car, which was parked in front of a suspected drug house. They became angry when he refused to obey their orders to open up his clenched right fist, and began beating him with their heavy police flashlights. A third officer, Robert Lesnaugh, arrived while the beating was underway. He pulled Green from his car, threw him on the ground, and kicked him. The beating continued until the officers finally allowed a waiting ambulance crew to treat Green, who died on the way to the hospital. An autopsy later showed he had received at least 14 blows to the head. Budgeon and Nevers were charged with second-degree murder in Green's death, and Lesnaugh faced charges of assault with intent to do great bodily harm. All 3 men were fired from the police force after being charged. Attorneys for the former officers based their defense on doubts about the true cause of Green's death. They did not deny that the policeman had beaten the black man, but they depicted Green as high on drugs and ready for a fight when the officers approached him. The defense attorneys claimed that he had alcohol and cocaine in his system when he died and that he had a diseased heart. They argued that those conditions played a bigger role in his death than the beating did. On August 23, 1993, 2 separate juries found Budgeon and Nevers guilty of second-degree murder. They both faced up to life in prison but were allowed to go free on bond while waiting to be sentenced. Meanwhile, their attorneys vowed to appeal the convictions. Former officer Lesnaugh, who had allowed the judge rather than a jury to decide his case, was found not guilty of assault. Most black Detroiters praised the verdicts but were angry that Budgeon and Nevers would remain free until their sentencing on October 12. 1993. James B. Parsons, the country's first black federal judge, dies. James B. Parsons, who became the country's first black federal judge when President John F. Kennedy appointed him in 1961, died in Chicago, Illinois, at the age of 81. A native of Kansas City, Missouri, Parsons worked as a teacher during the 1930s and 1940s before earning his law degree at the University of Chicago in 1949. He then taught briefly at John Marshall Law School and was a lawyer for the city of Chicago. From 1951 until 1960, Parsons was an assistant U.S. attorney. He served with the old Superior Court of Cook County for a year before taking the federal judgeship. He remained in the position and was active in trial work until 1992, when he retired due to illness. 1993. Track star Florence Griffith Joyner is appointed co-chair of the President's Council on Fitness and Sports. President Bill Clinton appointed track star Florence Griffith Joyner co-chair of the President's Council on Fitness and Sports. She was scheduled to share the job with former basketball player and Congressman Tom McMillan. Together, they replaced bodybuilder and actor Arnold Schwarzenegger, who had been appointed by President George Bush. Griffith Joyner was a standout at the 1988 U.S. Olympic trials, where she set a world record in the 100 meters. Later that year at the Olympic Games in Seoul, South Korea, she won 3 gold medals and set a world record in the 200 meters. 1993. The U.S. Post Office unveils a stamp honoring the late Black American boxer Joe Louis. In Detroit, Michigan, the U.S. Post Office unveiled a stamp honoring the late Black American boxer Joe Louis on the 55th anniversary of his stunning defeat over Germany's Max Schmeling. Louis was the first fighter to be honored with a stamp. 1993. Virginia's L. Douglas Wilder, the country's first black elected governor, announces his Senate seat plans. Virginia's L. Douglas Wilder, the country's first black elected governor, revealed that he intended to challenge fellow Democrat Charles Robb for Robb's seat in the U.S. Senate in the 1994 elections. 1993. Longtime mayor of Detroit, Michigan, Coleman Young, announces that he would not seek re-election to a 5th term. Saying he lacked the energy to continue leading the city, the longtime mayor of Detroit, Michigan, Coleman Young, announced that he would not seek re-election to a 5th term. He had served as mayor since 1973. 1993. The U.S. Supreme Court rules that workers who file job discrimination suits must prove that accusations are rooted in racial discrimination and not for other reasons. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in a case involving job discrimination that workers do not automatically win bias suits by proving that their employers gave false reasons for firing them. According to legal experts, the new ruling meant that workers who suspected they were fired because of racial discrimination must prove the cause of the firing was really rooted in racial bias and not just the result of personal conflicts or other reasons. 1993. Former Brooklyn Dodgers catcher Roy Campi Campanella dies. Former Brooklyn Dodgers catcher Roy Campi Campanella, who spent the last 35 years of his life in a wheelchair following a car accident that ended his career, died in Los Angeles, California, of a heart attack. He was 71. 1993. Thousands of people assembled to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Freedom Walk led by Martin Luther King, Jr. In Detroit, Michigan, thousands of people assembled to commemorate the 30th anniversary of a Freedom Walk led by Martin Luther King, Jr. They celebrated the occasion with another march and a downtown rally calling for a renewed commitment to political activism, economic justice, and closer ties between people of African descent all over the world. With a new generation of leaders in attendance including NAACP Executive Director Ben Chavis and Martin Luther King III, marchers retraced the same route the slain civil rights leader took on June 23, 1963, along with 125,000 of his supporters. At the end of that historic march, King delivered for the first time a version of his famous "I Have a Dream" speech. The rest of the country heard the final version later that same summer in Washington, D.C. 1993. The U.S. Supreme Court declares that states may be violating white voters' rights by creating congressional districts that appear to be based only on race. The U.S. Supreme Court declared that states may be violating white voters' rights by creating congressional districts that appear to be based only on race. The ruling, which many legal experts called one of the most significant in a decade, cast doubt on key parts of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. This landmark civil rights law made it possible for blacks to gain more seats in the U.S. Congress as well as in state legislatures. It protected minority voters against discrimination and underrepresentation at the hands of whites who divided up voting districts in such a way that blacks never would be in the majority, a process known as gerrymandering. The new Supreme Court decision also cleared the way for white voters to sue states that go to extremes to create voting districts where black and/or Hispanic voters end up in the majority. 1993. In California, Tom Bradley steps down from office after serving as mayor of Los Angeles for 20 years. In California, 75-year-old Tom Bradley stepped down from office after serving as mayor of Los Angeles for 20 years. He had decided earlier not to run for re-election in the face of the city's serious financial problems, rising crime rate, and strained race relations. A liberal black Democrat, Bradley had been in public service for 50 years at the time of his retirement, first as a policeman, then as a councilman, and finally as mayor. Taking his place was a conservative white Republican businessman, Richard Riordan. 1993. Lawyer Gaynell Griffin Jones is nominated to be the first black U.S. attorney in Texas. President Bill Clinton nominated Houston lawyer Gaynell Griffin Jones to be the first black U.S. attorney in Texas. 1993. Texas police officers fired for killing black car passenger by asphyxiation after a traffic stop. In Corsicana, Texas, a black passenger of a car stopped for a traffic violation attempted to flee the police. He was captured and hogtied. Following his death from asphyxiation, 2 of the police officers were fired, though never charged with any criminal wrongdoing. 1993. Pope John Paul II apologizes for the Roman Catholic Church's historical support of the black slave trade. Pope John Paul II formally apologized for the Roman Catholic Church's historical support of the black slave trade. In his message, remarking on the millions of victims, he said, "The immensity of their suffering corresponds to the enormity of the crime committed against them." 1993. Jacqueline Mafokeng becomes the first black woman to be crowned Miss South Africa. In Johannesburg, 21-year-old Jacqueline Mafokeng became the first black woman to be crowned Miss South Africa. 1993. Black men forced out of all-white Vidor, Texas after months of racial discrimination and bomb threats. Following months of racial discrimination, including bomb threats, 2 black men left the all-white town of Vidor, Texas. The men were the first black Americans to move to Vidor after a U.S. court ruled that the East Texas Towns Public Housing Project be integrated. 1993. The 30th anniversary of March on Washington is celebrated. In Washington, D.C., more than 75,000 people celebrated the 30th anniversary of the March on Washington. The organizers of the celebration sparked considerable controversy by failing to invite Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan to speak at the event. 1993. Jocelyn Elders becomes the first black American Surgeon General in U.S. history. Jocelyn Elders won congressional confirmation, becoming the first black American Surgeon General in U.S. history. 1993. Rap artist Snoop Dogg is charged with the shooting murder of a man in Los Angeles, California. Rap artist Snoop Doggy Dogg and 2 companions were charged with the shooting murder of a man in Los Angeles, California, on August 25, 1993. The 3 defendants claimed that the victim, Philip Woldemariam, had threatened the rapper, and that they acted in self-defense. 1993. Kimberly Clarice Aiken is the first black woman from the South to be crowned Miss America. South Carolinian Kimberly Clarice Aiken became the first black woman from the South and the 5th black American to be crowned Miss America. 1993. The Black Bible Chronicles, by journalist P.K. Mikeri, a streetwise translation of the Bible from Genesis through Deuteronomy, is released. The Black Bible Chronicles, by journalist P.K. Mikeri, was released. A streetwise translation of the Bible from Genesis through Deuteronomy, Mikeri's book was inspired by the need to spread the word of God to young blacks in a new and down-to-earth manner. 1993. U.S. delegation led by former President Jimmy Carter and General Colin Powell helps the island nation return to democracy and prevents U.S. invasion of Haiti. After issuing a strong warning to the ruling military junta of Haiti to leave the country peacefully or face a U.S. invasion, President Bill Clinton decided to send a delegation to help smooth the island nation's return to democracy. Former President Jimmy Carter led the high-level group. He was joined by General Colin Powell and Senate Armed Services Committee Chairman Sam Nunn. At the same time, a 23-vessel armada was poised and ready for action off the coast of Haiti. A no-nonsense threat issued in military terms by Powell to General Raoul Cedra sealed the delegation's success. 1993. General Colin Powell retires from his position as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, ending his 35-year military career. General Colin Powell retired from his position as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, ending his 35-year military career. Upon his retirement he received his second Presidential Medal of Freedom. It was also revealed that he would receive some $6 million to write his autobiography. Following the junta's departure, 20,000 U.S. troops, as part of Operation Restore Democracy, landed in Haiti to keep the peace while Jean-Bertrand Aristide, the Haitian leader ousted by Cedras in 1991, returned to power. However, Aristide announced that his was to be only an interim presidency and that he would step down in February 1996. 1993. Michael Jordan announces his retirement from professional basketball after 9 seasons and 3 consecutive NBA titles. Chicago Bulls superstar Michael Jordan announced his retirement from professional basketball after 9 seasons and 3 consecutive NBA titles. Jordan's announcement stunned virtually the entire sports world, as did his entry, only months later, into baseball with the Birmingham Barons, the Class A farm team of the Chicago White Sox. When Jordan announced his early retirement, there was little he hadn't accomplished in basketball. He had led his team to an NBA championship, he had been voted league MVP several times, he had played continually to sell out crowds, and had dominated games and dazzled fans. But the luster of the sport had faded for him in 1993, a tragic year in which his father, James Jordan, became the victim of a random murder and the media alleged that the superstar was involved in heavy gambling. On October 6 he said, "There's nothing left for me to prove. It's not worth it for me. It's not worth it for my teammates." 1993. Novelist Toni Morrison is awarded the 1993 Nobel Prize in Literature. Novelist Toni Morrison was named the winner of the 1993 Nobel Prize in Literature. She was the first Black American to receive this highest of all literary honors. 1993. Civil rights leaders and gangs hold a peace summit in Chicago. Thousands of gang members and dozens of black civil rights leaders attended a United in Slash and for Peace gang summit in Chicago. 1993. White racists Mark Kohut and Charles Roark are sentenced to life in prison for setting fire to Jamaican immigrant Christopher Wilson. In Tampa, Florida, white racists Mark Kohut and Charles Roark were sentenced to life in prison for setting fire to Jamaican immigrant Christopher Wilson. 17-year-old Jeffrey Pellet, charged as an accessory in the hate crime, received a 22-month jail sentence. 1993. Sharon Sales Belton is elected the first black and female mayor of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Sharon Sales Belton was elected the first black and the first female mayor of Minneapolis, Minnesota. 1993. Deputy Secretary Clifton R. Wharton, Jr., the highest-ranking black in the State Department, resigns his position. Deputy Secretary Clifton R. Wharton, Jr., the highest-ranking black in the State Department, resigned his position after a series of unfavorable press reports on his performance. 1993. The heavily black-populated District of Columbia is denied statehood. By a margin of more than 100 votes, the U.S. House of Representatives defeated a bill proposing that the heavily black-populated District of Columbia become the nation's 51st state. 1993. Grammy Award-winning guitarist Albert Collins dies. Guitarist Albert Collins, a Grammy Award winner and a member of the Blues Hall of Fame, died in Las Vegas at the age of 61. 1993. Pearl Stewart, the first black woman editor of a major daily newspaper, resigns her position with the Oakland Tribune after the formerly black-owned Tribune was sold to the Alameda newspaper group the previous year. Pearl Stewart, the first black woman editor of a major daily newspaper, resigned her position with the Oakland Tribune due to differences with the new management. A longtime symbol of racial pride, the formerly black-owned Tribune was sold to the Alameda newspaper group the previous year. 1994. Michael Jackson settles his child molestation suit out of court despite maintaining his innocence. In an out-of-court settlement, singer Michael Jackson reportedly paid millions of dollars following charges of child sexual molestation, despite maintaining his innocence. 1994. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown is cleared of bribery charges. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown was cleared of charges that he accepted a $700,000 bribe in exchange for the lifting of a Vietnam trade embargo. 1994. Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan suspends national spokesman Khalid Abdul Muhammad after his controversial remarks. Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan suspended national spokesman Khalid Abdul Muhammad following a speech in which Muhammad referred to Jews as bloodsuckers of the black community, labeled Pope John Paul II a cracker and Nelson Mandela a fool. In May 1994 the spokesman was shot and wounded by another Nation of Islam member while delivering a speech at Riverside, California. 1994. Leonard Coleman is elected the new National Baseball League president, becoming the highest-ranking black executive in professional sports. Leonard Coleman was elected president of the National Baseball League, replacing fellow black American Bill White. A former marketing development director of Major League Baseball, Coleman now held the rank of the highest black executive in professional sports. 1994. White supremacist Byron de la Beckwith is sentenced to life in prison for the 1963 assassination of NAACP Field Secretary Medgar Evers. In Jackson, Mississippi, white supremacist Byron de la Beckwith was sentenced to life in prison for the 1963 assassination of NAACP Field Secretary Medgar Evers. In two previous trials, all-white juries were unable to reach a verdict. The case was reopened in 1989 following the discovery of new evidence, and in February 1994, a jury of 8 blacks and 4 whites found Beckwith guilty. 1994. The CDC reports that between 1992-1993, AIDS cases rose by 111%, and half of all new heterosexual cases involved blacks. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta reported that from 1992 to 1993 AIDS cases rose by 111%. Half of all new heterosexual cases involved black Americans. 1994. Award-winning novelist Ralph Waldo Ellison dies. Ralph Waldo Ellison died in New York at the age of 80. Ellison won the National Book Award for his only published novel, Invisible Man, in 1952. He was the first black writer to win this award, and his novel, about the alienation of blacks in a white society, has been hailed as an American masterpiece. Ellison was also honored during his lifetime by election to the National Institute of Arts and Letters and the American Academy of Arts and Letters. In 1969 he received the Medal of Freedom from President Richard M. Nixon. 1994. South African blacks vote for the first time in the history of the Republic of South Africa. This promised to end nearly 350 years of minority rule by whites, made possible by changes stemming from Nelson Mandela's release from prison in 1990. South African blacks, for the first time in the history of the Republic of South Africa, participated in the election process. The milestone event, which promised to end nearly 350 years of minority rule by whites, was made possible following the momentous changes that began with Nelson Mandela's release from prison in 1990 by then-President Frederick Willem de Klerk. On May 10, African National Congress leader Mandela, following a landslide victory, was inaugurated as the first black president of South Africa. 1994. The Supreme Court rules that the Civil Rights Act of 1991 cannot be applied retroactively. The Supreme Court ruled twice by an 8-1 margin that the Civil Rights Act of 1991 could not be applied retroactively. Landgraf v. USI Film Products and River v. Roadway Express were the two cases the court considered in rendering its decisions. The 1991 Civil Rights Act allowed victims of workplace discrimination to file for compensatory and punitive damages in addition to back pay and lost benefits. It also allowed the right to a trial by jury. Then President George Bush had signed the act into law. 1994. Damian Williams is convicted of beating white trucker Reginald Denny during the 1992 Los Angeles riot. Damian Williams received a maximum 10-year sentence for his involvement in the beating of white trucker Reginald Denny during the 1992 Los Angeles riot. 4 other black men were acquitted of felony weapons charges stemming from the incident. 1994. The top 100 black businesses in America are named by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported the results of Black Enterprise magazine's annual survey of the top 100 black businesses. The top-rated firm was the TLC Beatrice International Company, a New York food processor and distributor which in 1993 reported sales of $1.7 billion. Johnson Publishing Company of Chicago ranked second, with sales of $294 million. Other businesses in the top 10 were, 3. Philadelphia Coca-Cola Bottling Co., $290 million, 4. H.J. Russell Construction Company of Atlanta, $290 million, 5. RMS Technologies of Menton, New Jersey, $115 million, 6. Anderson Dubose Food Distributors of Solon, Ohio, $115 million, 7. Gold Line Refining Company of Houston, Texas, $108 million, 8. Threads for Life Apparel Makers of Commerce, California, $97 million, 9. Soft Sheen Hair Products Company of Chicago, $97 million, and 10. Garden State Cable TV of Cherry Hill, New Jersey, $96 million. 1994. The Auburn Avenue Research Library opens, becoming the second public library in the nation to open with a focus exclusively on Black history and culture. The Auburn Avenue Research Library, part of the Atlanta Fulton Public Library in Atlanta, Georgia, became the second public library in the nation to open with a focus exclusively on Black history and culture. Opened at a cost of $10 million, the 50,000 square foot library houses 3 buildings in one: a library research area containing general reference books and materials, a public section housing exhibit cases and a main reading room, and an archive that includes a core of library stacks running through the center of the building. The library's core collection is the Negro History Collection, established at the original Auburn Avenue branch in 1934. The library's reference collection included 23,000 books, 2,000 periodical titles, 181 African American related newsletters, and 1,600 vertical files augmenting these primary materials. 1994. Denny's, the popular restaurant chain, settles its discrimination lawsuit. Flagstar Cos, the parent company of Denny's restaurants, agreed to pay a settlement of more than $54 million to black customers who had filed a class action discrimination lawsuit. 1994. Hugh B. Price is named president of the National Urban League. The National Urban League selected Hugh B. Price as its new president and chief executive officer. Price succeeded John E. Jacob, who had served the organization for the past 12 years. 1994. NAACP leader Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr., hosts the first African American Leadership Summit. NAACP Executive Director Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr., hosted the first African American Leadership Summit. Chavis received criticism for inviting controversial Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan to the Baltimore Conference. 1994. Former Professional Football Hall of Famer Orenthal James O.J. Simpson leads police on a low-speed chase before giving himself up for arrest for the June 12 murders of his ex-wife and her friend. The nation watched with a mixture of fascination and horror as former Professional Football Hall of Famer Orenthal James O.J. Simpson led police on a low-speed chase through Anaheim, California, before giving himself up for arrest for the June 12 murders of ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ronald Lyle Goldman. The media reported that Simpson had earlier left what appeared to be a suicide note and that he now carried a gun. Until Simpson reached his Brentwood estate, accompanied by friend Al Cowlings, it remained unclear whether the country would be witness to a televised suicide. A possible motive for the crime remained clear from the beginning. Simpson, despite his until now largely untarnished public image, was known to be a jealous husband and wife beater. Whether Simpson had the means to commit the murders remained to be seen. But on June 27, Time magazine featured an artificially darkened police mugshot of the football star, bringing home the fact that no other suspect existed and that race would, however unfortunately, play a key role in the trial and the minds of Americans. A Heisman Trophy winner, Simpson began his professional football career with the Buffalo Bills in 1969. 3 years later he won his first rushing title, after gaining over 1,200 yards in a single season. Then, in 1973, the juice accelerated to superstar status. On opening day he rushed for 250 yards, becoming the first black to do so in a single game. Throughout the season, he chalked up 10 additional games in which he ran for more than 100 yards, an NFL record. Simpson concluded this remarkable season by amassing a total of 2,003 yards and eclipsing the record of 1,863 yards set earlier by Jim Brown. In 1979 Simpson was named the NFL Player of the Decade. Later honors included his entry into the College Football Hall of Fame and the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Following the conclusion of his pro football career, Simpson continued to make a name for himself as a sports commentator, actor, and TV commercial spokesman. 1994. Barbara Jordan and Dorothy Height are awarded the Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. In a ceremony held in Washington, D.C., President Bill Clinton awarded the nation's highest civilian honor, the Medal of Freedom, to 9 people. Included in the group were Barbara Jordan, former representative from Texas, and civil rights activist Dorothy Height. 1994. The Justice Department is called to investigate Agriculture Secretary Mike Espy in connection with gifts he had allegedly accepted from Tyson Foods Incorporated. Attorney General Janet Reno called for the Justice Department to investigate Agriculture Secretary Mike Espy in connection with gifts he had allegedly accepted from Tyson Foods Incorporated. Espy announced his resignation 2 months later, while the investigation was still in progress. 1994. Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr., is fired as the head of the NAACP after accusations of mishandling funds to aid his sexual discrimination charges. Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr., was fired by the board of the NAACP following allegations that he, acting as head of the organization, approved payments in excess of $300,000 in order to silence sexual discrimination charges against him. 1994. Chevy Chase Federal Savings Bank settles their discrimination suit in which the Justice Department claimed the bank had violated the Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity Acts by engaging in redlining. The bank denies the allegations but opts to settle to avoid litigation that could prove to be more costly. The U.S. Justice Department announced that an $11 million settlement had been reached with Chevy Chase Federal Savings Bank. A discrimination suit contended that the bank had used bias in its lending practices against minorities and low-income people. The Justice Department claimed that the bank had violated the Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity Acts by engaging in redlining, the practice of not providing services in known low-income areas. In addition to the $11 million settlement, Chevy Chase Bank agreed to open 3 mortgage offices and 1 new branch office in areas of Washington, D.C., with majority black populations. The settlement also included recruitment of minorities for staffing, advertisement of mortgage services to agents representing minority areas, and the retraining of current staff on fair lending practices. While the bank denied the Justice Department allegations, it opted to settle to avoid litigation that could prove to be more costly. 1994. Tiger Woods wins the U.S. Amateur Golf Championship. 18-year-old Eldrick Tiger Woods became the first black player, and the youngest player ever, to win the U.S. Amateur Golf Championship. A year later, Woods won his second amateur golf title. 1994. Tennessee civil rights leader Avon Williams dies. Avon Williams, a former Tennessee state senator, civil rights leader, and attorney, died in Nashville, Tennessee, at age 72. In 1950, 4 years before the historic Brown v. Board of Education school desegregation decision, Williams sued to desegregate schools in Anderson County, Tennessee. He subsequently appeared before the U.S. Supreme Court 7 times arguing public accommodations, school segregation, and teacher dismissal cases. He was also active in other efforts to desegregate golf courses, lunch counters, and other public facilities in Tennessee. 1994. Rosa Parks is attacked and robbed in her home. 81-year-old Rosa Parks, who helped launch the civil rights movement, was assaulted in her Detroit home and robbed of $50. The following day a suspect was arrested. 1994. The U.S. Postal Service issues stamps honoring jazz and blues greats. The U.S. Postal Service issued stamps honoring such jazz and blues greats as Billie Holiday, Gertrude Ma Rainey, Bessie Smith, Muddy Waters, and Howlin' Wolf. 1994. Leroy Keith, Jr., resigns as president of Morehouse College amid allegations regarding his salary and other benefits. Leroy Keith, Jr., resigned as president of Morehouse College amid charges that he had received a part of his salary and other benefits without the approval of the college's board of trustees. In his letter of resignation, Keith said the audit reports on his compensation were filled with inaccuracies and misrepresentations. He had been president of the prestigious, all-male, black institution since 1987. 1994. South African President Nelson Mandela visits the U.S. During the first week of October, South African President Nelson Mandela visited the U.S. The highlights of his itinerary included speeches given to the United Nations General Assembly in New York and, as only the third foreign leader ever to do so, to a joint session of Congress in Washington, D.C. 1994. Secretary of Agriculture Micah Spy resigns amid an ongoing Justice Department investigation. Secretary of Agriculture Micah Spy announced his resignation, effective December 31, 1994, amid an ongoing Justice Department investigation into charges that a spy received gifts from businesses regulated by his department. 1994. Actor Harry Belafonte is awarded the National Medal of Arts. President Bill Clinton awarded the National Medal of Arts to actor and singer Harry Belafonte. A prominent civil rights crusader, Belafonte in 1959 became the first black American to have an hour-long television special. Born in New York City, he lived in Jamaica from 1935 to 1940. He received a Tony Award in 1954 for a supporting role in John Murray Anderson's Almanac. In 1966 Belafonte was the first black American to produce a major show for television. During President John F. Kennedy's administration, he became the first cultural advisor to the Peace Corps. In 1990 he was the first person to receive the Nelson Mandela Courage Award of Trans-Africa Forum. 1994. Reverend Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr., reaches a settlement with the NAACP over allegations that he used funds to settle a possible sex discrimination lawsuit brought against him by a former employee. Reverend Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr., reached a settlement with the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. After serving the civil rights organization as executive director for 15 months, Chavis was dismissed after allegations were made that he used NAACP funds to settle a possible sex discrimination lawsuit brought against him by a former employee, Mary Stansel. His suit against the NAACP claimed that the organization did not use proper official procedures in his dismissal. 1994. Atlanta appoints its first black female police chief, Beverly Harvard. Beverly Harvard was appointed chief of police in Atlanta and became the first black woman to head a major U.S. police department. During her first year she distinguished herself by cracking down hard on corruption within the department, arresting 6 police officers on graft and related charges. 1994. The NAACP cuts staff and seeks financial aid. In the wake of Benjamin Chavis's firing and a near $4 million deficit, the NAACP laid off employees and sought financial assistance from numerous sources to sustain the organization. 1994. Heavyweight boxing champ George Foreman comes out of retired and wins his first match. Retired heavyweight champ George Foreman re-entered the ring at age 45 and proceeded to knock out 26-year-old Michael Moorer. 1994. Julius Caesar Watts, Jr., becomes the first black Republican from a southern state to win a seat in Congress since Reconstruction. Julius Caesar Watts, Jr., defeated Oklahoma's Democratic incumbent in the race for a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives in 1994. This made him the first black Republican from a southern state to win a seat in Congress since Reconstruction. Originally a Democrat, Watts had changed parties in 1989 as his positions on welfare reform and a balanced budget were more closely aligned with those of the Republican Party. 1994. Sheila Jackson Lee is elected to Congress from the historic 18th District of Texas. Sheila Jackson Lee was elected to Congress from the historic 18th District of Texas. The 1965 Voting Rights Act created the irregularly drawn district, which encompasses much of Houston. The renowned Barbara Jordan was the newly drawn district's first representative. In 1994 a federal court ruling declared that the district was racially drawn. Democratic Representative Lee, a former Houston City Council member, won her campaign despite the nationwide trend for electing conservative Republicans to Congress. Democratic leader Richard Jefford appointed the New York native and freshman congresswoman to the powerful House Steering Committee. Lee, a 1972 Yale Honors graduate and municipal judge, received her law degree from the University of Virginia Law School in 1975. In Congress, Lee became an ardent spokesperson against the onslaught on affirmative action. It is not time to close the door on affirmative action. It may be time to make it better, more efficient, to shore up the loose ends. 1994. Track star Wilma G. Rudolph dies of a malignant brain tumor. She was the first woman to win 3 Olympic gold medals in track and field. Track star Wilma G. Rudolph died in Brentwood, Tennessee, at the age of 54 of a malignant brain tumor. Born with polio that left her paralyzed in the left leg and unable to walk well until age 10, Rudolph took part in the 1960 Olympic Games in Rome and became the first woman to win 3 Olympic gold medals in track and field. She ran in the 100-meter, 200-meter, and relay races, becoming also the first black woman winner of the 200-meter. Her autobiography, Wilma, was made into a television film in 1977. Rudolph was one of 5 athletes and the only track star honored in June 1993 at the first annual National Sports Awards held in Washington, D.C. 1994. Captain Donnie Cochran becomes the first black American to command the Blue Angels. Captain Donnie Cochran assumed command of the United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels. Cochran was the first black American to hold this position. In June 1996, Cochran transferred from the Blue Angels to head the NROC unit. 1994. Big band leader and scat singer Cab Calloway dies. Big band leader and scat singer Cab Calloway died in Hoskinson, Delaware, at the age of 86. Calloway began his rise to stardom at the Cotton Club in Harlem, filling in for Duke Ellington. He was one of the first performers to make use of scat singing random use of nonsense syllables when he forgot a song's lyrics. Audiences loved the sound, so he began to write songs with scat choruses. His legendary Minnie the Moocher song, which debuted at the Cotton Club, is one such composition. Its refrain "Hi-da hi-da hi-da ho" invites the audience to sing along in the old call and response style. A veteran performer who appeared in numerous films during the 1930s and 1940s, Calloway charmed a new generation of listeners much later in his career when he appeared in the 1980 film The Blues Brothers to perform the classic song Minnie the Moocher. 1994. Singer Aretha Franklin is honored for her achievement in the performing arts. At the Kennedy Center Honors in Washington, D.C., singer Aretha Franklin was honored for lifetime achievement in the performing arts. The Queen of Soul was the first black woman selected for induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and Museum. As a child she sang gospel in the church pastored by her father, a noted evangelist and singer, and later joined the quartet directed by James Cleveland. She turned to blues in the 1960s, and in 1967 2 of her albums sold more than 1 million copies each. Franklin won 4 Grammy Awards between 1967 and 1969. 1994. President Bill Clinton asks Surgeon General Jocelyn Elders to resign after remarks about sex education in schools. President Bill Clinton requested that Surgeon General Jocelyn Elders resign following remarks in which she implied that students should be taught how to masturbate as part of their sex education in the schools. 1994. Gwendolyn Brooks receives the National Book Foundation's Medal for Distinguished Contribution to American Letters for her poetry collection, Annie Allen. Gwendolyn Brooks received the National Book Foundation's Medal for Distinguished Contribution to American Letters for her poetry collection, Annie Allen. This same collection brought Brooks fame back in 1950, when she became the first Black American to win a Pulitzer Prize for poetry. After the book's publication, she became established as a major American poet, and in 1976 she was the first Black woman to obtain membership in the National Institute of Arts and Letters. A sensitive interpreter of Northern ghetto life, Brooks began to write poetry at age 7. From 1969 on, she has promoted the idea that Black Americans must develop their own culture. She was Poet Laureate of Illinois for 16 years and is poetry consultant to the Library of Congress. 1994. The King family bars the U.S. Park Service from continuing its visitors' tours through Martin Luther King, Jr.'s birthplace and tomb. In opposition to the U.S. Park Service plan to build a visitor center across from Martin Luther King, Jr.'s birthplace and tomb, the King family barred the agency from continuing its visitors' tours through the historic site. The King family wanted to create a multimedia museum instead of the planned visitor center. King's birthplace and tomb are owned by the Martin Luther King, Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. 1995. Qubilla Shabazz, daughter of Malcolm X, is arrested for an alleged Louis Farrakhan assassination plot. The charges are dropped after Farrakhan and Betty Shabazz, the widow of Malcolm X, accuse the U.S. government of entrapping her. In Minneapolis, police arrested Qubilla Shabazz, daughter of Malcolm X, for allegedly planning the assassination of Louis Farrakhan, leader of the Nation of Islam. The charges were dropped on May 1 after it was revealed that Shabazz may have been entrapped. Farrakhan and Betty Shabazz, the widow of Malcolm X, accused the U.S. government of entrapping Qubilla. The federal court dropped the charges on May 1 after Qubilla agreed to seek psychiatric treatment. 1995. The O.J. Simpson trial starts. It grabs national headlines, and many high-powered lawyers are in attendance. The trial of the century, the people of the state of California v. Orenthal James Simpson, began with opening arguments before Judge Lance Ito. Lawyers for the prosecution included Marcia Clark and Black American Christopher Darden. The defense team included some of the most high-powered lawyers in the nation, among them Robert Shapiro, F. Lee Bailey, and Alan M. Dershowitz. Although Shapiro initially served as the lead attorney for the defense dream team, flamboyant Black American Johnny L. Cochran, Jr., a close friend of Simpson, assumed this role as part of an overall defense strategy as the trial got underway. The 57-year-old Cochran seemed tailor-made for the high-profile trial, having specialized in prosecuting police abuse cases as well as defending celebrities in trouble, including singer Michael Jackson, rapper Tupac Shakur, and former football player Jim Brown. And even before the trial was underway, Cochran demonstrated his confidence while hinting at a race card strategy that of focusing attention away from Simpson and on LA detective Mark Foreman that would become increasingly successful during the last months of the trial. In addition, Cochran proved instrumental in winning the first legal battle for Simpson when he met privately with District Attorney Gil Garcetti prior to the trial and then received a formal commitment that the D.A.'s office would not pursue the death penalty. 1995. Kenneth Chenault is named Vice Chairman of American Express, elevating him to the highest ranks of blacks working for mainstream Fortune 500 companies in America. Kenneth Chenault was named Vice Chairman of American Express, elevating him to the highest ranks of blacks working for mainstream Fortune 500 companies in America. The position placed him within one leap of the chairman slot, according to Black Enterprise. The 43-year-old Chenault was also appointed the new head of American Express's Travel-Related Services Unit. 1995. Robert Holland, Jr. becomes CEO of Ben & Jerry's. 54-year-old Robert J. Holland, Jr., was named Chief Executive Officer by the owners of Ben & Jerry's ice cream following a well-publicized essay contest for the position. Although Holland submitted a poem, rather than an essay, he became the first Black American to be recruited for the position of CEO by a major mainstream company. 1995. President Bill Clinton nominates Dr. Henry W. Foster to be new U.S. Surgeon General. His confirmation is rejected by the Senate. In the wake of Jocelyn Elders's resignation, President Bill Clinton nominated Henry W. Foster, Jr., to serve as Surgeon General. The professional record of Foster, former chairman of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Meharry Medical College in Nashville, was closely examined by Republican members of Congress. The Senate rejected his confirmation on June 22 due especially to perceived inconsistencies in the number of abortions the surgeon said he had performed. 1995. Fort Mose, the first free Black community in the U.S., is designated a National Historic Site. Fort Mose, the first free Black community in the United States, was designated a National Historic Site. Fort Mose, also known as Gracia Real de Santa Teresa de Mose, was populated mostly by African slaves who had escaped bondage in Georgia and South Carolina. It was occupied from 1738 to 1740, when it was burned by the British. It was later reoccupied from 1752 to 1763. It is located about 2 miles south of St. Augustine, Florida. 1995. Dr. Bernard Harris becomes the first Black American to walk in space. Bernard Harris, a doctor and astronaut aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery, became the first Black American to walk in space. 1995. Colin Ferguson is sentenced to life in prison for the murders of 6 people aboard a commuter train in New York on December 7, 1993. Black American Colin Ferguson was convicted and sentenced to life in prison for the murders of 6 people during a shooting spree on December 7, 1993. The shootings, in which 19 others were wounded, took place on a Long Island Railroad commuter train during rush hour. Serving as his own lawyer, Ferguson claimed that the gunman was white and had stolen his semi-automatic handgun while he was sleeping aboard the train. 1995. Myrlie Evers Williams is elected to the NAACP chair. The Board of Directors of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People elected Myrlie Evers Williams, the widow of slain civil rights leader Medgar Evers, chair of the venerable civil rights organization. Ever Williams succeeded William Gibson, a Greenville, South Carolina, dentist, who had been the NAACP's chairman for 10 years. Gibson had also been accused of taking thousands of dollars from the civil rights group. Evers Williams, age 61, had served as an administrator with the Claremont College system in California and a vice president of community affairs for the Atlantic Richfield Oil Company in California. In 1970, she ran unsuccessfully for Congress from California, and in 1987 she was appointed a commissioner on the Board of Public Works in Los Angeles. At the time of her election as chair, Evers Williams had been a member of the NAACP for more than 40 years and was the board's vice president. 1995. Attorney Eric Lee Clay is nominated to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. President Bill Clinton nominated attorney Eric Lee Clay to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit, which hears cases from Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Clay, a 1969 Phi Beta Kappa graduate of the University of North Carolina, earned his law degree from Yale University Law School in 1972. From June 1972 to June 1973, the prominent Detroit attorney served as the law clerk for exiting Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals Judge Damon Keith. Since 1973, Clay had been an attorney and member of the board of directors of Lewis, White, and Clay, where he chaired the litigation department. He also represented the Museum of African American History and the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and was a member of the State Bar of Michigan, American Bar Association, Detroit Bar Association, and National Association of Railroad Trial Counsel. 1995. Martin Luther King, Jr.'s birthplace and tomb is reopened after a new agreement over funding is reached between the U.S. Park Service and King's family. An agreement between the family of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., and the U.S. Park Service was reached. In 1994, the King family barred the agency from conducting free tours of the birthplace and tomb in opposition to the Park Service's plans to establish a visitor center across from the historic site, which is owned by the Martin Luther King, Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. The family had wanted to charge admission to the birthplace and tomb to contribute to the budget deficit for the museum. In the newly reached agreement, the Park Service would provide a federal fund to offset the deficit and would be allowed to continue to conduct free tours. 1995. Mississippi becomes the last state to adopt the 13th Amendment. By a unanimous decision, the Mississippi House of Representatives adopted the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery to the state constitution. The state Senate voted to approve the amendment on February 16, 1995. It had been disclosed earlier that the amendment had never been formally enacted. With the symbolic vote, Mississippi became the last of the states that existed in 1865 to adopt the legislation. 1995. Michael Jordan rejoins the Chicago Bulls after coming out of a 17-month retirement. Following a 17-month retirement, newly unretired basketball star Michael Jordan faced a homecoming welcome as he rejoined his Chicago Bulls teammates against the Orlando Magic at United Center in Chicago. Rather than don his old jersey, he chose number 45, the same number he wore as a baseball player and as a junior high basketball player. Upon his much-celebrated return, which he announced on March 18, he stated, "I'm back for the love of the game. I tried to stay away but I couldn't." According to several sources, the financial impact of Jordan's return to the game, though enormous, was impossible to calculate. One thing was certain, though: Jordan would maintain his rank atop the Forbes Sports World Super 40 as the highest-paid professional athlete for the fourth straight year. The basketball star's salary and winnings totaled just $3.9 million for 1995. However, his endorsements boosted that figure by an additional $40 million. 1995. Former heavyweight boxing champ Mike Tyson is released from prison and announces that he will resume his boxing career. Former heavyweight boxing champ Mike Tyson was released from the Indiana Youth Center in Plainfield on good behavior after serving more than half of his 6-year sentence for a 1992 rape conviction. To the delight of his fans, he announced plans to resume his boxing career. 1995. Radio talk show host and author Alan Keyes announces that he would seek the Republican nomination for president. Radio talk show host and author Alan Keyes announced that he would seek the Republican nomination for president. A committed pro-life and pro-family spokesperson, Keyes served under President Ronald Reagan as an ambassador to the United Nations Economic and Social Council and also held the post of interim president at Alabama A&M University. 1995. Eazy-E, gangster rap pioneer, dies from complications with contracting AIDS. Within 2 weeks after his revelation that he had contracted AIDS, rapper Eric Eazy-E Wright died from complications of the disease at the age of 31. Considered the founder of the first gangsta rap group, NWA, Wright drew upon his experiences as a former LA drug dealer in his music. NWA's first album, Straight Outta Compton, sold more than 2 million copies and was followed up by Niggas for Life, which became the first hardcore rap album to reach #1 on the charts. Following the breakup of NWA, Wright launched a solo career and his own record label, Ruthless Records, responsible for such acts as Blood of Abraham, Above the Law, MC Ren, Things in Harmony, and Hoes with Attitude. 1995. The U.S. Senate confirms Shirley Ann Jackson as chair of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The U.S. Senate confirmed Shirley Ann Jackson as chair of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. A Rutgers University physicist, Jackson thus became the first black and the first woman to assume the post. She scored another first in 1973 when she became the first black woman to receive a Ph.D. from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. 1995. The Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts upholds Boston University's claim of ownership of a portion of Martin Luther King, Jr.'s papers, after his wife, Coretta Scott King, contested it. The Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts upheld the earlier 1993 jury decision that favored Boston University's claim of ownership of a portion of Martin Luther King, Jr.'s papers. Coretta Scott King, widow of the slain civil rights leader, had contested the 1993 ruling, arguing that a jury should not have decided the case. 1995. Ron Kirk is elected the mayor of Dallas, Texas. 40-year-old Ron Kirk, an attorney and former Secretary of State of Texas, was elected mayor of Dallas. Capturing 62% of the vote and drawing more support from whites than either of his two major white opponents, Kirk became the first black mayor of any major city in the Lone Star State. 1995. Mark Elite J. Harris becomes Major General, the highest rank ever held by a black woman in the history of the armed services. 30-year veteran of the Air Force, Mark Elite J. Harris, was elevated to the rank of Major General, the highest rank ever held by a black woman in the history of the armed services. Serving for 4 months as Vice Commander of the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Center, Harris was then promoted in October to Director of Maintenance for all Air Force bases, becoming the first woman ever to hold the position. 1995. Lonnie Bristow is elected the first black president of American Medical Association. Lonnie R. Bristow became the first black president in the 148-year history of the American Medical Association. The 65-year-old physician from San Pablo, California, told JET, "I think my being elected shows it is possible to accomplish things through hard work and education. It's possible to accomplish things our parents would not dream of. Nothing's impossible." In 1985, Bristow was the first black elected to the AMA's Board of Trustees. During the annual meeting in which Bristow was named president, the AMA also elected its first black female to the Board of Trustees, 38-year-old Regina Benjamin of Beulah Battery, Alabama. 1995. The U.S. Supreme Court rules that Congress must obey the same standards as states with regard to minority aid. It led many to believe that the future of federal affirmative action programs was in danger. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Adarand Constructors v. Pena that Congress must obey the same tough standards as states with regard to minority aid. The decision led many to conclude that the future of federal affirmative action programs was in danger. 1995. A group of military veterans and black businessmen launch a petition drive to support Colin Powell as a 1996 presidential candidate. In Washington, D.C., a group of military veterans and black businessmen launched a petition drive to support Colin Powell as a 1996 presidential candidate. Ever since his retirement in 1993 as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Powell had been mentioned favorably by political analysts and others as a potentially strong candidate for the presidency. In a September 1993 Baltimore Sun article, Republican political consultant Charles Black said, "I don't think he has any negatives, it's more a matter of question marks. I don't know where he stands on a lot of issues. He has to talk about his vision for the country, and as soon as he does that people will criticize him." 1995. The Southern Baptist Convention apologizes to Black Americans for the organization's historical support of slavery. During the annual conference of the Southern Baptist Convention in Atlanta, church members apologized to Black Americans for the organization's historical support of slavery. 1995. The U.S. Supreme Court rules that the Georgia voting districts created to ensure minority representation were unconstitutional. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Miller v. Johnson that Georgia voting districts created to ensure minority representation were unconstitutional. In another blow to affirmative action, the court stated that race could not be used as the main factor in the drawing of voting districts. 1995. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown came under investigation for accepting questionable gifts and falsifying documents. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown came under investigation for allegedly accepting money and gifts from a business partner and for falsifying financial documents. 1995. Led by Ward Connerly, a black man, the University of California ends affirmative action hirings. In San Francisco, Ward Connerly, a black man, led his fellow University of California Board of Regents members to end affirmative action in university hirings by January 1996. The board also voted to end similar practices regarding the admittance of students by 1997. Connerly, author of the anti-affirmative action proposal that prompted the voting, maintained that such race-based policies threatened to undermine black achievement. 1995. With the consent of King's family, District Attorney Louis Layton announces that Marcus Wayne Chenault would not be executed for the slaying of Mrs. Alberta King, mother of Martin Luther King, Jr. Fulton County, Georgia, District Attorney Louis Layton announced that Marcus Wayne Chenault would not be executed for the slaying of Mrs. Alberta King, mother of Martin Luther King, Jr. Chenault had been sentenced to die, in Georgia's electric chair, on September 12, 1974, after having been convicted of the murder of Mrs. King and Deacon Edward Boykin in the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta on June 3, 1974. The decision to rescind the death penalty for Chenault was apparently made with consent of the King family, who reportedly never wanted Chenault to be put to death. Chenault was sentenced to life in prison without parole. 1995. Mike Tyson returns to boxing after his prison sentence. In Las Vegas, Mike Tyson, a recent convert to the Muslim religion, returned to the ring for the first time since his release from prison. His bout with Pete McNeely lasted just 89 seconds, ending after McNeely's manager stepped into the ring following a second knockdown. Despite the short match, former heavyweight champ Tyson earned $25 million. 1995. Representative Mel Reynolds of Illinois is convicted in a sex scandal and is forced to resign from his seat in Congress. In Chicago, Representative Mel Reynolds of Illinois was convicted on charges of sexual assault, sexual abuse, child pornography, and obstruction of justice. The charges arose after Reynolds had sex with a teenage campaign volunteer. Reynolds was sentenced to 5 years in prison, forcing him to resign from his seat in Congress. 1995. The United Nations sponsors a women's conference in China. 3 Black American women were part of the official 45-member delegation from the United States. In a conference sponsored by the United Nations, 45,000 women from around the world met in Beijing, China, to discuss and debate human rights issues affecting women worldwide. 3 Black American women were part of the official 45-member delegation from the United States, including J. Veronica Biggins, who served as vice chair of the U.S. delegation. Of the more than 8,000 Americans who attended the conference, an estimated 1,000 were black. 1995. Malvin R. Good, the first black television reporter, dies. Malvin R. Good, the first black television reporter, died in Pittsburgh at the age of 87. Good was hired in 1962 by ABC News following a comment made by Jackie Robinson to an ABC vice president regarding the lack of blacks in prominent positions at the network. Among the major events Good covered during his 11-year career with ABC were the Poor People's March on Washington, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the death of Martin Luther King, Jr. In 1971 Good became the first black member of the National Association of Radio and Television News Directors. 1995. Colin Powell begins a publicity tour to promote his autobiography, My American Journey. In what many were calling a brilliant campaign to gain widespread public support with minimal political risk, Colin Powell embarked on a 35-day publicity tour to promote his autobiography, My American Journey. Throughout the tour, Powell refrained from committing to a presidential run, although he continually fueled hopes that he would do so. However, even before the tour was complete, he stated, "As I speak around the country, I am constantly questioned about my future, specifically, am I going to run for president? I am flattered by my standing in public opinion polls. To be a successful politician, however, requires a calling that I do not yet hear. I believe that I can serve my country in other ways, through charities, educational work, or appointive posts." 1995. In the infamous O.J. Simpson trial, the jury declares former NFL player O.J. Simpson not guilty of double murder. Reactions to the decision were mixed. Following an overnight wait so that all the principals in the O.J. Simpson trial could be reassembled, the entire nation watched as the jury rendered its verdict. Despite a mountain of testimony and evidence, the Simpson jurors deliberated for only 3 hours before reaching their decision, a unanimous verdict of not guilty. Simpson's reaction was one of immediate relief and thanks. The prosecution team, on the other hand, appeared numb with disbelief. During the aftermath, virtually all legal analysts agreed that leading defense attorney Johnny L. Cochran, Jr.'s genius had been to center the case on 2 points. 1. The assertion that Simpson, given the testimony of eyewitnesses, did not have enough time to commit the murders, return to his residence, and then take a limousine ride to the airport, and 2. The assertion that the racist remarks of police detective Mark Foreman were the clue to a much larger conspiracy by the LA Police Department to frame Simpson. Prosecutor Marcia Clark, in her closing arguments, also labeled Foreman a racist and then attempted to redirect the jurors' attention to the overwhelming evidence, including DNA blood evidence, that linked Simpson, and no one else, to the murders. In the end, the jurors chose to believe the defense team's version of events, and Simpson, imprisoned for 474 days, was declared a free man. According to a Washington Post survey, 8 out of 10 blacks thought justice had been served, while at least half of all whites thought that it had not. Once again, Los Angeles had become the stage to dramatize that a huge racial divide still separated many Americans. As of December 1995, the Simpson case was still generating enormous interest, including some 36 book deals. One of these, the autobiography of Cochran that a publisher planned to place on bookstands in 1997, was estimated to be worth $4.2 million. Although Simpson had been cleared in the criminal trial, in early 1996 he still faced a wrongful death civil suit filed on behalf of the family of Ronald Goldman and the estate of Nicole Brown Simpson. 1995. President Bill Clinton honors deceased black West Point cadet John Whitaker. In 1876, John Chestnut Whitaker entered the West Point Military Academy as one of the school's first black cadets. 4 years later, shortly before graduation, Whitaker was mutilated, beaten, and left for dead by 3 white classmates. Although the black cadet survived the racially motivated attack, he was expelled from the academy after being accused of inflicting the injuries upon himself and then claiming the white cadets were responsible. Prevented from a military career, Whitaker began a law practice in Charleston, South Carolina, before becoming a principal in Oklahoma City and then a law professor at what is now South Carolina State University. 64 years after his death in 1931, Whitaker was honored with a commission as second lieutenant by President Bill Clinton, who made the presentation to the cadet's granddaughter and great-grandson. 1995. Oprah Winfrey makes the Forbes' list of richest Americans. She is the only black and only entertainer to make the list. In the October 16 issue of Forbes magazine, TV talk show host Oprah Winfrey was listed number 399 on the list of the 400 richest people in America. The only black and the only entertainer to make the list, 41-year-old Winfrey was estimated to be worth $340 million. In 1986, Winfrey became the first black woman to host a nationally syndicated weekday talk show, The Oprah Winfrey Show. 1995. Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan hosts the Million Man March on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. In a movement that generated enormous publicity during October, Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan hosted the Million Man March on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. The march was conceived by Farrakhan and fellow organizer Benjamin Chavis, Jr., to ignite both a spiritual and social reawakening among black men. Despite naysayers and the controversies that have surrounded both Farrakhan and Chavis, the march was considered a success by those in attendance, many of whom made the pilgrimage not only to hear the numerous speakers, but to rejoice in black unity and a shared commitment to make a positive difference upon their return home. Chavis later announced, during a sermon in Atlanta, that on the first anniversary of the Million Man March, a Million Family March would be held in the nation's capital and simultaneously across the country through satellite hookups. 1995. Ebony magazine, the largest black-owned magazine in the world at that time, celebrates its 50th anniversary. Ebony, the largest black-owned magazine in the world, celebrated its 50th anniversary with a commemorative issue and a statement by the company founder and chairman. "It is important to remember," wrote John H. Johnson, "that when I founded Ebony, black and white America were almost totally segregated, and nobody, or almost nobody, believed a Colin Powell could run the armed forces or the United States government or that a Michael Jordan could compete against white basketball players. Today, as in 1945, I believe that the greater the obstacle, the greater the triumph and the greater the glory. It is in that spirit, and with that hope, that we rededicate ourselves to the spirit of the founding and the call of the future." 1995. Stand-up comedian Melvin Slappy White dies. Slappy White, one of the first successful black stand-up comedians, died on this date. Born Melvin White in 1921 in Baltimore, Maryland, racial harmony was a theme often used in his routines. White emerged in the 1950s from the black nightclubs and began appearing before largely white audiences. In addition to his stand-up routines, White also appeared in movies and on television. 1995. Colin Powell decides not to pursue a presidential run after consulting with friends and family. After completing a lengthy tour to promote his book An American Journey, Colin Powell announced he would not run for president or any other elected office. The retired general arrived at his decision after long consultations with friends and family. Powell did, however, affirm his commitment to work within the Republican Party for the betterment of all Americans. According to numerous polls, if Powell had chosen to run, he would have posed a serious political threat to both Republican front-runner Bob Dole and Democratic President Bill Clinton in the 1996 elections. 1995. 3 white Pittsburgh policemen are charged with the murder of Johnny Gamage, a local businessman and cousin of Pittsburgh Steelers player Ray Seals. Following the October 12 death of Pittsburgh area businessman Johnny Gamage, 2 white police officers were charged with third-degree murder, while a third was charged with involuntary manslaughter. Gamage, a cousin of Pittsburgh Steelers player Ray Seals, suffocated after only 7 minutes in police custody. He was arrested following a low-speed chase during which he ran 3 red lights and ignored signals by police to stop. Once stopped, Gamage allegedly charged the arresting officers and struggled violently before being subdued. 1995. Savannah's first black mayor, Floyd Adams, Jr., is elected. Floyd Adams, Jr., publisher of the Weekly Herald and veteran alderman, was elected the first black mayor of Savannah, Georgia. Adams defeated incumbent Mayor Susan Weiner by the slim margin of 15,912 to 15,660. Following his election, Adams promised to move the city forward, to make progressive moves that will benefit everyone. 1995. An 87-year-old black woman, Osceola McCarty, donates her life savings to Mississippi University. In one of the nation's heartwarming stories of 1995, an 87-year-old Mississippi woman named Osceola McCarty brought attention to the virtues of hard work, thrift, and charity by donating $150,000, much of her life savings, to the University of Southern Mississippi. The monetary gift was the largest ever made by an black American to a Mississippi university. McCarty was able to amass the large amount by saving the earnings from years of washing laundry by hand, all the while spending little on herself. "I want to give some child the opportunity one didn't have," she told Ebony. "I hope this money can help children, for years to come, make their dreams come true." Following the announcement of her gift, McCarty was invited to the University of Southern Mississippi, where she was made an honorary alumna, and to a Congressional Black Caucus dinner as the special guest of President Bill Clinton, who awarded her the Presidential Citizens Medal. 1995. The U.S. Court of Appeals rules that blacks could not sue the federal government for damages or an apology for racial discrimination and slavery. The plaintiffs were seeking reparations similar to what Congress had previously awarded to Japanese Americans. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit ruled that blacks could not sue the federal government for damages or an apology for racial discrimination and slavery. The unanimous opinion of the three-judge panel upheld several lower court rulings that had considered similar claims. The suit, which had been filed by 7 plaintiffs, sought more than $100 million in damages, along lines similar to the reparations the U.S. Congress had previously awarded to Japanese Americans interned during World War II. But the court ruled that the plaintiffs could not seek damages for the enslavement of their ancestors, could not require the judiciary to correct allegedly discriminatory acts by Congress, and failed to point to specific government actions that violated their rights. Judge Pamela Reimer, who wrote the majority opinion, also said that individuals who complained about historic or current societal discrimination lacked the standing and legal authority to pursue claims in court arising out of the government's failure to do right as they see it. In response to the decision, Samuel Patterson, chairman of the Reparations Committee for African Americans, which sponsored the suit, declared that he was not surprised by it. He said, "You're not going to get anything from a pig but a grunt." 1995. Democratic Congressman Kwesi Mfume is named the president of the NAACP. Democratic Congressman Kwesi Mfume of Maryland, feeling he could better serve the interests of blacks and the nation as a whole outside of Congress, accepted the presidency of the NAACP. The position had been vacant since Benjamin Chavis, Jr., was fired in August 1994. Mfume pledged to restore the fiscal integrity and financial structure of the NAACP, which was $3.2 million in debt when Mfume assumed command. 1995. Willie Brown is elected the first black mayor of San Francisco, CA. Willie Brown, the former powerful California Assembly Speaker, was elected by San Francisco residents to become that city's first black mayor. Brown easily defeated incumbent Frank Jordan for the position. 1995. Lee Brown resigns as drug czar without explanation. Many suspect he had grown frustrated with the government's weak response to America's drug crisis. After more than 2 years as the nation's top-ranking fighter in the war on drugs, Lee Brown submitted his resignation to President Bill Clinton. Brown declined to offer specific reasons for his departure, but did disclose that he was accepting a position at Rice University to teach criminology. Anti-drug activists believed Brown had simply grown frustrated with the government's weak response to the increased drug use in the country. After Brown had taken office, President Clinton decided to cut Brown's staff by 75%, from 146 to 25. The budget of his office suffered a similar decrease. 1995. Democrat Jesse Jackson, Jr., is elected to the House of Representatives. Democrat Jesse Jackson, Jr., was elected to the House of Representatives by defeating Republican Thomas Summer in Illinois' 2nd Congressional District. Jackson had no previous political experience, but had campaigned on the ideas of economic development in his district. The son of civil rights activist Jesse Jackson captured 74% of the vote. 1995. Actress Thelma Butterfly McQueen dies after suffering critical burns caused by a fire in her home. 84-year-old actress Thelma Butterfly McQueen died after suffering critical burns caused by a fire in her home near Augusta, Georgia. McQueen was perhaps best known for her role as the enslaved girl Prissy in the 1939 film Gone with the Wind. Unfortunately, Like many black actresses of the period, she became typecast as a maid, a role she rebelled against strongly by the mid-1940s. For the next 2 decades she abandoned the big screen for the stage, but then returned to play several small movie roles during the 1970s and 1980s. 1996. Affirmative action programs end in Louisiana state agencies. Republican Governor Mike Foster of Louisiana announced that affirmative action programs in that state's government had ended. 1996. The Revelation Corporation is formed by 5 black churches to try to increase the buying power of black consumers. The Revelation Corporation was formed by the leaders of 5 major black churches with the goal of increasing the buying power of black consumers. E. Edward Jones of the National Baptist Convention of America Incorporated was selected to head the organization, and John Lowry was named vice president. The 5 churches involved in the program were the National Baptist Convention of America, the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, the Christian Methodist Episcopal Church, the National Baptist Convention USA Incorporated, and the Progressive National Baptist Convention Inc. 1996. President Clinton shows his support for affirmative actions programs in a speech at an Milk Day celebration in Atlanta, Georgia. The Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia, was the site of a Martin Luther King, Jr. Day celebration. President Bill Clinton spoke to a crowd of about 1,500 about his support for affirmative action programs. 1996. Barbara Jordan, Texas's first black state senator, dies. The first elected black state senator from Texas, Barbara Charlene Jordan, died of complications from leukemia. She had also suffered from multiple sclerosis for years. Born on February 21, 1936, in Houston, Texas, the well-known speaker gained national attention when she asked for the impeachment of then-President Richard Nixon. She was also the first black woman to give the keynote address at the 1976 National Democratic Convention. President Bill Clinton awarded Jordan the highest civilian honor by presenting her with the Presidential Medal of Freedom in a ceremony on August 8, 1994. 1996. The first black conductor of a major American orchestra, Henry Lewis, dies of a heart attack. Famed conductor Henry J. Lewis died of a heart attack in New York City. Lewis was named conductor of the New Jersey Symphony Orchestra in 1968, the first black conductor of a major American orchestra. He was well known for attempting to make performances more available to the working class, often holding free outdoor concerts. Lewis was also the first black American to conduct New York City's Metropolitan Opera in 1972. He was born on October 16, 1932, in Los Angeles, California. 1996. The U.S. Supreme Court upholds the 1995 districting plan that reduced the number of black majority congressional districts in Georgia. The U.S. Supreme Court upheld a 1995 redistricting plan constructed by 3 judges in Georgia that reduced the number of black majority congressional districts from 3 to 1 based on the grounds that race could not be used as a predominant factor in establishing district boundaries. Despite pleas from a group of Georgia voters, the court refused a request for an appeal of the decision on June 8. 1996. The U.S. Department of Justice announced investigation into black church fires. 17 churches had been destroyed in southern states over the past year. The U.S. Department of Justice announced that a civil rights investigation into the black church fires in Alabama and Tennessee had begun the previous December. Attorney General Janet Reno made the probe public after the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People had written her in January asking for such a study. 17 churches had been destroyed in southern states over the past year. The most notable fire was at the Inner City Baptist Church in Knoxville, Tennessee, where Green Bay Packers football star Reggie White was an associate pastor. 1996. Kwesi Mfume becomes the head of the NAACP after resigning from his position as a U.S. House Representative. In Washington, D.C., Kwesi Mfume was sworn in as President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. This came amidst serious financial and public relations troubles at the NAACP. Mfume's predecessor, Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr., was fired in 1994 for misuse of the organization's funds in connection with a threatened sexual discrimination suit. Mfume promised a new NAACP, reinvented and reinvigorated, standing at the threshold of change. Mfume had resigned from his position as a U.S. House Representative from Maryland on February 18. Fellow Black Democrat Elijah E. Cummings defeated Kenneth Dondner in special elections held to replace Mfume. Previously, Cummings was the pro tem Speaker for the Maryland House of Delegates. 1996. The Census Bureau reports a projected increase in the black population. The Census Bureau released its population projections through the year 2050. The black population was expected to make up 13.6% of the total population, marking an increase from the projected 1995 figure of 12%. 1996. A federal appeals court in Louisiana reverses an earlier decision and rules that a race-based admissions policy at the University of Texas School of Law should not be allowed. A federal appeals court in Louisiana reversed an earlier decision and ruled that a race-based admissions policy at the University of Texas School of Law should not be allowed, even though the school's intention had been to enhance racial diversity. 4 white students had sued the university in 1992 on the grounds of racial discrimination. Judge Jerry E. Smith ruled that the school had not appropriately shown a justification for its racial preference policy. He further recommended that universities in general broaden their definition of diversity among their student bodies, this, in part, because one of the plaintiffs, Cheryl Hopwood, had faced great adversity through her life as a result of the death of her father when she was a child, and the births to Hopwood of a handicapped child and another child who later died. Smith believed the experiences of someone like Hopwood should be included in a school's expanded definition of diversity. 1996. Civil rights groups file suit against the U.S.'s undercounted census figures, stating that it threatens equal protection laws and federal funding. The Supreme Court strikes down the suit in favor of the census figures. The U.S. Supreme Court unanimously ruled that the 1990 census figures could stand, despite that between 1.6% and 2% of the population had not been counted. Minority groups had sought an adjustment to the figures because the erroneous numbers represented 4.8% of the black population and 5.2% of the Hispanic population. The coalition of plaintiffs included such groups as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and the National League of Cities, from such cities as Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, and New York. After then Commerce Secretary Robert Mosbacher refused to revise census figures in 1991, the groups filed suit, arguing that the miscount was an affront to minorities' constitutional right to equal protection, because census figures determined congressional seating and federal funding for social programs. Before the Supreme Court's ruling, Mosbacher's decision had been upheld in 1993 by a district court, then overturned in 1994 by a Circuit Court of Appeals. Supreme Court Chief Justice William Rehnquist opined that Mosbacher's argument, which stated that determining congressional districts resulted more from a distributive accuracy and not a precise numerical count of the population, was reasonable. 1996. Reverend Jesse Jackson leads a protest during the Academy Awards ceremony because of the lack of black nominees. The Reverend Jesse Jackson and 75 others marched outside the KABC-TV offices in Los Angeles during the Academy Awards ceremony to protest the lack of black nominees. Of the total 166 nominees, only one was black: Diane Houston, who directed the film Tuesday Morning Ride. 1996. Former Cleveland mayor, and first black to be elected mayor of a major city, Carl Stokes dies. Former politician/newsman Carl Stokes died in Cleveland at the age of 68. Stokes was the first black to be elected mayor of a major city when he won the Cleveland mayoral election 1962. After serving 2 terms as mayor, Stokes left for New York and began a career as a news broadcaster for WNBC-TV. He also was the first black elected to the Ohio House of Representatives, served 11 years as a municipal judge in Cleveland, and was named ambassador to the Seychelles in 1995. Stokes was born in Cleveland on June 21, 1927. 1996. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown and 34 others were killed in a U.S. Air Force jet when it crashed into a mountainside near Dubrovnik, Croatia. U.S. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown and 34 others were killed in a U.S. Air Force jet when it crashed into a mountainside near Dubrovnik, Croatia. Brown, government officials, and business executives were touring Croatia and Bosnia-Herzegovina in attempts to obtain contracts for U.S. companies to help rebuild the infrastructures of both countries. The Air Force later blamed pilot error and the failure of Air Force commanders to properly make required safety evaluations before leaving the airport. Officials concluded that the bad weather that existed during the flight was not a significant factor in the crash. Brown was born on August 1, 1941, in Washington, D.C., before moving to New York City. He was a successful lawyer before rising to national politics as Jesse Jackson's 1988 presidential campaign manager. A year later, he became chairman of the Democratic National Committee, the first black American to head a major national political party. He worked closely with then Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton's presidential campaign, and was named Commerce Secretary following Clinton's victory. 1996. Musician George Walker and columnist E.R. Shipp win Pulitzer Prizes. George Walker and E.R. Shipp were two of 22 Pulitzer Prize recipients for 1996. Walker, the first black musician to receive this honor in music in its 80-year existence, accepted the prestigious award for Lilacs, which was composed for both voice and orchestra. Shipp, a columnist for the Daily News in New York, won the prize for commentary on race and welfare. 1996. Federal judges rule that Florida's black-majority 3rd District was unconstitutional because it used race as the major factor in determining the district's boundaries. Federal judges ruled that Florida's black-majority 3rd District was unconstitutional because it used race as the major factor in determining the district's boundaries. 3 judges ordered the state legislature to redraw the district's boundaries by May 22. The plaintiffs in the case argued that the horseshoe-shaped district, which covered 250 miles and 14 counties, had been created primarily to intensify the representation of blacks. The majority opinion held that the defendants had failed to show that the district had been narrowly tailored to further a compelling governmental interest and, therefore, violated the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The judges included an admonition that the ruling should not be interpreted as turning back the clock on the gains made by black voters and other racial and ethnic voting minorities. Representative Corinne Brown opposed the decision and stated that the 3rd District, located in northern Florida, was the most integrated and diverse district in the state. 1996. A federal appeals court defers a ruling that would have ended race-based admissions policies at Texas universities, stating that they had already stopped using that admissions policy. A U.S. federal appeals court granted a stay that blocked the enforcement of a March 19 ruling that would have ended race-based admissions policies at Texas universities. On July 1, however, the Supreme Court let the March 19 ruling stand, not because it was endorsing the ruling but because the University of Texas School of Law had stopped using that admissions policy. 1996. Janice Rogers Brown is confirmed as the first black woman to be a California Supreme Court judge. Her nomination is met with criticism. California Governor Pete Wilson's appointment of appellate court judge Janice Rogers Brown to the California Supreme Court was confirmed. Brown, the daughter of Alabama's sharecroppers, became the first black woman to serve on the state's highest court. Although Justice Brown's nomination was unanimously confirmed, it was not without criticism. The State Bar Commission on Judicial Nominees Evaluation claimed that Brown was unqualified because of limited experience as a lawyer and a judge. The commission added she had a tendency to inject her political and philosophical views into her court opinions. Wilson described his nomination as being clearly the right choice at the right time. Justice Brown had also been characterized as more conservative than the other California Supreme Court justices. Prior to her 1994 appellate court appointment, she served the state as Governor Wilson's legal affairs secretary, where she filed suit against the federal government seeking reimbursement of costs for providing public services to illegal immigrants. Previously, Brown served as California's Deputy Attorney General and Deputy Legislature Counsel for the State Legislature Counsel Bureau. In 1974, she received her bachelor's degree from California State University and, in 1977, a law degree from the University of California at Los Angeles. 1996. Federal Judge Robert Krupansky ends court-ordered busing in Cleveland after education officials say integration had been successful, and $10 million in busing costs could be saved. Federal Judge Robert Krupansky lifted a 17-year desegregation order, which resulted in the end of court-ordered busing in Cleveland, Ohio. Student busing had been implemented in 1979 in an effort to integrate the city's public school system. Education officials asked to end busing because they felt integration had been successful and $10 million in busing costs could be saved. The original ruling stemmed from a 1973 case involving black students who accused the school system of running segregated schools. The courts decided in favor of the students, and 6 years later Cleveland began busing students. 1996. The U.S. House of Representatives passed legislation that provides families an adoption credit. The law also included a provision to make interracial adoption easier. The U.S. House of Representatives passed legislation that would provide families that adopted children with a $5,000 tax credit if their annual income was under $75,000. The law included a provision that would force adoption agencies to make interracial adoption easier by not allowing race or ethnicity to be such a determining factor when selecting possible adoptive families. When the interracial provision was first brought forward, many Republicans were against the consideration of race during the adoption process. Democrats, however, opposed this stance and compromises were reached. These included: race could be used as a criterion only if at least 2 qualified families sought adoption of a child, and agencies could not delay an adoption with the intent of locating a qualified same-race family. 1996. Commander Donnie Cochran, the first black pilot to fly on the Navy's Blue Angels flight team, resigns over his personal concerns of his ability to continue to fly safely. Commander Donnie Cochran, the first black pilot to fly on the Navy's Blue Angels flight team, resigned following his concerns over his ability to continue to fly safely. 8 months earlier, Cochran participated in a flying demonstration with the Blue Angels when he missed an agreed-upon landmark. Cochran became the team leader of the Blue Angels in 1994. 1996. Black Justice Clarence Thomas speaks at a grade school awards ceremony, which causes controversy. After much deliberation between members of the Landover School Board and officials at the Thomas G. Pullen Creative and Performing Arts School, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas addressed an 8th grade awards ceremony at the school. Principal Kathy Kurtz had invited Thomas to speak, but on May 22 School Superintendent Jerome Clark ordered her to rescind the invitation on the basis that Thomas's many rulings against affirmative action programs did not represent the interests of my constituents. The Parent-Teacher Association asked that Clark's request be denied, the school board agreed and Thomas was issued a second invitation. Demonstrators for and against Justice Thomas held rallies in front of the school. 1996. President Bill Clinton speaks out against black church fires as racial tension builds in the South. In Greeleyville, South Carolina, President Bill Clinton attended the dedication ceremony for the newly built sanctuary of the Mt. Zion African Methodist Episcopal Church. The previous sanctuary of the church had been destroyed by arson in 1995. Clinton told the crowd, "We are not going back, we are not slipping back to those dark days." The southern United States had felt racial tension as arson claimed dozens of black churches over the previous 7 years. The Federal Bureau of Investigations, in conjunction with the Bureau of Alcohol, Firearms, and Tobacco, led investigations into the suspicious fires. The departments concluded that no national conspiracy could be linked to the church fires. 1996. The Supreme Court ruled against congressional districts that alleged that racial bias was used in determining district boundaries. The Supreme Court ruled against congressional districts in North Carolina and Texas in two separate cases that alleged that racial bias was used in determining district boundaries. Violation of the 14th Amendment was stated as the reason for the unconstitutionality of the district's formations. The Supreme Court considered Bush v. Vera and Shaw U. Hunt in handing down its rulings. 2 months later, the Supreme Court refused to require North Carolina to redraw its 12th district boundaries. 1996. Singing great Ella Fitzgerald dies of undisclosed causes. Popular jazz singer Ella Fitzgerald died in Beverly Hills, California, of undisclosed causes. In recent years, she had suffered from diabetes, which had resulted in the amputation of both her legs. Born in Newport News, Virginia, on April 25, 1917, the First Lady of Song started her career with Chick Webb's band and had her first hit in 1938 with a song she wrote, "A Tasket, A Tasket." After Webb died in 1939, Fitzgerald began to concentrate on a style of singing known as scat and became well known for the songs Flying Home and Oh, Lady Be Good, which used the scat technique. Fitzgerald is credited with reviving the popularity of such composers as Ira and George Gershwin, Cole Porter and Rodgers and Hart, by composing albums using their works. She won 13 Grammy Awards in her career. 1996. The city of Philadelphia is found guilty of excessive force. The 1985 police bombing of a neighborhood in an attempt to displace members of a radical black group. A federal jury found the city of Philadelphia guilty of using excessive force in 1985, when the police used a bomb in an attempt to evict members of MOVE from their headquarters. The bomb killed 11 people, and destroyed 61 houses in the neighborhood. Police had tried unsuccessfully to remove the MOVE members from their homes after neighbors complained about excessive noise and garbage. The jury ordered that $1.5 million in damages be paid to survivor Ramona Africa, and to families of the victims. 1996. Representative Cynthia McKinney and Sanford Bishop, Jr. wins primaries in two newly formed Georgia districts. The district redrawing diminished the black voting population. Georgia's two newly formed congressional districts, the 2nd and 4th, produced victories for two black representatives, Cynthia McKinney and Sanford D. Bishop, Jr. McKinney previously represented the state's 11th district, which was approximately 60% black. Bishop's former district was 59% black. In redrawing the congressional district boundaries, the black voting population was diminished from 60% to 30% in McKinney's 4th district and from 59% to 35% in Bishop's 2nd district. 1996. The Connecticut Supreme Court strikes down segregation. The Connecticut Supreme Court ruled that racial segregation in public schools near Hartford violated the state constitution. The court allowed the state government the opportunity to integrate the schools. 1996. A statue is dedicated to tennis great Arthur Ashe, but there is controversy over its placement. A statue of Arthur Ashe was dedicated in Richmond, Virginia, honoring the first black man to win the U.S. Open, Wimbledon, and Australian Open tennis tournaments. Ashe died in 1993 of complications from AIDS. Controversy surrounded the placement of the statue. Ashe's widow, Jean Mutasamy Ashe, protested that the statue should not reside on a street where Confederate soldiers were honored. Many felt it would be an insult to Ashe, who was known for his stand against racial segregation. 1996. Republican presidential hopeful Bob Dole declines a speaking invitation at NAACP's convention believing it was a setup. He later said he regretted skipping the event. Republican presidential hopeful Bob Dole declined an invitation from the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People President Kwame Mfume to speak at its convention, citing scheduling conflicts. but Dole claimed the very liberal Democrat Mfume was trying to set me up by inviting him, probably would not have been received warmly, and that in the future he would speak with audiences I can relate to. The NAACP turned down the Dole camp's offer to have presumed vice presidential nominee Jack Kemp stand in for him. Prominent black leader and fellow Republican Colin Powell was disappointed with Dole's decision. I think it would have been useful for him to present his views to the NAACP. Dole later said he regretted skipping the NAACP event. 1996. Jazz trumpeter Percy Humphrey dies. Jazz trumpeter Percy Humphrey died in New Orleans, Louisiana, at age 90. Humphrey was the grandson of Jim Humphrey, who taught many of the first generation of jazz musicians. The junior Humphrey, himself, began his musical career as a drummer, then changed to trumpet and became a member of the influential Eureka Brass Band. In the 1950s he became the leader of this New Orleans group. In 1961, Humphrey began playing at the then recently opened Preservation Hall in New Orleans, and continued regular performances there until March 1995. In the 1970s he also performed with the New Orleans Joymakers. He toured with the famed Preservation Hall Jazz Band into the 1980s. Humphrey contributed much to the history of jazz. He excelled at group improvisations and was skilled at scatting and other Louis Armstrong-style solos. 1996. Thelma Collins becomes the first black and first woman mayor of Itta Bena, Mississippi. Thelma Collins, a former Greenwood, Mississippi, schoolteacher, became the first black American and the first woman to serve as mayor of Itta Bena, Mississippi. 1996. General Colin Powell addresses the Republican convention, receiving mixed reactions for his views on abortion rights. "Let us never step back from compassion," stated General Colin Powell, as he addressed the crowds at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas. The popular black Republican had been considered as a possible vice presidential running mate with Bob Dole, but Powell wasn't interested. While his speech gathered loud cheers, there was some vocal discontent when he declared his support for abortion rights. Powell quickly answered the crowd by stating, "I was invited here by my party to share my views with you because we are a big enough party and big enough people, to disagree on individual issues and still work together for our common goal, restoring the American dream." Other blacks who spoke at the convention were House Representatives J.C. Watts and Gary A. Franks and anti-abortion activist K.C. James, who led the roll call leading to Dole's nomination. 1996. At the annual meeting of the National Association of Black Journalists, Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan tells members that black journalists are slaves to white newspaper owners. He receives standing ovations, though some object to his view. At the annual meeting of the National Association of Black Journalists in Nashville, Tennessee, Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan told members that black journalists were slaves to white newspaper owners. "White folk did not hire you to really represent what black people are really thinking, and you don't really tell what you think because you are too afraid," said Farrakhan. Many in the audience gave him standing ovations, though some objected to his view of black journalists. 1996. Dole speaks at the National Association of Black Journalists convention, expressing his regret for turning down his NAACP invitation. Republican presidential hopeful Bob Dole spoke at the National Association of Black Journalists convention in Nashville, Tennessee. This came only weeks after many blacks criticized him for not accepting an invitation to speak at the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People convention. Dole told journalists, however, he regretted turning down the invitation and felt the Republican Party had missed opportunities to win support of black Americans. He cited 1964 presidential nominee Barry Goldwater's opposition to the 1964 Civil Rights Act, as well as his own, as a House representative as an example. 1996. Tiger Woods wins the U.S. Amateur Golf Tournament for the third consecutive year, the first player to do so, then announces he would turn professional 2 days later. For the third consecutive year, Tiger Woods won the U.S. Amateur Golf Tournament, becoming the first player to do so. 2 days later, Woods announced that he would turn professional and consequently signed a deal with Nike Incorporated to endorse its products. The deal was reportedly worth $40 million, the largest endorsement ever made for a rookie golfer. Woods became the first black to win the U.S. Amateur title in 1994. 1996. Jesse Jackson addresses Democratic conventioneers, urging them to accept diversity as the measure of the party's strength and character. Civil rights leader Jesse Jackson told attendees at the Democratic National Convention that Republicans were putting forward an image of a big tent. On the cover was General Jack Kemp. But clearly you cannot judge a book by its cover. For inside, the book was written by Newt Gingrich and Ralph Reed and Pat Buchanan. In endorsing President Bill Clinton for a second term, Jackson called on Democrats to accept diversity as the measure of the party's strength, character. We must find the bridge to keep our tent intact. 1996. Indianapolis police go on a drunken spree and beat a black motorist and a white man who tried to help the black victim. The incident attracted national attention as an example of police brutality. 16 police officers in Indianapolis, Indiana, allegedly went on a drunken spree in which they used racial slurs and beat and arrested both a black motorist and a white man who tried to help the black victim. The incident attracted national attention, as, perhaps, another example of police assault on unoffending black Americans. City authorities launched an investigation. 1996. Actor Greg Morris, one of the first black actors to star in a TV show, dies. Greg Morris, who played Barney Collier on the popular 1960s television show Mission Impossible, died of cancer. The Cleveland native was one of the first black actors to star in a TV show. 1996. Judge Lewis Pollock rules that Philadelphia's former commissioners involved in the bombing of a neighborhood that killed 11 MOVE members and destroyed 61 homes, did not have to pay damages to relatives or survivors, reversing the original ruling. U.S. District Court Judge Lewis Pollock ruled that the city of Philadelphia's former fire and police commissioners would not have to pay damages to relatives or survivors of a 1985 fire involving members of the radical African American group MOVE. 2 months earlier, a jury had ordered former Fire Commissioner William Richmond and former Police Commissioner George Somber to pay $1 per week for the next 11 years to Ramona Africa, the only adult member of MOVE to survive the fire, and to relatives of other MOVE members. The jury had also awarded the plaintiffs $1.5 million in punitive damages, to be paid by the city of Philadelphia. Although the punitive damages against the city were not affected by Pollock's decision, Africa reacted angrily to his ruling. She said it literally let get away with murder. 1996. In an appeal for the black vote, Republican vice presidential hopeful Jack Kemp promises that his agenda would include scholarships for inner-city kids. Republican vice presidential hopeful Jack Kemp addressed the Challengers Boys and Girls Club in South Central Los Angeles, the scene of racial riots in 1992. In an appeal for the black vote, Kemp promised that the Republican agenda would include scholarships for inner-city kids. 1996. Former Civil Rights Commission Chairman Arthur Fleming dies. Arthur Fleming, former chairman of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, died in Washington, D.C., at age 91. After 8 years on the job, he was fired by President Ronald Reagan in 1982 after the CRC issued a report that was harshly critical of the Reagan administration's record on desegregation and civil rights. In 1994, President Bill Clinton awarded Fleming the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. At the time of his death, Clinton remarked, "He transcended party, generation, and race in search of consensus on some of the great issues of our day." 1996. Manetta J. Sleet, the first black American to win a Pulitzer Prize in photography, dies. Manetta J. Sleet, the first black American to win a Pulitzer Prize in photography, died in New York City, at age 70. Sleet, a photographer for Ebony magazine, won the Pulitzer for feature photography in 1969 for his image of Coretta Scott King consoling her daughter, Bernice, in her lap, at the funeral of slain civil rights leader, Martin Luther King, Jr., in 1968. Sleet studied photography at Kentucky State College. After serving in World War II, he helped establish the first photography department at Maryland State College. Then, he did further study at the School of Modern Photography in New York and earned a master's degree in journalism at New York University. Following his studies, Sleet worked as a sports writer for the Amsterdam News and as a photographer for Our World magazine, before joining Ebony, where he still worked at the time of his death. Sleet's work has been exhibited at the Studio Museum in Harlem, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and several other facilities. His awards included a citation for excellence from the Overseas Press Club of America as well as the National Urban League. Sleet's notoriety stemmed principally from his photographic documentation of the marches, meetings, and rallies of the civil rights movement of the 1960s. His images were described as powerful and sensitive, which showed genuine respect for his subjects. 1996. Civil rights activist Cordell Hull Reagan is found murdered. Civil rights activist Cordell Hull Reagan was found murdered in Berkeley, California. Hull, age 53, joined the civil rights movement at the age of 16 in 1959. He became known as the baby of the movement. Reagan was arrested more than 30 times throughout the South as he fought against racial segregation and discrimination. He also led training workshops in nonviolence for hundreds of volunteers who went into the South to work for civil and voting rights for blacks. In 1962, Reagan became one of the founders of the Freedom Singers, a group of men and women who sang freedom songs in a gospel style to rouse support for the civil rights movement. The quartet included Bernice Johnson of Albany, Georgia, who became Reagan's first wife. In the 1970s, he was active in protests against the Vietnam War, nuclear weapons, and environmental destruction. Before moving to Berkeley in 1988, he was an organizer for the Social Service Employees Union and a member of Mobilization for Youth in New York. While in Berkeley, he founded the Urban Habitat and the Urban Justice Organization to foster the protection of the environment. 1996. Black Americans Alexis Herman and Rodney Slater are nominated for Bill Clinton's cabinet posts. President Bill Clinton nominated 2 Black Americans for positions in his cabinet. Alexis Herman, director of the White House Office of Public Liaison, was selected as Secretary of Labor, and Rodney Slater, the Federal Highway Administrator, was nominated for Secretary of Transportation. Herman, a native of Mobile, Alabama, was a graduate of Xavier University in Louisiana. In 1977, she became the director of the Women's Bureau of the Labor Department. Since 1993, in her White House liaison post, she had been the president's chief emissary to the Congressional Black Caucus and other black groups. She also aided the president in the publicity campaign that he waged to win congressional approval of the 1994 crime bill. Slater, who was born in Marianna, Arkansas, graduated from Eastern Michigan University. He was previously an assistant attorney general in Arkansas, executive assistant to then-Governor Clinton, and a member, then chairman, of the Arkansas State Highway Commission. He was once named one of the 10 outstanding young Arkansans. 1996. Hugh Brown is re-elected chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. Hugh M. Brown, president and chief executive officer of BAMSI Incorporated, an engineering and technical services firm in Titusville, Florida, was re-elected chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. Brown had formerly served as deputy chairman of the bank before being elected chairman in January 1996. 1997. Million Woman March. On October 25, 1997, an estimated 750,000 Black American women gathered together to march on the Ben Franklin Parkway in Philadelphia to focus on their trials, circumstances, and successes. The day-long march and program of prayer, music, and inspirational speeches, which began at the Liberty Bell and ended on the steps of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, sought to bring together Black American women to address the pressing issues of interest to them and to Black families. Some of these issues included the economic deterioration of Black American communities, the importance of nurturing young children in a positive environment, finding a collective voice in politics and the civil rights movement, and strengthening Black families. The march was designed to inspire Black American women across the nation to work for their own improvement as well as that of their communities. The march, which was organized by Phil Keanisu and Asia Coney, two Philadelphia grassroots activists, was a huge success despite short notice and few preparations. The organizers bypassed traditional leaders such as Rev. Jesse Jackson and organizations such as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and the Nation of Islam, which had been influential in organizing the Million Man March in 1995. Using a network of women's organizations and relying on flyers, leaflets, Black-run media, the internet, and word of mouth to spread the word, the organizers brought women from across the country to Philadelphia via plane, train, bus, and other means of transportation. An estimated 125,000 women arrived from Chicago and New York. Although the march was portrayed as a gathering of Black women, other groups were represented as well. Their common goal was the rebuilding of Black communities. Keanisu and Coney hoped the march would counteract negative images of African American women in popular culture and the media. Unlike the Million Man March 2 years earlier, the Million Woman March did not rely on big names or the celebrities of the civil rights movement to fuel attendance. Nonetheless, several influential Black women attended and spoke, including Winnie Madikizela Mandela, former wife of South African President Nelson Mandela, and California Congresswoman Maxine Waters. 2005. Hurricane Katrina. Hurricane Katrina began as a Category 1 hurricane in Florida, before striking the Gulf Coast on August 29, 2005. By the time Katrina had run its course, more than 1,700 people were killed and hundreds of thousands of others displaced. Causing billions of dollars of damage, Hurricane Katrina ranks as one of the costliest storms in American history. The damage took place in Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. On Monday, August 29, Katrina made landfall in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana as a Category 3 hurricane backed by 145-mile-an-hour winds. From there, Katrina pounded New Orleans, as water poured over the levees and eventually they were breached. By the afternoon, parts of New Orleans' lower 9th Ward were inundated by floodwaters of up to 12 feet, rising to the rooftops. By Wednesday, August 31, the flood waters had crested with parts of the city under as much as 20 feet of water. Thousands of New Orleans residents remained stranded in their houses and on rooftops waiting for help. Others made their way to the Superdome and the Convention Center, both of which became the main evacuee centers, along with the Interstate 10 Expressway and the Louis Armstrong International Airport. Amidst the disorder and panic, rescuers worked to save those who were still trapped. While thousands of evacuees started dispersing from New Orleans and heading to other southern cities and beyond, the pandemonium in New Orleans lasted for days. Reports of looting, rape, and suicide, many of the stories unverified, filled the airwaves. Eventually, order was restored, as the National Guard and other government agencies stepped in to coordinate the relief efforts. Overwhelmed by the disaster, the Federal Emergency Management Agency was slow to respond, drawing outrage from all sides. A congressional investigation completed in 2006 concluded that although the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center provided highly detailed forecasts and adequate warning, all levels of government warranted criticism, in terms of their preparation for and response to Hurricane Katrina. While massive damage had impaired communication systems, agencies like FEMA, the Department of Homeland Security, the National Guard, and the Coast Guard were all criticized for their lack of preparation and coordination. The New Orleans Police Department was singled out as being remarkably ineffective. Investigations and trials are ongoing after several members of the NOPD were accused of killing unarmed, innocent civilians in the aftermath of Katrina. U.S. President George W. Bush also received criticism for his handling of the disaster, with many claiming that his response was slow and minimal, given the level of tragedy. The situation in New Orleans overshadowed the damage caused by Hurricane Katrina in other areas of the Gulf Coast. In Mississippi, thousands of homes were destroyed by high winds and tornadoes. As many as 66,000 Mississippians were displaced from their homes. Although Alabama avoided a direct hit from Katrina, more than 1,000 residents saw their homes destroyed. The rebuilding process in New Orleans and other Gulf Coast cities has been slow. Some former residents have returned, while others have chosen not to return or have been unable to return. While parts of New Orleans have been rebuilt, some neighborhoods, such as the lower Ninth Ward, remain largely untouched since the tragedy. In November 2009, a federal judge ruled that poor maintenance of a major navigation channel by the Army Corps of Engineers led to some of the worst flooding after the hurricane. Although the ruling represented the first time that a specific government agency had been held liable for Hurricane Katrina flooding, the judge limited the liability to damage around the lower Ninth Ward and St. Bernard Parish, east of the city. 2006. The Jenna 6. In December 2006, a seemingly ordinary request by a black student at Jenna High School, Louisiana, to sit beneath a particular tree on campus sparked a chain of events that exposed deep racial fault lines within the community. The discovery of nooses hanging from the same tree, a potent symbol of racial hatred, sent shockwaves through the black student population, stirring fear and outrage. This incident became the pivotal point in a series of events that thrust 6 black Jenna High School students, Michael Bell, Robert Bailey Jr., Carwin Jones, Theo Shaw, Bryant Purvis, and Jesse Ray Beard, into the national spotlight. Following an altercation with a white student, the Jenna 6 were arrested and slapped with attempted murder charges, a severity many viewed as grossly disproportionate to the situation. This incident ignited a national firestorm, drawing attention to the pervasive issue of racial bias within the justice system. The all-white jury selected for each case fueled public outcry, with prominent civil rights leaders like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton joining forces with celebrities to rally behind the Jenna 6. Media outlets like the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, and CNN amplified the voices of protesters, highlighting the stark contrast between the harsh treatment faced by the Jenna 6 and the typically lenient punishments given to white students involved in similar altercations. The sustained pressure and national outcry ultimately led to a reduction of charges against the Jenna 6. Michael Bell, the youngest, received a sentence in a juvenile facility. The others entered no contest pleas to lesser charges, resulting in fines, probation, and restitution payments. While the legal case reached a resolution, the Jenna 6 case served as a potent symbol of the ongoing struggle for racial equality. Their experiences shed light on the school-to-prison pipeline, a system that disproportionately pushes black students out of classrooms and into the criminal justice system. The case also inspired one of the Jenna 6, Theo Shaw, to pursue a career in law, likely fueled by a desire to make a difference within the very system that had failed him. 2009. The shooting of Oscar Grant, a 22-year-old black man from Oakland, California, sparks major protests against excessive deadly force used by the police. The shooting on New Year's of Oscar Grant, a 22-year-old black man from Oakland, California, sparked major protests against excessive deadly force used by the police. These protests began less than a week after Grant had been shot and killed by Yohannes Mesorel, a Bay Area Rapid Transit police officer. The incident had been caught on camera by 4 different observers, and had gone viral on YouTube. As a result, the black community in Oakland reacted swiftly. While demonstrations began peacefully, tensions would build on both sides, with the police eventually resorting to tear gas and non-lethal weapons. In response to the Grant shooting, civil rights activists throughout the city organized to protest the unfair treatment of poor black Americans by the transit police. On January 7, 2009, a group of protesters gathered at Fruitvale Station, the site of Grant's shooting. After making their way through the Oakland Business District, the group began to protest in front of the BART police headquarters. Along the way, about 200 protesters broke away from the planned route and began to vandalize businesses. Even many of those who supported the peaceful demonstrations decried the overall destruction by these vandals. Oakland Mayor Ron Dellums, himself a longtime Black Bay Area politician and civil rights advocate, denounced the actions of the vandals, calling them to leave in a spirit of peace. Overall, the January protests led to over 100 arrests. Months later, on July 8, 2009, Officer Mez Oral, who had resigned from the BART police, was charged with manslaughter. This charge caused outrage because many believed he should have been charged with second-degree murder. As a result, more protests ensued. Many of these protests began peacefully during the day, but violence broke out early in the evening. Groups of anarchists who were not Black Oakland residents looted businesses, set fires, and caused further public destruction. Oakland Police Chief Anthony Batts claimed that 3 out of 4 of the protesters did not live in Oakland. By the end of the night, many of the most unruly protesters were arrested. A third wave of protests began when Mez Oral was released in 2011, 2 years after the shootings. Many Oakland residents were angry over his early release. These protests, however, remained peaceful. There were no reports of unruliness or violent interactions with the police, and subsequently no arrests. The protests surrounding the Oscar Grant shooting generated a national uproar in response to shootings of unarmed Black American women and men and general police misconduct within the Black American community. While local civil rights groups had long protested police brutality, the Grant shooting and the subsequent protests became a major rallying point for what later became the Black Lives Matter movement. 2014. No events can be added beyond this date. New information and discoveries can be uncovered over time regarding historical events. At this time, we are allowing a 10-year window prior to adding new events to the Black American history timeline.